This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
Today, two NA juggernauts are going to be facing off once again, but only one will have a shot at lifting the trophy tomorrow. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Stage 1 lower bracket final. And of course, we're coming at you. As you can see, beautiful shots of the Riot Games Arena, and you see the words right below it. Here in sunny, beautiful Los Angeles, California. And look at that there. Oh, wait, I think I might recognize that guy. Definitely recognize that thing. That is the stuff of nightmares. Hello, everyone. I'm Golden Boy, the host of the show. You got Sideshow, and you saw him in the video. Now you're seeing him here. It's Sacy joining us here today.
I'm the other Golden Boy.
That's right. That's
the
right.
Other Golden Boy.
It's, you know, look, I think it's safe to say this is the best-looking desk in all of esports. At the very least. Lighting hates us, one way or another. Sorry, Zoe, I apologize for that.
It's the shiniest desk.
Yeah, there's like 3 bulbs on the...
Yeah, exactly, but it's okay. It means we have good ideas. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about what we're going to be doing here today, because we got just one match, and it's a big one. A best-of-5 showdown between G2 and NRG, and the winner of that is going to be facing off against Leviatán in tomorrow's grand finale matchup for the trophy and the #1 seed at Masters London. Sacy, what did you make of the playoffs so far? I mean, obviously, some heartbreak along the way for you as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, do you want to talk about it? Like, how do we start this? Because I don't know, like, let's talk about NRG first, because they play.
Sure,
Okay,
yeah.
So, first thing that I want to say, I told everyone if NRG made out of the first game against FURIA, I think, they would be, like, contender for sure.
Yeah.
And they did it.
What made you think that? What was NRG doing that gave you that idea?
I mean, first... Come on, Sentinel, you should have won, man. Like, now you see what you did. You see. So I mean, NRG, last champs winner. They have it, and they have Mara. They have, I mean, Kiko playing duelist is a big deal for them, for sure.
He looks
and
amazing.
then, you know, for me, they're the best collective players together on the tournament, you know.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm glad we're talking about this, because Sacy, you know, you've been co-streaming every single match in Americas, and as we all know, this guy's a former champ himself. So I think that one thing we know for certain, you got an eye for talent, okay?
Yes.
You know what's going on. You've won championships. You know what you're doing. So we want to know who are your top 5 players in Americas. But there's going to be a little bit of a twist, all right? Because we're going to go from 5 to 1 at a time, and the two of us, me and Sideshow, are going to put our collective noggins together and guess which who he's picking. All right. Granted, he's going to do it the first one by himself. So, Sideshow, number 5. Who is the 5th player that Sacy chose out of all of the players in VCT
Literally
Americas?
insane. How could you possibly guess who you have as your 5th best player? I'm going to go with somebody like Valin. I feel like Valin's been really good, but obviously you wouldn't have him at like the tippity top, but something like that. Am I anywhere near?
I can say that Valin is on the list, but he's not the 5.
Who is it?
Les.
There it is, Les. Okay, all right. And look,
incredible.
there's a little history there.
I'll give the explanation though. Les the big deal for Crew, and I think that Crew made it so far because of him. He was like the lurky guy, you know, always getting the important kills, the impact kills was from him, so he deserves it.
Dude, Les has been phenomenal.
Yeah, he's been great. He's been great.
He has been frying ever since he came back here to Americas.
I mean, it's the classic Les. I already know him.
So let's see number 4, all right? So I'll guess this one. Number 4, so you picked Les. I'm thinking Sacy.
Someone better than Les.
Yeah, better than Les. Pretty wild, man. I mean, that's kind of nutty. Sato.
No, man.
Ooh, who do you got? Who do you got?
Actually, I got my brother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I like
the Odin
that.
player, you know, because I know that people always tell him like, oh, you're the Odin player, you don't play that good. Like people always tell that, but actually no, he's actually really smart, and he always like tried to get some pixels from the Odin spam and all that stuff. And he also has a good Vandal. He also has a good Sheriff, and he's the big difference for NRG, in my opinion.
Oh
Dude,
yeah,
he's
I mean,
crazy.
his stats are insane. He's been doing some wild plays. Okay, next up, number 3. Josh, who you got?
Who have I got?
wrong
Who have
so far.
Well, I mean, you did say that Valin was on the list.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go for it again at the number 3 spot.
Cheating!
Okay, guys, first, come on. You guys need to make the bald people proud, but not Valin.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know who's my top 3?
Right?
Neon.
Oh.
The new kid on the ground, you know? Like, the new kid on the block, this guy is good. He's called like the Messi of Valorant, right? And I think he has the best operator in America.
Dude, he's
so
crazy.
fast. Like his reaction time. I mean, he's a kid. Of course.
I mean, of course.
Yeah.
You know,
so he's been doing it.
How are your reactions these days?
Oh, it's pretty slow compared to him. But
to be fair though, when I was his age, my reaction was nowhere that either. I think it's just a neon thing. So you said Valen's on the list, which means that it's number 2 or 1. Let's see who it is. I'll go with Valen. I'll do that.
Just keep guessing it over and over again.
You shouldn't have said that.
Okay, the second one, Trent. Come on.
Okay, I mean, that's a great
Trent,
one too.
You know, I always pay my respect for the initiator guys, and Brock was one of them, and Trent is the guy that's always doing the clutches thing, right?
Yeah.
Whenever Trent is alive, I can trust that he can win a round, and he's also the guy that gets important and impacted kills like for his team, so Trent has his advantage.
Great choice. Trent's also been, through playoffs, had some great matches as well. All right, well, that means number 1. We're not saying. Is it that it is?
Did you bait us the entire time?
Yes.
Don't
worry. For me, it's Valen. I'll explain why, though.
Yeah.
Why Valen's top 1 for me? You know, you gotta respect when the IGL can frag like him.
Yeah.
You know, that's not about like the calls. He's pretty good as an IGL, of course. But the thing is that the difference from him and the others IGL is that I can feel that he can frag the same amount that his teammates does.
Yeah.
And also, like, I feel like Ethan is always doing that, especially on this lower run. Ethan is getting like a lot of kills, but like Valen has always done that on
He's been very consistent. Yeah. And even last year, I was remembering we were praising Valen for his output, right? And it easily went into this year too.
They tanked his stats by putting him on Harbor at the beginning of the
stage.
Now they're back up to.
Now we're good, guys. He's number 1.
What do you guys think about my top 5 though? Is it good?
I gotta say it's pretty good. It's a good mix.
It's like a top 5 from like old guys that thinks about the game theoretically, you know? It's not only about stats.
It's not, you haven't got the crackhead aimers necessarily up there. You're a thinking man's guy.
It's like the value that they bring for the team.
Also, your initiator bias is showing through as well.
That is the thing that's standing out more than anything else here.
Of course, man. Initiator does a pretty good job on the team.
This guy, he gets it. Folks, Sacy's going to be streaming in the arena all weekend, which means this handsome trio is going to be broken up here today. We're so sorry, everyone. I know, it's a brief run. Maybe we'll run this back again, one day. But for now, let's send it over to Riv and see what's going down over at the block party with a very special guest.
Here at the block party, I found Demon One hanging out at the Zowie booth. What's going on, man? Good to see you again, as always. Zowie be giving away a monitor today. If people can beat you, though, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's a very easy score, though. I was feeling generous. I want to give out some free monitors here. Thanks to Zowie, give it away to the fans a little bit. So here you go. If you can beat my time, which was pretty simple, I did it with my left hand. So you can get yourself a free monitor.
Look at that! Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna have to try. Have you used this monitor before?
Yeah, I love it. Amazing monitor. My favorite monitor from Zowie.
Absolutely. Come on down. Check it out. Get yourself a ticket. Get outside. Yell that you want to try this. Who knows? It might work. Zowie is going to be giving away a monitor if you can beat Demon One's time with your left hand.
Yeah, technically. I did it with my right, but it was bad.
Okay. Get out here and try.
All right, well, Sacy's out. He's got to go do some code streaming now. We got Mimi and Ender back on the desk, which, I guess is okay.
I can shave my head if it would make you
Yes,
happier.
yes, let's do it. Content. I'm all about it. Albert, you heard her say it. Let's do it. All right, folks, let's go ahead and dive into this matchup because, look, I think it's safe to say, historically, been a little one-sided.
It's not a rivalry.
Yeah,
they're beating their ass every time.
It's real talk. It has been rough. What is it? 5 officials that they faced off against G2 have not been able to pick up a win at NRG, and these are the world champions.
It's not just that they haven't been able to beat G2, it's that they've only ever taken a single
dang, I didn't realize that.
Off of
One map.
G2.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
And it's not just like, they're losing in regular season best of 3s. No, they got 3-0'd in back-to-back grand finals in stage 2 of last year, and also Red Bull Homeground, which, if you say, they lost stage 2, that was completely different rosters, they've changed. No, Red Bull Homeground was these exact same rosters, and G2 killed them.
Yeah, I think maybe we're up for a change here. We've seen upsets happen, Global being able to beat Paper X and Vitality beating Fnatic. There's crazy stuff in the water these days in Valorant, but I think
it's all the data centers.
I think the team fighting is at its highest, or the the way that these teams optimize for the trading, the spacing, just tends to be better on both of these squads compared to the rest of the competition in Americas. So you end up having this really even matchup between the two juggernauts in Americas.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, is that there's a very clear separation between what if G2's success versus NRG's, and what is it that they are doing that is like so effective, Ender, that has allowed them to be able to dominate like this, because that ain't normal, bro.
Honestly, I think it's a team style thing. And I want to start with like a hypothesis. That is, Valen excels at calling against teams that play slow rounds on the attack and play very by-the-book rounds as well. I think G2 are a team that typically, when they play against that style, won't give a lot of opportunities over and control their defense side really well. And I looked at actually the win rates when these teams faced off last year in the playoffs. They played in the upper finals, and they also just played in the finals. NRG's win rate on the attack side versus G2 last year was 35%.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Then you look at their match that was in between versus Sentinels in the lower finals. They had a 65% win rate on the attack side. And then you look back when they faced off earlier this year, NRG had a measly 29% on the attack. I think that is the side difference where Valen's calling really gets to shine versus that.
I think the interesting thing, though, is that when I look at the strengths for NRG, I feel like it's honestly the same thing. Where I've been happier with them so far this year has been on defense, and so how well Ethan is also controlling the pace of teams who don't play that kind of style. So I think it's a question today of actually translating that into a match, because when they show up to internationals, they play against other structured teams. NRG can seemingly perform there, even on their attack sides. So I feel like it's so tough to actually point to what is the difference with G2 when they're succeeding against international competition who even play a similar style.
Yeah, I mean, even when you think about like looking at the IGL situation too, right? And you look at the success, and to kind of go what you were talking about, right? Like where that success came from. Ethan's a world champion, but yet, you know, has NRG not been able to win domestically, right? Which is crazy. And then on the flip side, you have Valen, a guy who wins domestically, but can't seem to win abroad. It's a really fascinating parallel between these two.
They have such different careers. I mean, both have been top 4 performances in 4 different international events. Yeah. The difference is Ethan won 2 of them, and Valen has won like consistently in Americas. Yeah. They dominate domestically.
One whole year of just G2 dominance.
This could be the time to turn things around, I think. But both of these players are also nasty in the server. You heard it from Sacy about how he thinks that Valen is currently the best player.
I was kind of thinking about Ethan as well when he was talking about that, but he had mentioned it too. He was talking about how he was outputting now rather than earlier.
I've been really wowed by how Ethan is playing in the playoffs in particular. I think he's been so much more aggressive and willing to be the guy to take place. Look at this round, the retake with him on the frenzy. He's been charging forward, I feel like, especially on defense, taking a lot more risks than I noticed in his play in the past. And his presence on stage has also kind of leveled up. Like, he's yelling, he's screaming to his team. He's bringing so much more energy in a less, like, serious, just leaderly way that I normally associate with him.
Well, what I found interesting from talking to him yesterday, because talking about his aggression, like, on Breeze on the attack side, he'll just walk into A main on his own, like, consistently and take that space. And I was like, are you, like, doing this regularly? Is it part of the plan? He's like, no, like, I don't ever do this in scrims. Just on match days, I have this transcendent level of confidence where no one can beat me. And you see that when he's out of his chair, and you see it when he's just out fragging everyone else.
I mean, when you walk on that stage, it's hard not to let it, you know, like overcome you, right? And you get lost in that moment. So it makes a lot of sense. And if anything, it shows like we're gonna have a game on that stage, a lot of emotions up there, because you know NRG wants to get this win against G2.
Yeah, the parallel I think is that for both of these teams, they're squads that always ramp. You can look at both of them and watch their early group stage games and look to the slump coming off of Santiago.
Starts for both,
as our 2 teams who performed so well at that event. It was the same after Paris, after pretty much every global event. But the weird thing about this match is despite the fact that NRG always ramps into late tournament stages, they haven't been able to follow through against G2. Yeah. Well, they have been able to internationally.
Well, you know, I'm glad you mentioned that, because look, maybe NRG might want to copy Leviatán's homework a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Because they pulled off a massive win over G2 yesterday. And of course, for more on that loss, let's hear from G2's Leaf.
Here with Leaf before the head-in for the match today. Looking yesterday, the team looked kind of out of form to start the matchup. Just kind of in your words, what do you think was happening in the games?
I think we were just overly active, and you know, Lev is an insane team individually that just kind of, you know, they want those fights, so we kind of played into them, I feel like, a little bit, and you know, just some mistakes and stuff like that. That's, you know, bound to happen sometimes.
Right on. So what has the team done in the last 24 hours just to lock in and get ready for the match?
Rest and recovery. I mean, obviously, you know, we have a BO5 today, so it's like we need to be able to play potentially all 5 of those maps, but, you know, just like knowing what we need to do, what we need to fix, and also just, you know, getting ready for the next opponent, obviously.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Leaf. Good luck today.
One thing I definitely appreciate there from Leaf was his candidness, and we actually got that as well from Josh RT, because he wasn't mincing words when it came to G2's performance yesterday. Actually, here's what he said. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
We didn't play our comp correctly, and I think we should have got more on attack. And on defense, like, we're just being too active for no reason and not realizing like what the situation is. Not one time we played our setups, really. And they were able to just slow the game down, let us make mistakes, and we kept making those mistakes. I mean, I think it'll be a different game if we won a clutch or two, and even in those moments we're like playing too fast, like even though we knew where the last guy is. This is just an uncharacteristic game from us, and I think we'll do a good bounce back in this next one.
And this is where I think your hypothesis about Valen calling better against slow teams, it gets really interesting, because he struggled a little bit against Lev when they pumped the brakes in that mid-round kind of timing. And as you just heard, they went for things that were a bit too aggressive, looking for that information, when they should have just been like, okay, we know that they freeze, we'll just wait for the re-hit to come back in. Ethan calls in a pretty similar situation, and I actually think that loss might be useful for them, because you get to do your homework immediately. You see these rounds where they had this like overactive pressure coming towards them. So you saw G2 here, they go for a re-clear over towards A main, but they don't think about an insert player. They also don't even need to be going for that re-clear to start with. I think that's what Josh wanted, is for them never to even be in these more aggressive situations against a team that's going to play this slowly.
Yeah, so it's very uncharacteristic.
I think against Ethan, who also likes to pump the brakes, this is a great game to have got a loss in, because you go and you review this footage and you think, okay, how do we want to play when Ethan pumps the brakes on us in the mid-round?
Yeah, and I think usually the way that G2 call a lot of that is it's based on one player getting a forward line of information. They'll often have someone step up. I think the problem for G2 is that individually yesterday, they were all out of sorts. So if they're taking those 1v1s, they're almost always getting beaten on them. And then in a lot of those setups too, I think they're having situations where it's a Phoenix player taking first contact instead of someone else having that line, and they were throwing a curveball around on it. They weren't actually setting up these like ping pong positions where they can work together. They were just getting caught out.
And normally that's the stuff G2 excels at, that micro, the way they play off each other. And that's where I think NRG looked so good in their last game. The team fighting, especially on defense, when rounds slow down and when they're going back in for flood retakes for these fast fights, that's when they look their absolute best playing off each other. And I think if G2, even if they fix those macro ideas you're bringing up, if they're still failing in the team fighting the way they did in that match, they're just going to get ran over by NRG.
Yeah, I would be hard-pressed, though, to believe that they wouldn't have addressed that overnight. This is a team that, you know, Coach Josh RT Valen, like these guys have been at this job for such a long time.
This was the exception to the rule.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Great way, of course. But let's go ahead and kick it back over to Riv. He had an opportunity to catch up with NRG's Kiko to get his thoughts ahead of today's match.
Yeah, hanging out with Kiko before the game. First off, congratulations on Masters London. My question kind of revolves around that to start. How long has it been since you've been back to London?
I think in December I was in London. Yeah, just before that, so maybe like 6 months now.
All right, not too bad, not too bad. Do you have anything planned currently when you go back?
Nothing planned, we just qualified.
All right, looking at focusing up on today, G2's always been a tough match. What's it going to take for NRG to be able to overcome that?
I think we just need to get super scrappy. They're a really disciplined team, and we saw like Lev just running at them, and that's how it works, so it was good.
All right, best of luck in the match today.
Great insight there from Kiko. Here are the predictions for today. A bit of a mixed bag from our crew. That's what I had expected here. Mimi, you went with NRG. Ender, you went with G2. Sideshow and myself also went with G2. Mimi, you're the outlier.
Yeah, I'll give the case for NRG here.
Recency bias.
I was so...
That's the case. Recency bias.
It's not recency bias when they've been succeeding in big games everywhere but America.
Except every time they've played G2 before in their entire lives, they've won one map, Mimi.
But surely
but
it has
I really
to
don't
happen.
care about that, because I don't believe in curses and they're not real.
Ignore the facts.
NRG's recent team fighting has been absolutely fantastic.
That.
I think Ethan has been in rare individual form alongside Kiko. This team has had really great approaches to a variety of different opponents throughout their run here. And I think that G2, it's going to be tough to reset completely from how rough that loss was yesterday, especially looking ahead at a BO5.
Yeah, I mean, something that stands out to me is Kiko saying we're just going to maybe run it.
Hold on. I want to jump in here because the last time G2 lost to Leviatán, didn't they win 10 maps in a row, untouched?
Yeah. They'd only have to
Checkmate.
win 3. They'd only have to win 3 today.
Checkmate.
I mean, NRG is coming in a very
different situation. I think they can bounce
situation.
back against a loss to Leviatán. I don't know.
Honestly, not wrong. Pretty good.
Fake history narratives.
It's real.
Not off of
All
what
right,
just
folks,
happened.
that's going to do it for us here. It's now time to start the lower bracket finals. Let's do it.
You know how I'm feeling going against NRG. I think we beat them like every time. I would say rivalry, but it hasn't really been a rivalry.
These are the rounds that G2 don't look really good at. Wow, snappy from Shaw.
Nice. Go, boy!
G2. I think I've lost them 3 times, like individually. Trying to get back at them.
Knows Asana's not sticking. Flash forward's not dodged. And now it's really, really getting away from him, Asana!
Kiko, he's widened his agent pool, so we're gonna have to kind of feel out, you know, his plays, his play style, and you know, try and counter it or just be ready for it, really.
Deep knife against the back wall alongside that dart. Trying to play them all the way in. Kiko!
Jorgama is like one of the best entry duelists in the world. Gonna be expecting a lot of crazy things from him tomorrow, and I think Valen's like a really smart IGL as well, so.
I think Valen's gonna own. I think he's gonna come back. He's a big time player, so I know he's good for it.
Love the walk up there from Valen. A tiny little touch. Yeah!
They have a really good roster. I think it'll be a very hard game. They're very good.
Kiko is desperate to get to Masters London. He just runs through him like a wrecking ball. I don't think I've seen him in this form since he was on Liquid, honestly.
Riot Games Arena, it's time for the best of 5 lower bracket final. Give it up for 2 of NA's finest, G2 Esports and NRG.
These 2 teams have squared off time and time again, but it is G2 Esports that has gotten the better of our world champions domestically. And you know that this NRG team really desperately wants that win because they are just going to be one step closer from hosting a trophy up of their own.
Yeah, they're coming off riding that high, winning the series yesterday, qualifying themselves back to the global stage, but now can take down their nemesis on the other side. NRG, both times they played a best of 5 versus G2. They have been 3-0'd. There's something a little bit different feeling about it today.
NRG, they've been one of the most consistent teams internationally. They performed excellently at the last 2 events. But this is the Americas team that is dominated, the most consistent team of this region that they now have to take down. But I think a lot has changed already from when they last played back in kickoff. And the biggest 2 players for me are Baby and Kiko. They were both just joining the team in that tournament, but now they've both had swaps in roles. Kiko going into the duels looking incredible in that regard. The standout player from their last match against a Baby, who's also found his form as the best player from G2's group stage.
And Kiko says, listen, we saw what Lev did, just run at them, see if you can take him down like that. But I think Lev actually had a real tactical base to what they were doing at the start of those rounds. And I don't think you can build that overnight. I think if they do decide to just rush at G2, G2's discipline is probably going to be a bit too good. I'm looking at the map pool as well. There are so many maps where both of these teams are excellent. They've got broad, deep map pools here. Ascent, we have no idea what NRG are going to play, but I bet they're good on it. And Lotus, which is going to be our opening map actually, both teams are amazing here, and you get to see the Brock Odin come out real early on.
Yeah, well, here you can see your series layout. Lotus, Breeze, Pearl, Haven, and Ascent if necessary. Feels pretty good. Could be a long one, Ender, honestly, at the pace that we're going at with these 2 teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Lotus is kind of the best place to get a read on how our IGLs are looking at one another as they jump on into this. And I think specifically for Ethan, I'm curious what he does in terms of the pace in the early rounds, the conditioning he does against Valen. He usually starts things out a little bit slower, but I'd love to see a quicker approach of seizing space early on into the rounds here to try and maybe throw G2 off their early prep.
Yeah, I think where G2 excels is in those longer defensive rounds where they have time to actually go for active re-clears and set up with early rotations onto the correct strong side. It's really how both of these teams like to approach their defense. There's so many similarities in styles. So I think a lot of today comes down to who can upset those expectations, like you're saying, and push their opponent into an uncomfortable position away from what they're expecting here.
All right, Agent Select coming in hot and nothing really all that crazy. Of course, Jogamo, you heard Kiko talk about him earlier, the entry duelist, one of the best in the world. Eyes are going to be on him on the Rays.
Big-time players all across the stage right now. You know, Jorg steps it up in massive matches, as does Valid.
Yeah.
I mean, BabyBay's been great inside of Americas. On the other side of things, obviously NRG do. They're one of our most resilient teams we have in the whole of Valorant. It doesn't matter how down they are at any point, NRG can make some level of a comeback. I'm just intrigued to see how the two IGLs end up taking things. This is such a great map to showcase how they approach the attack sides in the rest of the series.
Since the slow starts for both teams, NRG on a 3-map win streak here, G2 on a 4-map win streak. This is the absolute best for both these teams to start.
These two squads, no strangers to one another. Both teams would love an opportunity to face off against Leviatán tomorrow for that trophy. So let's go ahead and dive into map 1, Riot Games Arena. Make some noise as you send it over to your casters. Here's Uber and Wyatt.
In 2025, VCT Americas was all about G2. They were dominating domestically, they were turning up at globals until that last tournament of the year, when a little team called NRG swept through and out from under their nose, they took global glory at Champions. Now, both of them fighting in the mix, of course, in London, now to show each other who exactly has the edge, as G2 have historically dominated this matchup.
Two teams that started this stage slow, America's best, and we thought that both of them were completely falling off. Not the case. They go on serious match win streaks. It was 5 for G2. That ended yesterday against Lev. That's why they're in this situation now, playing NRG in the lower final. NRG 6 wins in a row with their qualification win against 100 Thieves yesterday to make it to London. And now can they best G2 for the first time and make it to the final?
It's time for Match Start, folks, presented by Samsung OLED. Straight into the pistol, an identical pistol record for both of these teams.
Get down to the 0.8 on the tail end of the percentage. That is crazy. Both 19 for 17. It's fast from G2 getting into this B side, and Jaw taking extra space towards that link. Catches off even.
Heavy presence here for G2 inside this B side, and BabyBay is dishing it out. Lead can't quite get off the line safely, and Kiko is able to find a couple, but Mata finds himself in a post plat with most of G2 already having dispersed. Except for Valen. He'll wait in the corner and finish the job.
Fast pace from G2, break into that site, immediately take that extra space. You saw Jaw just push all the way through main, cut off Ethan when he was trying to wrap from Waterfall to go help the team. G2 take the fight to them in Blue Room as well. All pro activity from start to finish in what felt like a 20-second round.
Both those kills for BabyBay, they were affected by paranoia. They could not see that coming. Sick util there from Valen. Who, top of Sacy's top 5, someone who can kind of do it all. IGL and Frag with the very best of them. He's going to be put to the test in a real way today against Ethan, 2-time world champion.
Do you want to go for the aggro play? But that is shut down. Sketchy for a second with Jaw getting so low on HP, but ultimately not a factor.
There's a convergence in this kind of game as well, if you think about it. The 2023 EG team featured both Jorgamo and Ethan. They went their separate ways, and it kind of took them quite a while to start to find that same level of success they'd found under EG.
Yeah, neither of them in that following year, 2024, after the champs win. Ethan not finding success on NRG. Jaw stuck around with EG. Things didn't work out, and then he goes on to join up with G2, wins all the Americas trophies last year. Ethan gets the new NRG team around him with the Challengers players, wins champs. But obviously that is just always the story with this G2 team, right? That global trophy eluding them. Just so close to start last year in Bangkok. Second place, losing 14-16, map 5 against T1. And then NRG retool the roster and win champs at the end of the year. It's crazy.
It's like that younger brother, the talented younger brother that just eclipses you. It's brutal. Yeah, G2 need to try and find out, distill what it takes to win at a global. They have got to get there first. They've at least secured their presence in London. And there'll be another global this year after that, of course, the big one. First couple rounds passed without too much event. G2 already stacking up those first couple. Might have a tech-related issue on stage here.
The tech ball.
Sorry, I'll get my violin out of my bag for you folks. It's a normal size one, not a tiny one. All right, players settling in here, just trying to make sure all these match conditions are hunky-dory. This is a best of 5 and a very, very important game for both of these teams. Get a crack at Leviatán in that upper final. Kind of brutal with that band disadvantage. Still, getting that nice seeding, being able to bypass that first stage of London, which is historically pretty brutal. Group stages at Masters events are not for the faint of heart.
This is just such a weird matchup too. Like, you know, obviously there's going to be so much talk about the globals in general, the global history of these teams, what it's going to be like with them headed to London, etc. But the fact that I just think about this from G2's perspective, going up against this team that has never been able to deal damage to you. They have only lost 1 map to NRG in their last 5 series. That includes the BO5s, by the way. 1 map. And yet NRG have what it takes to win at the global
To beat
stage.
everybody else.
It's crazy. But and that is just the nature of Valorant sometimes, the way that matchups work.
Something I want to draw attention to later on in this map and the rest of the series is Leviatán noise cutting midway through a lot of their rounds yesterday. We saw G2 kind of uncharacteristically pushing up for info and getting punished for it. Everyone keeps throwing around the words disciplined for this G2 team, but that was anything but. They didn't really seem to know what to do about it. Now, in fairness, it was on Ascent, so maybe there's rust issues. But the team that everyone learns that mid-round noise cut reset from is bloody NRG. That is their signature style. And teams get punished by them for not being able to refight properly back into that space that NRG sit in for like a minute. So if G2 are in that same mindset as yesterday, or prone to making those same mistakes, nervously pushing up for information, they're going to struggle here too.
Yeah, we definitely saw that discomfort shining through on the defense side. That's really where the holes opened up, where there were exploits to be found for Leviatán to win that game. The attack side, generally, though, has just been super solid. We always hear it in the comms with G2 as well, how regimented every moment throughout the round is, how everything in the mid-round is just always a 3-2-1. There's always multiple players swinging together. They've got complete control of the situation, it feels like, whenever you're easing through the round, right? But yeah, yesterday that was not the normal G2 that we're used to seeing in that regard.
Yeah, they look fallible, right? For the first time since their run
that's
started.
Also why people are predicting NRG to win today, and why, you know, just based on like looking at the talent spreads, it's 50-50 because, yes, recency bias. But also, you can't not feel like, okay, this is a moment where G2 are vulnerable. NRG have won 6 matches in a row, and G2 look beatable after yesterday.
Now, we talked a little bit about where the fallibilities are for G2, but G2 feel like they've seen a couple on the NRG side. Earlier we spoke with Trent about some of the cracks he feels he sees in NRG's armor.
I think sometimes when they're not like just steamrolling the other team, their team play kind of falls off, and so it's easier to be ahead of them and you know, isolate people and get kills that they normally wouldn't let you get if they were, you know, having a win streak of rounds. And I think that's their biggest weakness. So hopefully we can shut down their momentum and, you know, just start picking them apart.
Now that's actually a little bit more detailed than we normally get from our players when we ask them to expand on the nuts and the bolts of the game, or what they expect from their opponents. How do you what's your vibe check on that idea that if NRG aren't dominating someone, their team play falls off? Because NRG are credited with some of the most ridiculous comebacks we have ever seen in Valorant.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking about as well. Like, wait a second. I've seen NRG make more obscene comebacks, I think, than any other team, it feels like, within the last year. I mean, but also maybe there's some level of bias because that was such a factor for them when they won Champions. Yeah. They were running back 10-2 halves with consistency. Like,
I mean, to be fair, G2 were able to do the same thing on Pearl yesterday, right? That was the bright spot, I think. Against Leviatán, they're down 2-7.
A lot of resiliency in that bounce back.
It's a big timeout called by Josh Artsy. I think that, you know, that's always going to be an epicenter for you know, a change in direction for this G2 squad, right? It feels like he calls in, he really, you know, Babybay was interviewed a little bit about it and just sort of the discussion, and he's happy that Josh is taking more timeouts, not for tactical issues, but sometimes just for reassurance. A reminder.
Yeah, honestly, like what we saw from G2 yesterday when they were down 2-7 on Pearl and then bounced back and they're suddenly playing like a totally different team with a lot of confidence, a lot of proactivity. We have seen that from them on plenty of different occasions. Sometimes it's Josh as the catalyst, sometimes it would be Babybay making a sick play, 3K, 4K, starts hyping everyone up, and suddenly the entire team is playing at a quicker pace, more confidence, swinging together, taking the proactive timings. They have the ability to just completely switch on a dime and just remember, oh yes, we are G2, and they just start playing like a totally different team. We're back in the game, NRG on defense, and they've got the weaponry online that they love to have. That is Brock with the Odin. Their defense on this map is just a brick wall. Last year, they were devastating on Lotus. It was the catalyst of a lot of their success when Scuba joined the team, because him as a duo on defense with Brock are just so strong at anchoring these sites.
It is very difficult to get in past this Vice util. Both teams have relatively similar comps, right, with the difference in the duelists, but they both have the Vipers, so expect both teams to try and operate around this lurk wall on that A side of the map, the one that MIBR is right now, pretty diligently checking. Babybay just a walk up there on Ethan, that is huge. Fades out of the picture, that's the B side presence now, neutralized.
And G2 not going to get baited into getting into this C-side exec. Nades are going to break some of the thorns, and that pressure applied is going to keep the attention of NRG there. And perhaps they try to go for something with some of that Sentinel utility down.
Such patience here from Babybay. He's expecting, obviously, there to be a corner spam attempt. Brock's going to make a rotation here up towards that upper side. Does get a dink on the way in. Jaw is struggling. Marta's been able to pick up Leap here now, and Brock will find his moment to swing on it just as Marta emerges. It is real hard to get past this wall. And Babybay now is going to be crunched.
Even down a player, NRG do a great job working around the map there. Mata gets a crucial kill picking off Leak, who's going to go for that backstab through A. So he can immediately just get into Babydoor to help the team. And in the meantime, we were on Brock's POV. We see the game plan is to commit to hold this site, right? He pushes past the smoke. He's up there in heaven with the Odin spraying. And Mata getting that kill on Leaf just completely opens up the ability to flood onto that site and keep G2 just contained within the little kind of pit area. They have no space to work with, no time to work with. So great job from NRG to bring it back.
Such a slow burn round up until that point where G2 execute on a B and a cut down.
I'll find you.
This time as well, they're pretty tentative. Of course, this deep smoke over towards this mound area means they've got to slow it down.
As always on the defense, you're going to see some of that Vice utility just scattered around multiple sites. Oh, wow, that time, yeah, Leaf a little bit of revenge. That's a nice snap onto Mata.
The north to south flick mechanically is brutal to pull off.
And in the meantime, look at G2 just prodding towards this C side, trying to get this utility out from the Vice. The shear wall is gone,
they got it,
and because of Mata's death close up, Ethan is forced to get back towards A, use a Prowler, try to re-clear. They need info elsewhere.
But much like in the previous round, NRG probably don't mind funneling G2 in that B direction if they can. G2 might still fancy going over towards the C side, especially with the shear wall being cleared. It's Jaw in, and the window too small for Scuba to find Jaw as he crosses over. No, the next wave might be an opportunity. He's going to be spammed out from within the smoke.
And now Brock is just forced on out of here. This is some pretty sick mid-round play from G2. Just watching them dismantle this defensive setup slowly and then working into the execute. Not rushing through any of this util, not allowing Brock's setup to get any value there.
But it requires them to win out on the A side of the map. Otherwise, they're put on a timer immediately. It all falls apart if that loose end doesn't find success. Trouble here. Yeah, that's a high-low setup, which is cover going out. Astonishingly nerdy to put that together here. NRG want to maintain those weapons, and I don't think Trent fancies an overstep himself. Kiko isolated here, at least able to pick him up. And you can already see this Odin by Broad being carried well and truly across the map, tucked by Tree here. That is some snappy shooting again from Jaw.
Yeah, that's tough for NRG. Only the one gun carried over. See how they adjust the setup here after G2 have found a lot of success over towards that seesaw, just getting rid of the util. This is insane. Insane. And look at how they deal with Scuba here. They have the Nightfall that goes towards the right side of the site. A nade goes through towards Bend, and then Valen is able to teleport forward, and Scuba has really only got one place he's going to be if there was a player Bend, right?
We got a hot dog already.
Finally, we were waiting for one. Yeah, we were waiting all day for a hot dog in the game against Lev.
That is about as good as it gets from G2. Everything kind of goes right.
Yeah.
Leaf wins out that first duel on the A side of the map, but that execute is just perfect. And if that is something they can continue to repeat, they're going to be in great shape on this map. NRG, historically, very, very hard to break through. But now they've really got to start from nothing. Brock's kept the Odin at least, but everybody else on NRG was brought down on that previous round. So now they're contending with that economic disadvantage. As G2 start to lock in,
Brock has been on a tear with the Odin recently, too. That is just the additional layer of this NRG comp that makes it so potent on defense. Like, a lot of people play with the Vice and the Viper. That's nothing new, right? But it's the fact that on top of that, you have the best Odin player in the world just bogging you down in chokes with spam angles that he can't actually get killed from. Moments like that are just so frequent with him. He's having some of the best games he's had all year as of late. But right now, ranked #2 in pretty much all of the relevant stats across the board in these playoffs.
Who's #1, by the way?
It's Kiko.
Okay, well.
And it's mostly on his Phoenix. I'm interested to see how much he can get done on the Omen. Obviously, his controller has been solid, but his Phoenix has been the takeover agent.
Kiko gets exploratory here. The mound is smoked out. But he's not really buying it for a second. And Brock also wants to play up a little bit further now. Oh, that's another win for Leaf on the A side of the map. That is huge.
Yeah, the Leaf Mata minigame over on A has been all Leaf in the past 2 rounds. And again, this is just going to be cause for concern for NRG that G2 can be working up A for free. A lot of damage on Kiko there, but he sees them on the retreat. And it looks like that is going to encourage NRG to try and get their players stacked more towards this A side. You can see the rotate coming through on the minimap.
There's not going to be any stairs presence for the defenders. This might start to accelerate pretty quickly here for G2. Yep. Boombot sent forward now. Prowler went into Baby Door, and again, you're crossing too quickly here for Brock's Odin to get anything done, and that is a stinker from Scuba. Doesn't really have the weaponry to dominate here. And Brock finally is forced to give up the LMG.
Jogamo is just patient on that wrap. He wants more. He's just hungry for kills at this point. Ethan gets the late trade and one that's probably going to be irrelevant. Low HP, 1 versus 3, has to deal with the Odin.
Yeah, very much this is junk time kills. We talked about G2's attack side though. That has been relatively above reproach. Such meticulous mid-rounding from them. But both of these last 2 rounds have been spurred on because their lurk player wins his duel. Leave quietly the engine room for G2.
And that one just to catch on the jump spot with the Outlaw. Smart to bring it into that round. State of the economy. Yeah, tough for Scuba there.
Nice clean there for Valorant. Jaw at 6-2. He's got a showstopper at the ready.
They are terrifying.
And NRG at least can buy back into this one now, so Scuba can actually have a real weapon.
Where are you?
It might be an A-pop here. Straight off the rip. Okay, something more aggressive. Valen's going to see Mata close, and they're not ready for this. NRG so conditioned to the slow early rounds from G2. They are caught off guard. Let's tune in as G2 try and land the plane.
Spike down A.
I'm going to lurk here, and you leave.
Pop Thorn B early.
Yeah, I think he's rotated already.
Listen, it's Fade, Viper, AJ.
Yeah. I'm going to stay. You guys should leave.
What do you think, dude?
Make a new event and then come back to me, maybe.
There's a wall somewhere. You see the beard?
Wall should be C.
He's going to just leave the wall, I'm pretty sure, boys.
Yeah.
He's going to be playing the other one.
I'm fishing B.
Yeah, do it.
Can't be break, right?
No.
So wall here. I'm in B.
No wall.
Walled up.
I'm going to yourself, okay?
Careful.
Just
hold.
Just hold. We have time.
When wall
We're in.
Baby Boy here trying to operate on this off angle. Valen said maybe rattle the cage and come back to me. That could be a transition through Baby Door for G2. Potentially. Leaf looking to try and stick this now. 3-player flood potentially out from this direction, but the Razorvine is perfectly apportioned for this.
Yeah, they have to wait for that cloud to drop. Valen is waiting to see if someone's going to go around Baby Door. Not the case. Everyone from NRG right up front.
Scuba, big round for him so far. Leaf is barely alive, and Valen's not faring much better either. He's going to have to go now 1v2 with 21 points of health and a seize that he barely dodges. He might have a timing. Ethan trying to get the stick on the defuse, but Brock has him covered. Fast start for G2, and NRG looked like they took a while to adapt, but when they did, Scuba emerges with 3.
Yeah, great recovery and a little bounce back for Scuba after the whiffs on the last round. Quick little redemption from him. This was a good fight out from G2. No one on NRG were able to break the haunt that was thrown up top. Mata is in the struggle zone on this A side right now.
That is sick. Or at least his third kill wasn't spam. Kind of insane that G2 just gets snarled up as they're trying to cross rubble and lose 2.
Yeah, it was cool to hear the way that G2 were trying to dissect the map to work into towards that B side. It all worked out, but NRG able to win those fights on the retake. Leaf is back to the Outlaw over on this A side. Yeah, Mato wants to adjust his line of play here. Feels like he just needs to mix things up a little bit. The standard approach towards that A side has not been giving him the results. So
G2 aren't really committed towards Mound yet though, so they can double back to assist Baby Bay.
Yeah, and so this time on the setup, NRG with that Judge pressed up towards B, they can just keep the wall, Thorns, Rose on the C side. Mata, if he needs to try to escape, he can, and then get behind a Thorns on the B side as well. So this side of the map is pretty adequately covered from NRG.
This might require a little bit more fishing, as Baby Bay put it, to occur on this A side of the map. Prowlers exchange here. There'll be confirmation from NRG that no one is pushed up too deep from G2. That is a tucked corner from Scuba, so Leaf will not be able to see him.
You can see Mata's actually drifted over his position. Posted up now in blue room with the Judge. Feels like they have the right idea here.
G2 have read the econ. They might not want to be running in here like this. So, okay, Overdrive. He's going to claim Trent. He runs headlong into it. He had the spike in hand as well. Awkward. Clear. The G2 are trying to make a cancel and go towards that B side of the map. Good timing for Scuba there. Nice damage as well. Valen dropped low, and that's exactly what Brock needs to finish the job.
It's just like the second you're trying to rotate back to the left side of the map. Oh, and yeah, Odin's waiting for you on the angle every single time. Brock is just usually going to be favoring that C side, and you know it, and eventually you have to face the demons and go deal with him with the Odin. You're trying to pivot back towards that side of the map.
The biggest difference on this map is just a general slowdown from NRG on that A side. They're not exposing themselves to the Outlaw early. They're not looking to get up towards Leaf at all. In fact, they just sat Scuba back in that A side.
Yeah, credit to Mata as well for shifting the position at the right time and getting that great first kill with the overdrive.
Still waiting.
But he is back to that A side, Mata, taking the space. Won't be in the 1v1 Leaf Vortex on this round.
To be fair, more manageable this time around as the aforementioned has only a Stinger. Jaws, feet will be seen crossing. Okay, well he's able to draw the sheer wall out and also draw the fire from Brock, so that's confirmation.
That's a win, gets the orb. And you can see just in terms of the NRG defense, because of Mata's position, they're able to just set up 2 players on either side. There's Vice Util on either side if the hit comes through. But so far, we have not seen G2 trying to execute any kind of timing like this. It has been more patient into these later rounds.
Oh, Mata's... Can he fall off this
on the jump
line?
spot? Yeah, he's just got to run. The door is open, so he is safe and out of there.
Could have been much worse for NRG. They still have 5 standing. Now, though, can they get towards that A side quickly enough? Not upper, but it's going to be Leaf into B.
Yeah, NRG have called that rotation very quickly. Look at the positions on the map. It's fantastic.
Do they think there's a swing over towards that B side, or they're trying to get upper presence? It looks like it's the latter here is looking Joy. He's very deep early, but the Prowler spots him out.
Forced away, so heavy control is there for NRG. They're trying to float out of stairs together. Good first kill from Baby Bay and a second.
Whoa, Brock! Okay, yep, Trent gets in there with the classic Steel Garden.
Look at this timing right now from Valen on the rewrap coming through heaven.
Bear in mind, this is a half-bought round for G2. Multiple Stingers in the mix.
This is such a game of timings right now.
Oh, I think Trent's in trouble. Oh! Okay, Scuba. Recovery was there.
Oh, they know where he's at now because of that paranoia drop from Valentine. He's getting low, though.
I like the smoke being thrown down here. Valentine has something to spam through now. Scuba and Ethan healthy enough. And as far as the defuse is concerned, they're just fine.
With that molly coming, definitely complicates Valen's hopes of trying to win out that clutch, but I like the attempt with like the one-way floating smoke swing out. Cool usage of the util, but not enough in that situation. NRG are getting the right rotations around the map in another round here. You can see that there's a timing that Brock is catching of rotating off of C and always being pivotal in the fight with the Odin over on the opposite side of the map. Like, he's not getting ever stuck in a situation where he's just irrelevant in the round. Even though he is the C anchor, he's able to move off of there. Scuba's kind of picking it up instead of him, and then the Odin is in play.
It feels like G2 are sniffing out the Odin at the C side of the map. And they head elsewhere. They don't want to deal with that, but they always end up running into Brook one way or another. There's plenty of stall util. Marta was lucky to be alive. Remember, he almost gets picked off straight away on that A side. He's able to fall back after that jump peak. And NRG gather up in stairs. Brook gets overextended into. And it's an even game. Timeout coming in here for Josh RT, because we've seen a bit of a switch up for NRG. They're just playing that a little bit safer in the early round. And the rotations have been quick but decisive.
We saw Josh quick to call the timeouts in the game yesterday against Leviatán multiple times, using both of them in the first half, and then just hoping that he'll do enough to keep the team in it and trusting them to be able to close it out on their own without his input later.
Tied up game, and like we mentioned earlier, sometimes it's not even tactical. Sometimes Josh just calls in to remind G2 of who they are. Brock's still going to have the Odin. There might be like another early push out towards this A side of the map. Last time it was Trent's Haunt that set things up, and things still fell apart for G2 after the fact.
So Leap just throwing down that cloud to get the safe cross, and is able to sidestep a lot of the spam from NRG, and they are aware of where the Odin is. Brock's just shifted up towards this A side because they have the pit over on C.
Pretty insane pressure there for Leaf. Good damage on Brook, but Marta waited for Valen to show up, and that's your Odin down. So now you don't have a nice little smoke to cover that stairs direction. You're really relying on this toxic screen.
I'm just going to tuck for a moment. No matter what happens to this guy, he will always keep playing with the confidence. That's a hallmark of him as a player. The amount of times we saw last year, he'd have a struggle first half, then completely bounce back, drop an ace in the second half, and finish with 20 kills.
Yep. And he really has two bad maps back-to-back either. It's just not a thing. So there's the Viper's Pit over at the seaside. That's what's giving G2 pause at the moment. They do have their fade over there, but playing into that obviously is a very dangerous proposition, especially if my eyes don't deceive me. Is that a shield wall in there?
Yeah, there's a lot of util here to help Scuba and G2. Wow, oh my god, he just goes down anyway.
That's insane. Scuba just didn't have a lot to help him there at all. Maybe wasn't expecting the flood from G2.
NRG are so fast to try to get to the site right now. They're already posted up in waterfall. Relay Mata's trying to get forward. Baby Bay not with an opportunity for the kill just yet.
Insane Mata's alive here, but look at things getting slowed down a little bit. Kiko and Ethan, though, are going to fall. Brock still with the Odin on the line. Baby Bay, magnetic crosshairs. Mata falls soon after. That was a little bit squeaky bum, though, for G2, I won't lie.
Yeah, no, Dre is the hero in that round. Coming up with a kill on Scuba, just not even a trade. He just straight up entries him, is crazy. Oh, the haunt. Yeah, just catches him in the pit. They were providing Scuba with the wall as well, had a Thorns to play with. Brutal. What a round from Dre, though.
I mean, Dre was at the time, bro. He had his crosshair on the Razorvine. He was not looking.
That was a
sick from Trent.
Low buy for G2 as well. Now it's Trent with the Odin on the attack side. All out fight here from NRG with the teleport up top, and it's just caught by Leaf.
He's just so confident playing out in this direction on the A side of the map. NRG are being gunned down. Then we got the Viper on this side of the map, but Jaw is in hot pursuit.
You just gotta love the jaw raise, man. It's just so fun on this agent, getting to play it a lot more recently in the state of the meta with where the duelists are heading, especially with the Neon nerfs. Raze is just way more relevant. The map pool considered it as well.
I wonder if this starts encouraging G2 to like lean into the volatility of that early round A pop, because that was phenomenal from them. The crossfires were perfect.
Yeah, I kind of want to see on the I need to see on the replay what happened from their point of view, if that was like a straight spam kill they got onto some of the players, one of the players at least crossing as well, or maybe they saw him before, like just before he went past one of the smokes. It's hard to tell on the Leaf POV exactly, but regardless of that, Kiko just gets killed on the teleport right away. Didn't seem like there was any haunt value that gets broken insta.
So long, Sabine.
Yeah, Leaf just wandering into the crosshairs of Brock. He will be allowed for now to hold on to that hardware. The rest of NRG, though, are going to be scrounging. Coming to round number 11. G2 get up to 6. Beautiful start to the round.
Wow, that's good. I mean, I can't believe the...
Huh?
What? Amada's caught on the cross there. Yeah, one of them was just straight spam with Ethan going down. Amada getting caught on the crosshair is insane. He was stunned up and then just satchels into the chase and kills Scuba. That's crazy. That's a real hot dog difference today compared to yesterday. We're like at +3 hot dogs compared to yesterday already.
Spirits are high for a good reason. That was kind of nasty work from Leaf. Getting the horn and getting rid of Geo. Here come NRG, really looking to try and occupy some space here via Mount. Those smokes have expired and they're still here. This could get a little bit dangerous now. Paranoia as G2 looking to clear this space, but NRG dive into B main.
Oh, little chance for Mata, but that's a tough shot to hit.
He was seen though. Mata detected. Look at G2, they all cancel out of the C side.
They got the info. Yeah, NRG just going for the big C fight with the Vice setup over towards A. Mata is playing as aggro as it can get. He really wants to get a kill with this Guardian on the low buy round, and you definitely cannot blame him, but...
Well, he's definitely gotten some attention.
So yeah, absolutely. Look at this. I mean, he's constantly refighting angles, trying to switch up the positioning. Baby Bay is ready on that little jiggle peek, deletes him from this round.
G2 know that there's no shield wall over on the C side. They checked that spot. So with the player advantage, re-hitting back into that side might seem like the better option.
Left.
It's a weak buy for NRG. Still got to respect these crossfire positions. Here's your showstopper. No connection. Scuba wrecks him. Who's the follow-up? Yes, out of the smoke. Surely there'd be some presence from G2, but they've been stopped in their tracks here. Again.
It's a great Nightfall, but Leaf is just constantly exposing solo players. At the B site, wide open, low time, doesn't matter. G2 are just collecting the kills across the map now with ease. Baby Bay for the last. Cobra. Another 3-piece. That was a risk taken using the Nightfall. Can't really be mad at it in that round. Time was low. Things were getting a bit chaotic. Maybe NRG could take advantage of that, but it's not enough.
Based on what you've seen from G2 in the last few rounds, can you like guess at what Josh might have told them in that timeout?
One enemy remaining.
What he might have, I mean,
yeah.
No. I was thinking about something completely different. And I was about to make a point about how good Leaf has been, and then, so no.
Got him. In fairness, though, you're right. Leaf exposing that B player, opening that up as an option. That was sick. And now he's going to walk up. Okay! Coming out of that one alive is pretty insane. Great use of that op. Obviously now can hand that over. Jaw has one. Baby Bear has one. Okay. Last round of the half, I guess. And they can wait for any kind of contact push, but those have been limited on the C side of the map.
Little Prowler out from NRG, doesn't get any info towards that B side. They can be content now just rotating off and leaving Kiko to watch main. And it's just been so tough for Mata on this half. Really getting exposed over towards that A side.
In general, G2 have been phenomenal at converting these first kills, Wyatt. Still guarded. Nightfall even used here. That one's up back towards Hall, so that one is going to catch on to Brock, and all he can really do is spam to try and stop this. Now, G2 can play a full natty 5-man post plant with a Viper's Pit and a Partridge in the pear tree.
Kiko already getting decayed down. How can they even make it through this pit, man? They don't have the util to do it. Good first kill up top at the very least.
Paranoia coming in though. This is disruptive. Oh, the Horde, that's a problem. Kiko dropped down to 9. It's a little bit dangerous now. It's Baby Bay's thinking about pushing. Ethan though delivers for him. They're so low. Scuba and Kiko seen better days. Some heroics there from Scuba yields him the kill. The Trent is probing now with this Odin. And imagine a stray bullet eventually connects. Kiko falls and G2 will get themselves to 8 rounds on this attack side.
Really, despite how fantastic NRG typically are on defense, it really felt like in this instance, G2 had the recipe in terms of getting rid of the util, being able to find openings cross-map while they were depleting a lot of the Vice util throughout the half. Leaf was really the pivotal factor for me. The amount of lurk kills that he was getting to get sites open late or just finding the openings on Mata early, really the most impactful person in the server on that first half for me.
Can't ask for a better showcase of that VALORANT mid-rounding either. The challenge is issued by G2. NRG have got some catching up to do, but they'll be onto the attack side right after this break.
Hey, we got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Another thing at the block party is the Riot photo booth, where you can come and get your picture taken with a bunch of aesthetic things you can put on and a bunch of these backgrounds that they have for your favorite teams, the ones we still got going, and heading over to Masters London as well as that 2026 Stage 1 Finals. Just all assortment of things you can do out here at the Riot booths at the block party. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump in for a picture right now because they've been nice to allow me to. Let's go.
Now, we are sending both of these squads to Masters London, and you can see the competition live and in person at the Copper Box Arena starting June 6th. Scan the QR code to score your tickets for VCT's next global event. And ideally, America's fans, we're unleashing these two teams on the rest of the world. They are sharpening each other up for that global contest. June 6th to 21st, make sure you check it out. So far here in this series, of course, which decides which of these two teams go to our best of 5 stage final. G2 with a pretty nice little timeout midway through their attack side, kind of figure out another later on NRG and get ahead by 4 rounds.
We'll see if they can just close this out. I don't know how much talk there is about Lotus being the attack side kind of map it once used to be. Doesn't feel as relevant as it once did. G2 on this round at the least. They're going to have Baby Bay just set up with the Vice stuff over towards A.
Toxins going up.
And his job is just going to be to delay and to live, and then G2 try to play for a floater retake. Maybe you can get a kill in the process, that'd be great, but really the Vice job in these situations, just not die.
Sheer wall placed for this flood out of tree. So that's going to buy a pretty healthy amount of time. This might see a rotation back across for NRG, but Baby Bay is caught. As Kiko makes sure he keeps an eye on the prize.
NRG with the time on the clock, they're comfortable just going away elsewhere right now. Feeling like it's extremely likely they've drawn the rotate. When the Vice is playing there, they're going to try to flood back into assist, so let's just go as fast as we can somewhere else. And they have the right read on the situation. This C site is completely free. Now they just have to close things out with the man advantage, trade things out effectively.
Oh, G2 still busy re-clearing, eventually able to push her on that A side, but this is probably exactly how NRG drew it up. They will be having to look in 2 different directions here, because slowly through halls, VALORANT is looking to get set up with that paranoia that he actually uses just to clear the close corner. But he's in a decent spot now at least. Oh, that's nasty stuff by Trent there. Scuba actually fell off the line, wasn't in a position. Timing again just not really favouring NRG. VALORANT's looking to try and make his way in, and Hawk be damned, he's going for it. Scuba though doubles down. And that's enough to shut the door on G2 in this pistol.
That is just some high quality team fighting from NRG, being able to stop G2 with the choke there, but a good prior little understanding of what was happening in the round, making that fast pivot back towards C, and Baby Bay getting exposed. He really just can't be going down in that situation as Device. It's just a little bit too important to play a bit more passive position there, I feel. That's giving NRG the opening.
We call him the wall on defense, but we know his NRG team can pull a rabbit out of a hat on maps like Lotus. Both these teams only one loss over the course of this stage. NRG with 3 big wins, including a 13-4 over FURIA. We are walking straight up into this B side. NRG unlikely to finish here, though. It means that they can take a nasty angle on some of these other sides. And there's a crossfire set up for C main here, but
that's
already.
Freeze kill of all time, and now they just have to deal with Leaf. It's pretty funny from NRG. They just discover the shear wall is not a B. What if we just all silently walk through? And it works. Nice free little round. Maybe see if Ethan can get a couple kills going, try and get close towards the nightfall, but...
And these teams have kept their pistol win rates even now. I think they're like 19 and 18. But importantly, NRG building back into the game. Yet to really see what G2 has for us on defense. It was the defense side yesterday that seemed to be a problem for them, where there were a lot of nerves, a lot of discomfort from that Leviathan team who wanted to play quiet, cut noise midway through the round.
Go, go, go!
G2 just going to go down to the spike, not give any orbs away. NRG will be able to bring everything over into this next round where they have an Odin on the round 2, have a rifle on the round 2. This bonus buy is about to have some potency to it. Doesn't
look
feel
like a bonus.
In fact, it's just not a bonus. They just have basically a straight up buy on some heavy armors.
There's no rule ability on G2's side to punish that. Okay, so it looks like it'll be just NRG looking to work this A side wall, play slow maybe around Mound. I tell you, Valorant's going to have his wits about him here. Early horn off the rip, the usual stuff. Valorant does not want to risk anything on the C side.
We'll see how proactive Scuba opts to get over towards A, kind of in comparison to Leaf. Check in on the impact that both of these Vipers are having on the game. Early on NRG, you're just going to want to put a lot of emphasis on getting some of this Vice util off of the map.
NRG, you imagine, have already checked that C choke for a shear. Didn't find one, still didn't want to fully commit there. Very lightly held A side. Look at this, really no map control being assumed by Leaf on this A side at all. We go NRG, leaving that insert, watching B main.
Just waiting for the wall drop to send out the Prowler, and now they can work up towards this A side. Leaf still just has the Molly play with a little bit of delay. He's going to need some help, though. G2 players are spread pretty thin across the map at the moment.
30 seconds left.
I mean, by contrast, NRG were basically all stairs at this point. So G2 not convinced that this isn't a fake. Trent holding a very tight line.
Time is getting really low, but it's all good because NRG can just take this pivot towards the B side. Though there will be players from G2 trying to contest. This is Jaw trying to get in, but he is paranoid up. Good counter utility from NRG, but they still need to get this spike down.
Yeah, it's getting hectic now. 6 seconds left of the round. Ethan trying to get this stick, but from upper, Valen might try and emerge. It's being covered pretty well, though. Baby trying to break on in. The spike is down, and now G2 have to go to work. In a 2v3, Ethan's going to be playing close here, and Valen's mindful of this. He can't expose him too much to main, and he gets around the corner. It's not a kill that Baby can trade, and it's not a risk he can afford to take.
It's a good read from NRG, the pivot into B at the last moment, and just having all of that utility ready to send out for the G2 potential flood from heaven. Really the only, or rather the most relevant lane for them to cover when they're getting back in towards the B side.
Feels like they had to. I think that shield wall that Baby put down at A would have made it impossible to plant that site.
Yeah, both teams just out of necessity playing a very patient attack side game. Just never able to rush anything against the comps that we're seeing in the server right now. You can't overplay into the Vice.
But these teams were,
you know, they're both masters of the comp and understand how to poke holes into it.
It did take both these rosters a while to pick up the double duelist and actually start trying that in this stage. I mean, correlation or causation, they're also the two teams that went 0 and 2 here in stage 1 before they made insane runs. 1 round separates these two though. NRG have virtually completed the comeback. G2 are down to very little.
And at least on this map, neither of them had to worry about the double duelist because it's really just not as good as comp that, or either of the comps that these teams are running. Pick your duelist. See if G2 can get anything accomplished, even just do some damage to NRG on this round because the economy is really getting out of control with the attack side team.
Seize nade?
Yeah, a little seize nade. Try to deny someone if they're working up towards the orb, but NRG just sidestep all of that util. They're unscathed.
Milling around over at that rubble area eventually though. NRG no. They're going to have to get forward. Extra tree presence here for G2. With these close stingers and Valen's barely able to get away. Hit with the paranoia, but able to fall back onto the side. It'll be tough for him to win any of those key fights here now. Yeah, Trent is blinded and revealed. And NRG say we might wrap around here, maybe catch someone lingering out by stairs. We've seen this work before, dive in towards the B side in fact. Kiko has fallen. Hard to canvas this B side with smokes, especially that upper area, and there's a chance for a double swing from G2 to disrupt. Timing for Baby Bay is pretty good, and he's got the keyed rifle here, and he's putting it to work. He would have needed a bit more, but he's a classic. And it's down to Scuba. All of a sudden, a round you feel is guaranteed for NRG. Rests on one player.
Obviously knows the position on Leaf, who is on the run towards this C side. The noise cut from Scuba might work out, but Trent is prepped on that angle. Easy one tap to close it out. Ethan can't convert that kill, trying to adjust the aim onto Leaf in main, gets 2-tapped by the Classic.
That may as well have been a thrifty wide. I think it was just Baby Bay with the Vandal.
Ridiculous. Baby Bay has been able to get the significant multi-kill rounds in this game for G2. Leaf has had like the high impact individual ones, and Dre's given them the multi-kill kind of round-winning moments.
17 and 10. Absolutely no slouch out here on Lotus. And I do want to just put it out there. We are on Pie Watch. Ethan having a quieter game at 3 and 12 currently. But NRG up until that round looking really solid. And in fact, the way that round played out was reasonable. They probed over towards Tree, tried to pull players maybe towards deep in that A site, then dive to B. All very reasonable. They get caught out, Trent finding 2 sheriff kills, and Baby Bay, of course, making great use of the hero rifle.
Baby Bay is just, I mean, we talked about this so much yesterday in the game against Lev, but he has just been really, really stand out for this G2 team the entire stage. For me, their best player easily. Switching to this Vice, plays the chamber on one map. He really just feels at home. You can just tell how comfortable he is in the role right now.
So listening to NRG, they're trying to hit this C side. They might have to wait though.
Can you use any util? I want to re-walk in and see. Do you have a bully smoke?
Yeah, I have another bully.
Yeah, bully smoke after this.
Can we just hit on them? Can we just hit?
Go.
I'm down. I'm stunning pillar.
Ulting right, ulting right.
Wait, yes, I'm
Ben. Could be Ben. Tethering Ben down him. One right side.
I'm alone.
Adam, I'm flashing. You ready? Flash.
Go. Two from B.
Hold.
Coming with you, Adam.
Ben dead.
Close left.
Boys, go C. Go C.
Get close left.
Close
left. They're gonna flood out water. Guys, counter spam water, please.
I hear you.
Counter spam. Yep. Okay, one was farm B. I got bomb down. How long on Gunsmoke?
NRG, they do a good job circumventing that util. They get into the site. Don't feel heavy impact from Baby Bay's Vice, and the Steel Guard are not relevant because he's down. They don't have a lot of space here, though. They're not able to work forward. NRG love to do that, but right now they can't. The Haunt is great, though, to even things up, or rather trade things out.
They're still going to play into this Odin, though. And look at how low Ethan and Marta both have become. This is getting dangerous there. Ethan for 2. That's huge. Trent, though, has...
Pie Watch done, buddy.
Over.
Pie Watch is over with the 2-piece.
Trent had 2 players in the site. One more out to try and deal with, and he decides to call it on this one. G2 surge up, try and take space on that C side, and lose 2 players in a heartbeat to Ethan.
I always love how NRG are able to play on this C side. even in the rounds where you're not able to get the forward space as the team that they would like to, they're so good at being able to find the kills in the team fight backside in these situations as well.
We got to listen to the comms in that round as well. You saw it was, at one point, looked a little bit dicey for Mata, who, you know, is in the normal position of being caught off by the sheer wall. But the call from behind him is, I'll flash for you, Adam. There's a paranoia there. Kiko has it wired up just to make sure that their isolated Neon isn't going to get brought down. Unfortunately, Babybait's just stuck crouching on an angle and loses out. And then it's on for Young and Old. It's clear to NRG that they can hit that side.
Heading into this next round, trying to factor in the ultimates here as well. You know, Babybait going down, he still has that Steel Garden. It wasn't a factor in the last one. Jogmo's going to have the showstopper to work with here. And nothing on the side of NRG, but they're continuing to succeed in this half, just in the economic game, because they had that. It really, honestly, goes back to even like the round 2, where they just are able to flawless. So then their bonus round becomes a full buy, and they still have money left in the bank after that. To the extent that even when they lose to G2 on an effective eco, 1 hero rifle round, they still have money to just keep buying over and over. They still have reserves in the bank now, even on a pivotal round where they don't have the ultimates on anyone to go up against G2. Like they have got themselves set up to just keep applying pressure, even if they lose rounds right now. Even if it's, okay, it's a round loss, but we get the ults out from G2, they can keep buying in the future.
So it's just the Odin here with G2, like you mentioned, being in a rough economic position. Trent obviously hoping for some free damage here. I've seen this spot many times before. Trent here sees the door toggled.
Bring them down.
I've seen NRG go for this before. Some tree presence, draw some util, and then dive on that B side of the map. But look at, you see Jorgamo's playing a little bit further forward. Brook actually is taken down by that spam. Deep there over towards Rubble, he's fallen. Showstopper for Jaw, he might see an opportunity to press a little bit harder, and Scuba's also fallen. This might just be a little bit too slow for NRG. They're pressuring the side of the map where the Odin is now. They're down to 3. Jaw somehow alive amidst all of this pressure.
Yeah, just getting stunned up doesn't matter. Mata finally gets one back, just straight spam. Okay, and Jaw goes down as well. Sure.
Now this round's looking and feeling a little bit different.
Yeah, NRG just hoping to pause and see if they could find some kills. They do. Just Valen caught right behind that smoke, unfortunately. 30 seconds left on the clock, and all the space at A is just acquiesced by NRG. If they work towards this B side, they have to deal with Thorns. They have to be concerned as well that that could be the case towards C.
They just don't know at this point. This is a straight-up gamble by NRG.
And with time getting so low, this Molly is going to be a factor. The Steel Garden from Babybait is going to be a factor. There are 8 seconds, and they have to plant this spike.
Mata going to be hit by the Molly. Able to get clear of it, though, as he goes for the plant. And, well, Leaf just goes straight for the plant spot. Look at this chase. Okay.
Doesn't matter. They couldn't get the spike down. It was just enough delay from Leaf.
Well, that was the Molly. Mata had to slide past the normal plant spot onto the side itself.
Yeah, and then he was trying to tuck like for the plant from Mouse.
Did he get off the plant because Leaf pushed him? I'm not sure if he got off of it. Well, that's a thrifty, by the way. Another one. Starts with these spam kill here for Trent. Jaw finds one off a showstopper. And then there's 2 bizarre spam kills through this toxic string.
This was such a good ult from Jaw. Able to survive in the corners. That was at 10 seconds. That goes down.
He got off it. Yeah.
Oh, that's devastating.
I kind of get it. I mean, it takes a lot of trust to expect your teammate just to pick the frag up for you. All right, Valen wants to fight here. And the paint shell back in that corner definitely gave Mata a bit of a tickle. He is extremely low. He crossed, but he's down to 14.
He's down off the one-way. Mata weak, Brock weak. It's proactivity from G2 in the mound fight. Pivotal right now in the early round. Oh, and Kiko sticks that teleport. Caught by Trent, trying to get some space in the A site for the team, who now have nothing to work with. Getting stalled out by Vice, Util. And oh my god, Dre is there for the kill as well.
Joy can pick this up now, low as he is.
Feels like textbook Lotus in this round from G2, and Josh should just be the nail in the coffin on this wrap timing. It is perfect.
We've mentioned how NRG was still able to buy into some of these tough situations, but eventually that's going to dwindle and it might run out at the worst possible moment.
Yeah, G2 there just taking that C mound fight early, putting the numbers there, and forces NRG away. They lose a lot of HP. They try to quickly go over towards the A side, and they're into the Odin. They're dealing with the Vice Util. That's just exactly how you want these rounds to play out as the defensive team here on Lotus.
Armada's got no choice but to think toward the next. We've not really seen the fast play out of the A side here from NRG, or rather, at least, we've not seen the teams clash in that part of the map. And NRG did try and throw in a mound fight variation on their defense side, but G2 just were playing so carefully on their attack side, they didn't walk into it. G2, 2 away from taking their map pick of Lotus.
It's just that early fight, kind of utiled up, and Ethan caught behind that one way. Shrek just gets a little bit out of the vision range from the ult.
One enemy
That late push out from Jaw, essentially sealing the deal.
Yep, exactly as G2 would have hoped in that round. Just forcing NRG to run right into the Odin and the Vice Util setup after that early fight. Bonkard taking another time out here late in this game to see if NRG can stay in it, if they can rally back. Still, the economy is strong enough to just keep getting these buys at this point, right?
Yeah, somehow.
Like, they are just never on an eco.
This is assisted by 2 saves being taken by NRG in the last couple of rounds, albeit only 1 gun taken out of round number 19. It's getting dangerous, though. They are going to invest pretty heavily into this, meaning that map point, should G2 find success here, will be all but impossible with NRG's level of weaponry. So you're going to make a call here, and I wonder if it's going to be something accelerated in the early round. They had the fight taken to them at Mound as Valen just punished them with a one-way. It's pretty fundamental stuff. Do G2 opt to lean on their firepower to get them back into the driver's seat of this game?
Looks like NRG are going to be set up to try to get out of this A side early. Maybe a little teleport across the rubble. Deep haunt. And there shouldn't really be too much contention from G2. Maybe a little bit of spam, but that'll be all. It's just relatively fake with some of those audio cues, like the teleport, but in reality, they're just leaving Mata there on the A side. They do their best to make it seem like there could be a few players here, though, from NRG working up.
Yeah, so ultimately, this early round comes with a pretty strong default flavor. Scuba holds the line towards B main. Then the most active part of NRG is those that are trying to clear their way into Mound. Mata going to be spotted out here, also Haunted. Trying to cross, it's a dangerous game.
Yeah, gets out of there. Didn't have a fast lane to get the cross, but the wall comes up, and that's enough for him to get to safety. G2 do a great job at re-clearing rubble just a little bit later into the round. But NRG want to, after having Mata on the retreat, get back into the space.
NRG didn't show themselves at C, which also means they didn't clear the sheer wall or the Vice Util. So later on, that could be a problem. Kiko downed. That's a backbreaker for NRG.
That's just the Jogmo intuition with the spam. 30 seconds left on the clock. They have to get into this site against Trent with the Odin. He's on the run, trying to get out of the sealed garden range. Nightfall to delay.
The Baby Door leaves, able to find one. That should be enough here. Baby ready to receive, trying to get ahead of those relay bolts. Brought down by Ethan, great flash.
He's forced out in the open because of that bolt. That's nice, but Mata, he's hungry for more, wants to get the advantage, and he goes down. Now it's all on Ethan.
And he's done. It's going to be multi-swung into to get G2 up to 12. And a disastrous situation economically for NRG as they're trying to hold on in this game with very little to work with. And this would be G2's 11th straight map win against NRG if they win here. It has been a hot minute since they've dropped one over to these guys.
One enemy with spike planted.
Great job closing it out on that round. This G2 team are just so good on Lotus and bouncing back immediately after the loss yesterday. It feels like it just didn't even really happen.
It feels like they're really they're keeping their energy contained a little bit, G2. No one's standing up. Even Dre is just like, he's keeping it.
It is a BO5.
Yeah.
You can't get too crazy.
I like that concerted effort, though, at sort of pacing themselves.
Look at that. Kiko teleports a little bit forward so he doesn't get hit by that Season 8.
Nightfall going to be stepped away from here by Jorgamo. Kiko's actually found VALORANT amidst this Martyrs low on a slide forward there. Satchel thrown in, Train now to spam him down. You've got to watch out for the Odin from inside tree. Oh, buddy, it's ugly. Ethan knocked down to 9. They've got to now try and overwhelm that tree position, and for now, Trent's going to be a little bit solid, but Baby Bay always picks up one in the mid-round. Kiko handled, Jordy doesn't quite meet the mark. As Rourke and Ethan are alive, the Ward Alive is doing some heavy lifting.
One enemy remaining.
Eds was down to 1. Ethan, quiet map for him. Struggled to really get going in that first half, finally commanding some attention here, but NRG generally a little lackluster here on Lotus, and Ethan, the last to fall. G2 lock it up. Some timely timeouts, get them back to winning ways. And they're keeping it calm, cool, collected. They know this could be a slog.
Feels kind of poetic that it was Leaf and Baby Bay to close that out. They were definitely the two most pivotal players on the map for me, period. And with Baby Bay having several really important multi-kill rounds that were straight up winning G2 the rounds, and then you think about Leaf, especially on that attack side, the first bloods that he was getting, and aside from the first bloods, also then just taking timings to work up, get space on the map, and then cut off like a crucial rotator to open back up some other part of the map that VALORANT could call the team to go back into. He was so good on attack, and a main reason why they were able to get that big 8-4 lead and kind of create a bit of a cushion as well when NRG start bouncing back a little bit, but yeah, ultimately that's not enough. G2 are incredible on their map pick.
We're going to step away now, but up next, Golden Boy and Analyst Desk are going to put Lotus under the microscope and set our sights at the rest of this best of 5.
Spike planted.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And there you have it, folks. G2 Esports managed to pick up their map pick on Lotus in dominating fashion. And look at this absolutely nail-biting moment, Sideshow. It basically could have been the game, I would imagine.
I mean, I think these rounds, these kind of rounds, these thrifties, 2 of them in the second half did make the difference. NRG looked like they might have been good for a comeback, and then, I mean, look at the reaction from Bunkar. It tells you everything you need to know.
The wind instantly gets ripped right out of their sails, but it all comes down to G2 cruising through that first half. That meant they only needed those couple thrifties to come away with it.
Yeah, that's right. We decided, though, we wanted to kick things off and, do our segment out here in the crowd with you beautiful people today. Ain't that the truth? All right, so it's easy. You just gotta work the crowd, baby. That's all it is. You guys are amazing. Keep giving it to us, of course. But let's talk about the matchup at hand and what we saw. Neck and neck battle, nail biter through and through, until you started to see G2 with that critical round really begin to peel away, and then they picked up that dub.
Well, I mean, they put together a great performance in the first half, honestly. But I mean, you're getting performances like this coming out from Baby Bay, 20 and 13. The old man has got it. Yeah, it's nasty stuff. In the middle of all of these brawly situations, he just seems to get 2 very frequently.
Yeah, and it's great news as well because, in the regular stage as well, he was stepping up to the plate. But I think it's worth calling out how effective G2 were early in this half at getting the first pick, especially on Mata, over towards the A side. There were 2 rounds in a row where Leaf steps up and takes him down. But it wasn't just the individual picks either. G2's set pieces in the early rounds were also catching him off guard.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult to play when you're behind like this, and we saw during a lot of the series that we've had recently, if you're able to get that first kill and then you can slow the pace down in your attack side, it's a nightmare for the defenders to be able to play around. And Mada just ended up giving his life away a bit too early in quite a lot of those situations over on the A side of the map that made, I mean, they got up to an 8-4 half. You should be able to close those out, even against NRG.
Yeah, but then flip it over to the C side, though, and we had some things we wanted to break down with that as well, right? Because, you were definitely getting this vibe, right? That time and time again, there were these opportunities that were being presented here, Sideshow, but instead it was G2 finding the success each and every time. NRG couldn't do anything.
Yeah, there were 3 rounds, I think, here that really showcased G2 being able to exec heavily into this C side, which should be a nightmare. I mean, this one's ridiculous.
Yeah, that one was crazy.
Scuba's just having a mare. But this site should be where NRG have got it locked down. They've got the Viper and the Vice here. They've got the Odin here as well. This should have been a fortress. And G2 instead were able to pop through. And I think, really, NRG didn't know exactly where they were headed. There was a lot of both teams actually on the defense side being unwilling to take the risk of prodding around the map.
Yeah, because you're looking for info.
Yeah, because you're afraid of getting punished because the attacking team is so good at doing that.
Yeah. I think what ended up happening with G2 getting the first blood in 9 out of their 12 rounds on the attack side, it means that NRG now, who are usually not going to take as many risks, they're now gambling what site to stack. They're playing without information. That opened up a lot of gaps, even rounds where G2 just waltzed into the B site uncontested because NRG had to make the choices to give up space on the map.
Yeah, well, now let's look forward, though. We're getting ready for map 2. So where we're going, what should we be expecting here, Sideshow? Because NRG, they're going to be really frustrated with how that one panned out, especially because it was a matter of seconds that could have been the difference for NRG, maybe even taking that map.
Yeah, well, this is NRG's pick, and I think the player to watch is Kiko. I think he's, especially on their attack sides, going to be a big force for them getting into sites. You get him on the duelist, what can he actually do?
Yeah, what about for you? Where are you looking at there for NRG? Is it Kiko as well for you?
I think it's Kiko, but I've also been very impressed with Mata behind him. I think one of the things that Mata is just the best at is as a second entry into the site. I think that's what he excelled at back last year with the Waylay when he's dashing back out after the fight and then coming back in as a second guy into the site. I think when he plays the Harbor, he always has good spacing with Kiko and always has the trades.
Yeah, of course, a lot of pressure here for NRG, but they certainly do thrive in those moments. For more, though, on Breeze and what we should be expecting, we got Mimi over in the studio all by her lonesome. Of course, she likes it that way, and she's going to break it down. What you got for us, Mimi?
Yeah, thank you. I'm all alone with the LEDs and the stuffed animals here to talk more about NRG's Breeze because, well, they struggled with some of the defensive anchoring on Lotus. They've been excellent at locking down sites on Breeze, and I want to focus on Scuba and particularly how he's anchoring that B site. Playing this double smokes comp, NRG loves playing heavy for mid control early with Mata and Kiko and looking to flood retake onto their And this is where Scuba really thrives to me. You notice in a lot of these rounds, he's putting deeper orbs, he's varying how he's throwing that wall, and he's absolutely excellent at finding the weak point in his opponent's execute and getting enough picks to not just put his team at his advantage, but also to stay alive in these key moments and buy time for Kiko and Mata coming in on the rotations. If you're G2 playing up against this guy, I think the two keys going into NRG's defensive side is having solutions to mid control to stop the fast flood and figuring out how to adapt your utility to actually be able to flush out the hard anchors from NRG. It was nearly a comeback on map 1 of Lotus of this series, and now NRG, with their 11th map loss in a row to G2, have an opportunity to bounce back on one of their strong suits of Breeze. That's coming up alongside Uber and Wyatt next.
Breeze on the docket up next here in this best of 5 lower final between NRG and G2. There were times, there were moments on Lotus where it looked like NRG could stabilize, could take the game away, but frankly, they just didn't fire when it mattered. G2 looked confident and honestly looked like they bounced back a fair bit when yesterday, confidence was one of the last things I would have used to describe them.
Baby Bay was playing great, Leaf was playing great, and also they were winning thrifties. They were winning chaotic, scrappy rounds, and that gave them the edge late in that game. When we're considering Breeze, though, this has been go-to for a lot of teams in Americas. I think G2 really set the standard in terms of everyone playing harder here for sure. So much so that you have the Marble on the side of NRG. You have Mata picking it up and Kiko playing the Jet. And Kiko has simply been an all-star on the duel list, specifically when he's playing this Jet 2. He's just phenomenal. This guy has been putting up the best numbers of any player in the playoffs, period. And it's no surprise, because when you see him on Breeze, he is giving them minimum 20 kills every single game. Plus, Ethan, rough start on map 1, right? At one point, I think he was maybe 1 for 10, 1 for 11. You had him on Pie Watch, which he narrowly avoided. But now we're on Breeze where he gets to play KO. That is the agent that I most associate with him in my mind.
Yeah.
He historically has been one of the best KOs. I think if not, maybe just like the best KO in the game, all time. This is his bread and butter agent. So I think NRG have a nice little kind of comfort zone pocket to step into on this map, outside of the hilarity of Mata playing Harbor, but he's been good on it. That I think can get them in a nice position here. And by the way, look at the pistol round win easy for me to say, win rates. When we get into this again, it's still even, man.
Yep, 2018.
Get even.
They traded in the last game. Getting to see our #1 player for ACS, ADR, and KPR in playoffs, Kiko, back on a duelist. Should be a treat. Valorant simply rattling the cage on that A side. Already, Spike pretty deep over towards this B side now, and Cuba might not have a way to get himself back into the side. He is going to be caught out and forced to fall back around wall.
Spike planted.
He's in some serious danger right now in Operation Stay Alive and wait for your teammates to get there in time. But this little nebula popping up will give him a moment of safety. Unless Baby Bay decides to push into this. Oh, the timing's weird.
This re-explore towards the elbow as well could be big. Baby Bay's going to be caught out, flashed out, completely full flash. Scuba, what a place! He's found a little bit of a niche here and a chance at least to get a kill in this round.
Yeah, 1 for 1, gets the info on another player. That's solid, but time is getting low, and eventually NRG need to defuse this spike.
Man, it really has been a game of timing so far. Jaw finds one just to walk up around that mid-pillar, but time is short.
Just now, they're getting a tap, and they're up against an Astro. There's a grav well they have to deal with.
Oh, and no chance to make use of it, though, for Leaf there, but still.
Doesn't matter. Does not matter. G2 can just play to the clock. That's one of the benefits of having the Astra on this map, for instance, just getting a late grav well like that. And very disruptive in the post plant too with that double rewrap through tunnel. I like that a lot. I think that's a very important piece of playing attack against these big like harbor retake comps right now on Breeze. Over on that B side, you need players ready to be rewrapping or playing forward, doing things that are way more proactive. Because when we see the teams just getting cut off on the site on the retakes, that's when they're crumbling, you know, in the post plants after they've gotten that spike down.
Yes, Scuba was looking for a new rat spot immediately. I respect it. And then we heard that same laugh from Leaf when he scared Marta off the plant. Already quite a nuisance in those post plants, and time is short. Change of tact here for G2. They certainly don't want to be walking into uncovered corners this round, so they're waiting for a push-up. That frankly is, well, it's just not going to come.
Yeah, NRG have a setup that would be great for dealing with a player that might come through elbow, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case unless...
G2 certainly considered it. Might just be early and all into B. Trent Aldrone checks that close corner. Nova Pulse as well on the left just to make sure no one sat there. There's going to be a walk up here, but the firing squad has left his position. It doesn't matter. The aim punch was brutal for Baby Bay.
Yeah, you're not trying to give a fight like that, even when he has a classic to Kiko on Breeze on the jet. Look at this fast refight off the pop flash. Crazy from Trent. But I like this proactivity we're seeing from NRG on the Classics round.
Hey, what?
My God!
That is across mid. That is...
All right, buddy. That was a silly little wall with the pocket for Scuba to play in. He gets red.
Train here, though, is able to play that edge of the cove comfortably. And yeah, this round got a little bit silly. A little bit wild at times. And now Armada has given away his position.
We'll see if he can do any damage at all, but pretty sick from Kiko. Already just a little tease of how good he has been on this map. Evidently, with any gun, any position, doesn't really matter. His jet is just outrageous.
Well, had his hands off the hardware for a moment there. I think that tells you everything you need to know about his intentions in these last seconds.
Also just worth saying in general that it feels like this NRG win streak that they're on of 6 matches in a row, things turn around when Kiko is playing more of the duelist, when he's picking up the Phoenix on a lot of the maps, and they've had success here on Breeze as well, winning the majority of their games. I think 3-1 on this map with him playing Jet. Just the versatility that this guy has, being able to play the controller and the duelist for them both at a high level, but the duelist has really taken NRG over the top.
Insta-dink.
Out of charges.
Yeah, Trent just flashed out. Ethan gets the refight.
It's crazy. He just gets the random tap headshot kill, but we're seeing moments in a round like this that I think can give you some hope, though, in NRG as to how they're going to be playing on this map. You're liking that proactivity. You're liking the forward-thinking approach, always going for something, looking for advantages.
Nova Pulse denied the close-up angle on those boxes. You see that coved out. This is looking eerily like A main on this map.
So there's a pop flash thrown down mid for Kiko to get out there. Doesn't spot anyone, and that's going to cause NRG, though, to be able to drift over towards this B side. Scuba is fully committed to anchoring, and he needs help. This is such a tough position to play in as a player on this B site.
Jules made noise here. He knows it too. Relay Bolt aren't going to quite connect, but he sees Ethan a little bit deeper on the line. Doesn't expect the closer play, though. Scuba stayed undetected that entire time and is rewarded with the frag. The Guardian just doesn't cooperate for Valen there. And so it's up to Trent and Leaf. The latter here at least with a Vandal. Trent not in the ideal spot to make use of his weaponry. Leaf needs to pop up and be the whack-a-mole that nobody can handle.
Yeah, Trent doesn't even have any util to try to supplement a jump up from Leaf. Dismantled by NRG, who play that retake great. It's so dangerous whenever on Breeze right now. You're watching an anchored player dug into the site, whether that be on this B side, if someone's like all the way in the furthest left corner of the map, if you're on A, the furthest right corner of the map, those guys are going to need help bad. And if the timing window is off, they're going to get run down right now in this Breeze meta that we're in. So NRG just being able to work into mid, not see anyone, and then get to that B side quickly. You saw the high tide come up from Mata. It cut off Trent in main, and then they're fighting right into the site to help Scuba. That was great.
Brought Recon as well straight away, picking out two. That doesn't hurt. Here's the more... Okay, that's quite a deep cove.
It's just a cool little way for NRG to get that presence in towards A main with a dash up draft, get on the box.
Or at least signal that they're doing that, right?
And see if you can't catch someone just kind of awkwardly trying to make their way through that smoke that would have been covering up the stairway. Again, it's this proactivity. Look at this from NRG. Start of round, in A main, dash up draft, showing presence, and now G2 have to re-clear
everything.
Right? It looks like they might just do it straight up contacting. But then NRG go right back to mid, post Kiko up there. They're always doing something on the map.
Trent contacts that box so he can get a deeper drone and try and check back of sight. It's going to be open. The high tide means that G2 have got a pocket within which to play.
Mata has all of his util ready for this retake. They can just wait out the high tide from G2 and go for the full set execute retake here.
He's so low to this spam. Down to 12 already, and he's spotted by Ethan just around the corner. That is a horrific round for the duelist.
No one from G2 is even going for a rewrap. They're all stuck behind this high tide right now. Down a man.
Spammed. They're all getting spammed out right now. VALORANT can't do a darn thing. Suppressed. Baby just has wayward aim. It's just messy. God, that all went down in the screaming heap. It's on Leaf with a Guardian. He doesn't do much either.
I mean, you could just see what was inevitably going to happen, how the dominoes would fall, just looking at the mini-map like 15 seconds prior to that, because everyone from G2 just hurtled back towards main side. All of the util remaining in place for NRG. Mata used nothing until the retake itself. Leaf wasn't able to go for a rewrap in mid. He thought about it. There was a bit of hesitation. Kiko was on that line anyway. The G2 with just no space to work with and Jaw going down early. Man, playing Neon on this map is tough. You have a lot on your shoulders, especially on attack. You are always in these really far forward positions and often just left in a situation where it's like, try your best. We hope you can do something because we can't really help.
You don't have a chance to correct your position. You're all in, just like he was there.
Yeah, that's going to be caught. A good first little kill at the sacrifice of a lot of HP, but he'll take it this time. It could be sick onto Mata.
Needs the timing. No sound though. Detected. Mata backs up inside that smoke, and Joe, I mean, he's 10. He still went for it. That's crazy.
Respect though. Now on the retake, look at this initiator util. Double flash for Ethan. Brock has the recon to use. The tools for NRG in spades, but this time Leaf is committing to this rewrap. He didn't on the last round.
But this fragment forces G2 out towards the front of the site. This gives a pocket for Ethan to play into now. Look at him. How to be up on the site. Can Baby and VALORANT double swing this? It's a hard ask. VALORANT gets some purchase with a stinger. But honestly, G2 had a good start to that round. Trade 2 for 1. But once again, it falls over in the post plant.
These NRG retakes are just so dense in utility every single time they activate it. With playing multiple initiators and you have the harbor, there's just so much. That time they didn't even have the harbor, like, didn't even matter.
What? What? How are you alive?
Listen, he died to the stinger, we get it.
And it's only a matter of time until you see Kiko pick up the op on defense. More of the same. A lot of moments where Ethan is going to be throwing a pop flash to get him on the line. Something along those lines, or maybe, you know, a little drone from Brock, etc. But it's speed from Jaw. Oh my god, that's a devious shot.
At extreme range, man. Hunter's Fury time now. That was a bolt that did connect.
Does he know?
I don't think so. Can he correct his aim in time? No, that's pretty quick for Scuba.
Scuba knows he's in trouble. Wants to escape. Pinged up by the drone. He needs some help.
His own snakebite prevented him from actually
Look
pushing
at
onto
Jaw.
the server.
He is in the walls.
Now he has that top map control, but Ethan also kind of reciprocating. The map's essentially flipped now as G2 have to work out from mid, but A is open.
Everybody going for the timings, everyone going for the flanks, but it's resulted in, once again, G2 planting on A and NRG retake time. We have gone back to normalcy.
Still though, Ethan comes into this with 2 flashes to work with. Can just fight, refight back. Maybe we just go as a full trio and isolate these individuals, because what is Jaw planning? He might not have the timing on this.
And Brock not going to have a recon in time to use for this. Jaw is going for the round-winning play, which is the unexpected flank.
Can VALORANT buy enough time for this? Suppressed out, NRG slowly circling like vultures, but Ethan spotted out there. Oh, you're kidding me, VALORANT might not need help. This has bought enough time though for Jaw to get there. Stunning round from G2. And a tidy little 2v3.
Sick recovery. Listen, a few rounds ago, I'm talking about how hard it can be to play Neon on this map. There's a lot on your shoulders. You're being thrust in some pretty tough positions consistently. And right now, Jaw is just lighting up NRG. The first kill was stunning. Stunning from him. And then exploits the hole in the map that he created and just pushes all the way into the spawn. It's crazy.
All right, Gambit pays off there for G2. Seeing Captain Valen stand on his own 2 feet and deliver a warning to NRG. Obviously, getting Kiko posted up mid somewhere impactful is going to be important. G2 are playing away from the purview of the operator.
You're waiting to see on both mid and A main as well if there's going to be some audio cues of NRG doing something proactive, some kind of pop flash, etc. to get space, but
this is a little bit of a dangerous cross if there isn't that standard smoke.
Yeah, every cross has to be covered if you're G2. And because they're G2, those crosses will be covered. Those are the aspects of the game that they are never playing around with. You can trust them to be reliable and consistent.
It's a bit of a fake to sell here now with the out drone committed over towards B and Jaw tucked on the other side of main.
That fast lane as well, further selling it.
The Cosmic Divide?
Just has Kiko with the AWP. Can he get onto an angle in time, though, to find an opener? It's possible. He's trying to work his way back in towards...
30 seconds.
Oh, stunning stuff. Doesn't have to test any of this Vice util. Jaw here ready to pick up that mid position, though. Slide, relay, bolt. Marta's able to catch him out. Hunter's Fury, though, now comes in for Trent, but he doesn't really know where he's firing at.
That stun's still connected. Scuba with a delayed trade onto Leaf. So the advantage still lies for NRG. Found that first kill courtesy of the AWP in Kiko's hands. That's going to go away. He can pop that ult. Where someone could be main, could be Cubby.
Baby has to hear this. He knows Kiko is hunting. He needs to try and double up with Trent here, but this is dangerous 2v2. The AWP is something you've got to respect. Kiko now out in the open, still has the Blade Storm to work with, but Trent is unbothered. That's 4 for G2.
Trent is just an absolute clutch monster. I was even reading in an interview he did recently after one of their last matches about how he takes the time to just go back and watch other players in clutch situations, watch those late round moments to pick up on their tendencies, so when he's going up against them, he knows what to expect, knows how to win 1v1s against any opponent he's playing against. It's just that level of meticulousness that has G2 always in the upper echelon of teams, and Trent just never a slouch. Consistently one of the best initiators globally for his entire career tenure.
Statistically, this is one of his best maps as well. Really, really strong on breeze outings in general over the course of this stage. Got to be a timeout here for NRG, because safe to say the wind's kind of been knocked out of their sails. There's a bit of a half-buy brewing. Also a reckoning here for Marta. Pretty important in some of these retake scenarios. Spots in which NRG have generally looked pretty good.
The NRG retake, yeah, the NRG retakes have been super solid, but I like that G2 have been trying to do as much as they can to disrupt them. Like we saw that with the Jaw rewrap in that 2 versus 3 with Valen, and also obviously credit to Valen there for holding it down on the site, but they are always sending flanks. They are always trying to press areas of the map to just disrupt NRG's kind of like set strat approach to those moments. And that's what you need to do in a map that is just retakes. Retakes, retakes, retakes.
Is Baby trying to take an early op line in mid here? Looks like that is the plan.
A rare, it feels like a rare Baby op, but it's not rare that he immediately gets kills with it, especially on the attack side. His attack side opping is really, really good. Like, you think about all the times he's playing Chamber on Bind, for instance.
Haven.
Just dominant.
We are going to get a Baby Bay Chamber map in this series if it goes the distance. That's map number 4. Bind obviously out of the rotation, but Haven very much still in. Oh, sees just a glimpse of Marta. This is NRG kind of running it down a little bit here, trying to get some of that mid presence now. Kiko finds himself in a very awkward spot.
He used the pit on this round, by the way, over towards A main. So that is just out of the game for NRG, who are fully relying on Kiko to come up with a magic play in this moment to somehow get in this round. But
I thought he might be waiting for a pop flash from Ethan, but he just goes.
Yeah, just wants to catch the timing. Intuition moment, but it doesn't work out.
And this should be pretty smooth sailing from here on out for G2. Ethan running away from the fight. Okay, sliding on through. Scooby getting a little...
Why is that guy there? why is Leaf on Orange on A?
I have no sympathy. It's the lurk, it's the consummate lurking player for G2, and you have no map control, so he could be anywhere. He could be in the walls. Oh, just as the one-way clove pops down, dirty.
Oh, and the little recon break. Yeah, that's...
Yes. What a tight little protocol to basically guarantee that kill. All right. I see you, Baby Bay, going from 0 to 3 frags now.
And you can imagine that G2 will be slowing down the pace of the game. We saw the explosive opening round strats revolving around Jaw, taking very fast duels. And now, a bit later into this half, they're mixing it up, relying on Dre with this operator. Going to give him time to work the map.
This is new from Kiko, though. The first time that he's actually not playing top or sort of mid-win double door, excuse me. Wants to hit contact into A main. Now, the slower style for G2 should prevail against this.
And drone to ensure that no one on NRG could be on just that angle as G2 execute into the side. Kiko pinged up as well, so he's got to get on the run. There's no way that NRG can try to actually hold this. They know that. It's time to play for the full retake, and they have Modest Reckoning to do it with.
Brook was trying to stay inside that high tide, Wyatt, but I think he saw the Reckoning come through and realized he couldn't find himself a Gremlin kill there. Kiko trying to peer in with the op. That's draw just in the open, frankly.
Now, what do you do if you're G2? If you try to play in front of the high tide, you're going to get hit by a Reckoning.
Still Garden as well. That's going to complicate things further, I'm sure. Leak trying to go in there with that Vandal, but Mata and Scuba get classic kills and keep NRG ahead. Eventually, they're going to have access to their primaries once more, and Trenton's going to have his wits about it. Here's the press. Find a timing. This swing is okay, but leaves it on Baby Bay now with the op. 3 kills in the previous round. Not sure how that didn't hit, frankly. Kiko's able to run him out of town.
Just a little bit wide. I like that counter ultimate that Dre did throw out. The Steel Garden was nice. That was really one of the only win cons available for G2 in that situation. A situation that is just a nightmare to deal with. I mean, that's pretty unlucky for Jaw, but yeah, when you're in that post plant and you're G2, what are your options? Like, you play behind the high tide to avoid the Reckoning? Well, then you're giving up all the space and you're about to get fried and stuck in the choke. If you play in front of it, you get hit by the Reckoning. Like, they really played to the only option they had, which is try to steal Garden, try to fight around it if we can. So, you know, good effort, good idea, but no matter what, they're just at a low percentage win situation. Right now, it's back to the pace. No more opping for Dre. It is all about Jaw on these entries and the pressure on Brock with the Odin at double doors, trying to hold things down for the team. He is fully on his lonesome. Look at the mini-map. He's getting pinched.
Yeah, and Scuba's looking for a timing now to get in the mid.
That is ridiculous. It cannot be happening. It's illegal. That can't happen. He should be getting pinched from both sides.
I mean, he should at least
still
be...
gets 3.
You think he'd be getting hit at least by one of those players. They all swing one after another. Hunter's Fury here. Trent, that's a nice one to pick up. Ethan also tagged up by it. We are in a post plant. This is still winnable territory somehow.
Yeah, now it is. Look at the ground Kiko has to cover with that op. Maybe because he's so silent, he might catch Leap. Well, not very silent anymore. He's dashed in, has some info. But to what avail, man?
Now, NRG, look how split they are.
Yeah, just not able to work together at all. And even if Ethan gets this kill, the time's too low. He can't even run over there. There's too much distance to cover, and Leaf is just playing it to win, which is also annoying from Ethan's point of view.
He'd prefer he didn't do that.
He'd prefer if he took a little duel there, but no, he's just going to wrap around the box and stay alive.
Okay, so it all sort of falls... Okay, this 0 point here, they get suppressed as they jump out. Oh, man.
Yeah, oh man, I didn't even catch that the first time, but yeah, that's sick. I mean, that even turns off the ability for Baby Bay to send that flash out potentially with the Arc Rose, any other util to come through.
Dirty setup. That's frustrating. You're not rewarded for your setup at the start of the round.
It's a devastating round to lose. The 4-on-2.
I mean, Leaf had the most abominable off angle on that A side. Kiko was not ready. Okay, so Odin with an assortment of nuts and bolts here for NRG. They got a couple of sheriffs. Baby once more is hunting. He has that up to hand.
Toxins going up.
Smoke just got thrown down on the A side by Valen. Recalled. Has some heads turn in that mid direction. Scuba though sees enough. They're going to fall off the line. Hope to stall this out, but the snakebite's too slow to stop Jaw from getting into the site. He is deep in that site. And he's going to fight for it too. Marta taken down, but Brock gets 2 kills off his Hunter's Fury.
Now that's a sick ult. Look at the players that died for NRG.
So far
the ones
apart.
who didn't have the great guns either, so it doesn't really matter in that regard, right? They've still got the Odin. They have a rifle in the hands of Ethan, and this is very winnable for them. As the recon is sent way down mid for the re-clear.
Filthy noise cut this one. Even Scuba's considering getting off B or at least having a less committed position.
Yeah, look at NRG across the map. They are spread thin. Ethan is not going to be able to get to this B side in time if there's an attempt to pull from the 2 NRG players, and there is. Oh, they both go down. It's traded out. It has to be a clutch from Ethan.
And we saw the same pattern from Scuba actually on that pistol round when he was smoked out.
Yep, that's a noise cut brain destroyer moment.
That's an NRG special, man. Valen will look to wait. Oh my goodness! What a moment from Ethan. From extreme frustration in the previous round to exaltation here in round 11.
Wins the 1v1 IGL head-to-head clutch. Crucial to keep NRG in this game after Brock hits a nasty ult in the midst of that execute. NRG not really with the weaponry on site to make any more of it. The trades for G2 are good. They completely scrambled NRG's position with that noise cut. But Ethan gets the isolated moments on both players.
That is a desk slammer, 100%. Last round of the half, and both these teams have played each other close here on Breeze. The weaponry is awkward for G2 this time around, though.
Pacey into elbow. Jaw just with the stinger and an overdrive at some point into this round. Could be some pressure on Ethan.
Be a slide swing opportunity here now. Valen couldn't find the timing there. It's going to be an ult command.
Yeah, and that's the execute done if there was supposed to be one from G2. But G2 with...
There was! Look at this high tide up!
They've got a meager buy. High tide is now going to be irrelevant later into this round. Valen gets the refresh on his smoke. That is one of the bonuses of playing Harbor. You get that cove back constantly. So it's not like they're without smokes to try to get back into a site later, but you don't have the critical piece.
And once again, NRG are free to just spread the map here. Can't believe that is a legit Nebula that is thrown over towards double door. But with how far down mid the Marba is, I don't think he's selling anything.
So Ethan is just kind of jiggling, taking this contact. Scuba in a position to fight more aggressively. Swings off that pop flash, but it doesn't connect. He goes down.
Okay, raw contact's going to be the way to get into B, apparently. And what remains of this controller util? Down here, stunning close as Ethan gets out onto the side. There won't be a whole lot to see here.
They just don't even want to give them a chance to try to plant this spike. They're here to fight with the better weapons.
Ethan has a 0 point coming back in a couple of seconds, but he's out of flashes.
15 seconds left to get this plant down for G2.
Time is ticking. This could be dangerous. NRG know they're in the right place here to disrupt. It's going to be Brock with the Odin. Leaf has to go massive here, and frankly, he's just overwhelmed. Spike plant is down, and Baby Bay has to chase some frags to end the half out. NRG keep it even Stevens after 12 rounds.
Hard fought to get the last couple rounds back, and it came from a really crucial clutch that Ethan got in that 1 versus 2. Makes up at least a little bit for NRG faltering in that 4 versus 2 round. A critical moment in this half that gave G2 the lead.
It's getting scrappy out here, bro. It's getting scrappy out here, bro.
I mean, he's one to talk. These retakes have been scrappy from NRG. Running at G2 in those post plants. For now, though, we're going to step aside. We're going to head over to Riv down on the stage with Evil Genius's Bow.
I'm joined by an Evil Genius. It is Bao hanging out on stage here for the lower bracket finals. Before we jump into this matchup, I got to ask, seeing EG go out, what do you think the biggest lesson was there for them in the for you in the first stage?
I think the biggest lesson for us was just being on the same page as a team, whether that be in or out of the server, and just making sure that we all know what we want and how we're going to execute it.
All right, we hope you can see that from the team next year, next stage rather. Looking at this match, series thoughts, how are you feeling? I kind of felt you saying G2 over there a little bit, or you kind of going back and forth?
I'm hoping for a G2 3-0 right now. G2's been looking like the better team, but at the end of the day, tomorrow, Lev's gonna win anyways, so.
Oh my God, I was gonna go to the next one, but yeah, what's it take to kind of buckle down in a match like this when you know you're behind, when you know you got to take the win?
I mean, closing it out. I mean, G2 over there, Jogamo, he's looking like a real warrior over there. Can't wait to see what happens though. I mean, I'm just hoping for a good match, honestly. But yeah.
All right. What was your initial thoughts for Lev taking it? Why do you give him so much strength there?
Lev has my child Sato on there, and that's all I need. I love Sato. I love all those guys on Lev, Neon, Blows, Spike, King. I mean, they got what it takes to win.
All right, I like it. Well, now we got Evil Geniuses on stage as Digizine's going to join us here. They're going to be throwing out some swag for you. It's summertime, so it's the EG Summer Line. Take it. And while they're doing this, I want to hear from you. Anybody who wants to see G2 get some rounds in, let's hear for G2. All right, NRG fans, you can do better than that, right? NRG fans, let's hear you. Oh my God, let's see what happens, gentlemen. Take it away.
Thanks, Riv. It's getting rowdy out in the crowd and scrappy in the game. To quote Scuba, as we've seen a couple of these post-plant, these retakes come down to like 1v2s. It's a huge clutch that Ethan is able to win out in round number 11. And frankly, G2 just mill around a whole bunch in round 12 and eventually get brought down by a NRG who are waiting for them at the site. So, NRG get a chance now to set the pace, set the tone into our second half of our second map.
We are back to the pistol round win rate percentage narrative. Will it remain even? Now, one of the tales of that first half for me as well is just the fact that NRG was so dominant in the first kills, but it wasn't always the conversions. 4v5s were good from G2. Scuba right now watching the flank. That's another first blood, the 10th for NRG in this game, and they need to close out this pistol.
He doesn't see the other G2 players walk that wall though, so I'm not sure if NRG are expecting more presence from main. Scuba has the prescience though to turn and look! Oh God, if he'd found all of them, that would have been nuts. Ethan next to step up here. Valen, Trent, Baby Bay, all healthy enough, but Valen may as well be in Nantucket. Different postcode. And now might be facing down two players here. Awkwardly, nothing really G2 can do to help him out. Brock though brought down. Ethan a little bit worse for wear, but it's Kiko. Cool and calm.
Nice cleanup from him. Valen, in that situation, you just know you're fried. You have to close all that distance. There's a bunch of different angles, multiple players swinging you from arches. Scuba with a great opener. But something I want to highlight in terms of the more macro gameplay that I'm looking for from NRG further in this half as well is that they flipped the site. They took so much forward space there. They weren't playing in positions that could easily get cut off by one single high tide. They weren't going to get all divvied up. They were forward, they were aggro, and they had a lot of map control in that post plant.
Similar opening here, G2 with a bit more of a default assortment across the map and no mid-presence. Want to play close in corners. Baby Bay going to be flashed out, though surely this gets checked at some point. It's going to be Kiko that accosts him with the stinger. And Leaf is just trying to get ahead of this, but he is suppressed and he's lit.
No, he's having a nightmare time. He got hit by the knife and then he gets hit by the recon later as well. Totally fried. See if maybe Ethan can kill hunt a little bit, getting close to the null command.
Would bode well for these fast hits. NRG look like so far they're happy to do. Decisive. Move up onto the B side. And now for G2, not really playing for much more than perishing to the spike or maybe an exit. Trent attempting to play a impish little angle. Now G2 just have to set their sides forward. Remember, their defense sides against Leviatán, that was the issue for them. Really uncomfortable. Today, though, they look like a different team for the most part. But this is Breeze, this is NRG's map pick. And they're looking to assert themselves in the second half now.
Yeah, it was a quality defense half that they displayed on Lotus that also involved winning some thrifties to get ahead. 2 really important rounds won out, right? So if you're NRG, you have to clean that up to be able to close out your map pick here.
And we didn't see really any of these from G2. G2 did not go for any A splits basically at all on their attack side. They didn't have to contend with like the Cove one way. They didn't drone into A main and sort of walk up. I think it might have been 2 rounds where it happened. And in one of them, Trent actually contacted the box and droned deeper into the site.
So what is the move here from NRG getting into this A side when you're dealing with all of this Vice util? And it's Vice util that you don't really know about until you're actually midway through the exec. They're completely stalled out.
They're walking into it, and now Marta getting lit, but he's behind the boxes. Baby knows it! Full flash! Ethan just presents himself on a silver platter. And Scuba is ready for Baby to swing wide and finds it. Recon bolt. Kiko is revealed. It still ruins Trent anyway. Scrappy is a great way to describe this.
Look at this secondary deep high tide thrown out from Mata. It's just allowing NRG to get so much space on the map.
This is all but impossible for Leaf. Yeah, he's going to be surrounded.
That's a great execute. Just using that Viper wall close and then having the second one later after they had gotten all of that util out from Baby Bay. It delayed. They lost 1 player, but they traded out. And now with that second high tide, fighting forward behind it, stuffing these G2 players in at the chokes, making it a nightmare to get out of them. They can't.
We see that a lot from MIBR as well. It gives you like a second area to try and scale into, maybe with some of that util. It's harder for G2 to get to the core of the issue, to get to the site itself. Got to be a very quick timeout here, admittedly, from Josh RT. To be fair, didn't really feel like he had to intervene too much on that attack side. But again, on defense is where he likes to spend them, especially if he's trying to interpret what NRG's overarching game plan appears to be and offer some suggestions on how G2 can begin to unravel it.
It is really cool to see, honestly, over the stage how much better these teams have gotten with the Harbor on Breeze, because, man, early on, it just felt so repetitive every round, right? But the game around it has really began to develop, I think, both in terms of how we're seeing these teams play the post plants when they're on attack to try to stop the easy Harbor retakes, but on defense as well. I was a little worried about our Americas Breeze earlier on in this stage.
It was looking haggard.
I'm less concerned.
To be fair, at least we don't have the Harbor on Lotus anymore, so there's that. We have evolved. So, proof in the pudding about the effectiveness of that Josh RT timeout. We'll need to wait until the next round, likely, before we get that tip off into the smoke. Gotta respect the Owl drone, though. Yeah, NRG dotting their I's, crossing their T's, making sure they do not have the wall pulled over their eyes. So G2 now have to scatter across the map and try and, I don't know, get some extracted value on the way out.
Yeah, would love to just get Ethan towards that null command. The ult, especially in the context of these comps, is insane. Like, you could use it for an exec. Maybe you're able to turn off all of the Vice util if, for some reason, the Vice is playing on the same side as the util on the round where there's null command, or but just having it for a late round when you know they're going to go for the big Harbor retake and you can just shut down all that. Yeah, it feels like the round's just done.
It feels kind of nice here. Get into a post plan and you get a sound cue and then you rip it. It'd be devastating. Not too shabby from VALORANT here. NRG kind of losing out in the gunfights here. The round, though, is safe.
Oh, and there's that ult. Null command right on time for the
gun
points
round
and the narrative that we were spinning up. Thank you, Ethan. Appreciate that.
And what we were sort of suggesting is that the timing of that ultimate is going to be really important. It's probably going to tell us a lot about the plan for NRG.
By the way, this is now Kiko at the casual 5 first kills and 0 first deaths on the Jet.
Yeah, hasn't had to be too flashy in this game. Also, hasn't sort of been left in any clutch scenarios. Just been really effective getting those first kills. So we might see again this nice double-layered wall setup on A.
This is what I was just saying. You have Baby Bay now going over towards that A side, and he has the util over on the B side because of a null command, just like this. And it looks like G2, they want to anchor this. They're playing up really close, right tucked behind the attacker Viper wall.
Well, NRG is arbitrarily forcing this. They are going to go for it. Here's that confidence that looks so clean on these executes. Then Baby Bay eventually ends up getting suppressed. That's how deep Ethan was able to get onto that A side.
So the call for G2 there is to just try to fight in front of the Harbor wall, but behind that Viper wall, and try to catch NRG as they're getting into the site. They commit to anchoring it with 3 players. but it doesn't work out. They are just still collapsed on by NRG. It's so tough to be able to manage all of the lanes from the attackers getting in onto this site. The potential for the timings jumping through. It's a 2-on-3. Everyone from NRG in main. Time is just so low on the clock right now. I mean, Molly as well, bro. This is just chalked. Yep. There's just no way. There is just no way.
Maybe hoping to extract himself from the site with his weapon in tow. But that's all the G2 are going to really get from this round. That's brutal. NRG, no info, full execute on A behind the null command, and it works like a charm.
Yeah, they really don't have to shift much at all in comparison to the previous rounds. It's still just that first layer with the Viper, having her wall up, dividing the site in half into that deep wall. Yeah, this trying to anchor close. Valorant's trying to get into anchor with him as well, but the timings around these pyramids, the timings around this smoke, it's just so tough to anchor this site.
And now the timeout.
It just feels like you're always getting caught by something. It feels like your paranoia is on max, that someone is just going to be pushing through at any given time. There could be an Ethan pop flash coming. Is he wrapping pyramid this way or the other way, or is he going through the middle? It's like there's just so much that can be going on. Anchoring there it just sucks, man. It's so hard. It is so difficult as a player.
And I imagine now, like, a lot of the conversation for G2 is actually where they're supposed to be holding when they anchor these sites. Are they going to get forward? Are they going to fight and try and be disruptive into NRG, or are they going to play full retake? Pretty scary prospect, I think. It's kind of hard to do that against NRG's composition, but also if they play forward, they're getting flashed to smithereens by Ethan. He just pops them out of the smoke every time.
Yeah, maybe an opportunity as well to try to go for a larger kind of push-through effort into mid through one of the extremities, and then try to wrap more players on the retake, have more of a flanking presence and less of a presence trying to get through the like front-facing wall and smoke density that's just covering up all of those chokes. Still, they've got the AWP. That's the difference. That's in the hands of Jaw. He's posted up over towards the A main side.
The ticket tells the story. It's been 7 consecutive rounds won here by NRG. Okay, so we get the standard Viper wall over on A, but no follow through behind that. No high tide, no walk out of A main, no flash, nothing. So now G2.
Yeah, just standard kind of run-of-the-mill, just Harbor Opper is posted up over towards on B, just as we all expect.
This might become an A split with like less presence towards main than double door. Aldrin doesn't see anything. That double door spot is given up pretty happily by Jaw, who is hoping to be at the contact point with his op. But the flash is going to force him right off and force him into a bit of a retake protocol here. Look at this early, preemptive high tide here. And that was a reckoning that came out from NRG. They're going for it, but can they play around? High tide, Ethan's just... He's just shredding them. Walked up onto the side. Not a care in the world. And this is where G2 was supposed to have had a plan.
Scuba even catches the timing up in mid, goes down to Leaf, but up to what avail? He's going to try to go for this, surely. But time is going to be extremely low. Ethan comes up with a huge play, but it's also kind of off the back, like G2 just feeling like they need to fight in that choke. Jaw is covering a tough angle with the AWP, trying to watch main when the smoke is down in front of it. Now Leaf, he doesn't even want to risk going for it at this point. Just save the rifle. You hate to play for OT sometimes, but it's a necessity.
I mean, this is just disastrous. G2 have found 0 defense side rounds here on Breeze. And they try something a little bit different. They intuit the timing of NRG's A push pretty well with that high tide. I could see what they were thinking, but so they just get ruined by raw gun skill as Ethan walks up on them.
And they just don't have the right weapon for Jaw to be holding close there. The AWP just doesn't get value in the round, and yeah, look at where he's at. He has to try to cover in a situation where a player from NRG could be coming through any section of that wall, right?
And he also had to vulnerable himself by walking the Viper wall there.
Yeah, it's just a really tough spot.
Well, no more timeouts left, no more second chances either for G2. They need to nail it in this round and then force for the rest of regulation.
Half does not get more decisive than this. NRG are just proving that they are the real deal on Breeze.
And this is why people are feeling G2 right now are fallible. It's been this discomfort on defense sides. It's been so evident over the last couple of days. Novapulse catches Scuba, but he is ahead of it and back around the corner.
Just going to commit that Cloud even to try to get the wall pop, but that's why Jaw is so close with this Judge.
Does Jaw have the right weapon for his position this time? We've seen him be pretty successful here. Kiko is going to clear close. Bam!
That is insane. 6-0 first kills to first deaths for Kiko now.
Just so clean. Like I said, it hasn't had to be a high flyer, hasn't had to be flashy, but he has given NRG their inroads in almost every one of these rounds. Brook here looking to pave the way with the Hunter's Fury, but there is a pullback for NRG. They've now taken this space, they're cutting noise and spraying into the smoke. Now they know they can actually go for it. Leave. Oh, what a transfer! 25! And he's enough! Trent brings him down. What an ignoble end for someone who might have just saved the map for G2. At least evens up the numbers now, but this side is all NRG's.
Scuba just wants to get the timing on that fight. Trent has only got the Marshall, and now he's the only one left.
And Brock knows where VALORANT is based on where the wall's coming from. He knows he's isolated there. So Trent's going to walk up with the Marshall. And yeah, pinged out by the L drone. Could have been a pretty legendary round here for G2, but a couple of things just aren't drawn up in favor of them.
Spike is planted for tunnel, Scuba pops the pit, and then just wraps around, so he's got the angle to close things out as a guarantee. Decisive map 2 victory for NRG, a cut above on Breeze. Flawless on that attack side. The executes, picture perfect every single time, the way they are just dividing up that site. Taking the first section, fighting together, Viper Wall drops, then they're fighting together further backside around the high tide. G2 could not find an answer. The timeout comes from Josh RT. The call was to have G2 try to fight more aggressively as anchors in this site really dig their heels in. Didn't work. There was just no solution for NRG's prowess on Breeze. They are simply too good here. And yeah, didn't rack up an insane amount of kills, wasn't topping the board by a crazy margin, but Kiko ends with 6 first kills, 0 first deaths. That is still so crucial.
Got ourselves a series now, folks. No doubt about it. We're going to head over to our desk with Golden Boy and Co to break down Breeze right after this.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
G2. I mean, it would be kind of nice to beat them this time. I don't think I've beaten them once. I think I've lost them 4 times now, maybe like individually. 3 or 4 times. Bangkok and then home ground and then stage 1. Maybe in kickoff. So, I mean, it'd be nice to beat them finally. I think it would be a very hard game. They're very good.
Joking. He is out of his mind, Ethan!
I'm here with Bankar for the between map interview, and I gotta ask you, it's been since 11 maps since you guys were able to take one off G2. What keeps them so tough to being able to beat?
I mean, today, nothing, honestly. I think Lotus was really, really bad from our end. Breeze was a little bit better, but in general, they're just a super tough opponent. They know how we play. They have really good momentum against us. They never hesitate, and they have really good anti against us as well.
Do you feel like in those situations the team was beating themselves more than G2 beats you in the past?
Nah, not necessarily in the past, to be honest. But I think today on Lotus we definitely beat ourselves. But in the past, like, they've had our numbers several times because they were just a better team on that day, honestly. And that's how it is sometimes when you play a fantastic team.
Bankar, thank you for the insight. All the best in the series.
Always respect to Coach Bankar there. The series tied 1-1 as Breeze goes the way of NRG. And I mean, might as well start with where that comeback started to happen, or well, I shouldn't say really comeback because we're going into the half and it was a rather neck and neck game, but then NRG maybe just seemed to run away with it round after round and it felt like nothing G2 could do could stop them.
Yeah, it was really impressive that second half, the way that they took over, shut down those G2 retakes, but it was NRG's own retakes that I thought were so impressive in that first half. In my mind, I think they have the best approach to defense on this map out of anyone in Americas. And I think the mistake a lot of teams do is over-indexing on trying to play heavy onto sites and constantly flood retake. I think what NRG does well is knowing when to wait out their opponent's utility. Let them go for the backside A fight. Let them dump their harbor wall, which isn't going to refresh. And only then go for these retakes, which are tough because you don't have much time. Your micro has to be perfect. But their execution in those late round retakes is so good. And that's what got them into this game early on.
Yeah, another thing you're going to see pretty commonly when they are playing just on the other side of harbor walls before they initiate the retake is the amount of damage they get down with chip from Sova utility or spam through that wall. They get tons of value consistently.
I mean, just look at that track. I mean, the absolute domination there from NRG toward the tail end.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, you hear it from Bankar, and he's really happy with how the team played. I suspect when we hear from Josh RT, he will not be happy with how G2 played, because as much as Mimi's talking about how good those retakes look from NRG, I absolutely agree with it. On the other side of things, though, G2 were actually trying to flood defend a little bit more. So remember what Ender's talking about. NRG stepped back fully, they spammed the smokes, and then they set up as 5 to go in all at the same time. For G2, they did not manage that. They were going in piecemeal on the A site, flooding, like trickling in, getting caught out quite a lot. And that's just not going to help. And NRG ran away with the game at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it did feel like one of the core things that G2 were struggling with, and it's quite uncharacteristic of them, if we're being honest, is that coordination, that they seem to thrive in those moments. But this time around, to Josh's point, yeah, a little bit more piecemeal, a little bit more out there.
But the thing is, it actually was a close game in the first half because they came up with so many of these clutch rounds on their attacking side with their down numbers, where that's 2v4, and you have Trent just ripping the ultimate, and somehow that's working, or even later as well. G2 were sort of putting a lot in those critical moments, and it went their way.
Okay, but I would say that actually might be a bad thing too. Because if G2 are being able to put up, what was it, 13-6 in the end, but a lot of it is coming from, you know, like you said, a big 2v4 round, and then Trent clutching in certain situations, Valen in others. Their overarching game plan has failed at that point.
Yes.
If you're relying on the clutches to win.
And some of the rounds that the clutches were the difference were rounds where I think their early team play was really off. I'm thinking of the round where they're like sprinting 3 through the smoke connector just into an Odin. Everyone dies. They somehow salvaged that round anyway. But this is a G2 that I think had a worse approach to this map overall than NRG. And if anything, this scoreline should have been more dominant than 13-6.
Well, let's go ahead and pivot though to map 3. We're getting Pearl here. What should we be expecting? What should the viewers at home be looking forward to here, Sideshow? Because look, for NRG, huge opportunity for them, right? They managed to, after 11 maps against G2, finally pick up a big win. So you got to be walking into this one with a ton of confidence.
Yeah, I'm expecting actually. I don't know what to expect. Let me start there. NRG have previously played double initiator comps here. They started moving away from it. Used to be their best map, I would argue.
Yeah.
They started moving really heavy away from it to the point where G2 are now picking it in this series. So there might be a composition change. We might be seeing Kiko come out here and playing Phoenix, for example. But there are so many different ways that we've seen NRG play that comp. I think G2 are going to know what's coming if it's the classic double initiator look.
Yeah. And I think if you're looking outside of the comp as well, the story of both games has been very well defined by first kills, straight up. Map 1, it was complete domination from G2. Map 2, it was 15-4 in NRG's favor, a massive turnaround with Kiko stepping onto the duelist spot. So yeah, I'm looking at these early fights.
Well,
Put him on Phoenix.
You guys wanted to hear Josh RT asking, you shall receive. We got Riv standing by with the coach of G2.
Joined by Josh RT ahead of Pearl. Yesterday we spoke, you're quite frank in what was happening with the team. How are you feeling today now that you've kind of had time to reset and come back in? There was just a loss on Breeze.
I mean, it's just another day. Like we did a quick VOD review. Quick, it was like an hour and a half, but we like reviewed our mistakes, and sometimes it's like us being scared of our own shadow. And I mean, honestly, Lev did a great job showing those threats and showing why that Neon Phoenix is such a strong combo. So, you know, going to today, like we thought, like, okay, we need to get ready, get better on our team play. Let's make sure we properly bait out traps and like do our process that we normally do. And so we displayed that really well on Lotus. I think we were able to sniff out a lot of what NRG wanted to do. Even when they paced up, we knew how to like absorb it. We did obviously a pretty poor job on Breeze. Like we generally had a good idea of what they're doing, but like our post plans, we weren't converting. We're not syncing up our fights really well. And they just put us on a back foot. And we didn't realize like we could just fight this out, right? And then defense, it was like very much like the similar issue. Like extremity hits, they're baiting out some of our util, and then they went. We couldn't win our retakes, but you know, it's a long series for a reason, and we'll get them here.
It is. All right, time to get online, coach. Good luck in the series.
Sigh of relief for G2 fans as our upcoming map in this series is the one where they looked best on yesterday in their loss to Leviathan. It's Pearl for our third map of this best of 5, a map we get to see them go back to that double duelist look that while they took a while to adopt this stage, they seem to have refined, perhaps even taking steps towards mastering it, puts Leaf back on the Phoenix alongside Jaws Neon.
I was just curious to see what NRG were going to do with their comp. They're keeping it the same. They're sticking to this double initiator. Josh mentioned on the desk how much this team was leaning into Pearl throughout the regular stage, and yeah, that's a fact. First match against FURIA, they pick Pearl, they lose it. Next match, they pick it against 100 Thieves, they lose it. They pick it against EG, that's their only win on Pearl so far in this stage. And they have stuck to the double initiator while all of the data, the non-mirror win rate for Phoenix shows that you should just be playing this guy as much as possible. And also just in the context of NRG's 6-match win streak that they're on right now, I attribute a lot of that to Kiko playing Phoenix. So I am pretty surprised that they have been willing to stick to this, but it is just the path that they have chosen. This is how they like to approach the game. Obviously, double initiator just worked for them on Breeze 20 seconds ago, so maybe they can make it work here today, but I can't help but feel like this might be a miscalculation just given what we've seen from them in this stage so far.
NRG historically one of the more reluctant teams to adopt the double duelist. They've done it on some maps, right? But in general, they'd like to play this kind of structure. Double initiator is going to be the game plan coming into Pearl. We're going to be starting on the attack side, though. Do you want to hit the fist around narrative, or do you want to just move on with our lives?
Oh, we are still even. That's great. Both at the 52.5, dead even, 21 and 19. Yeah, we got to keep hitting.
Nailed it.
Every single time.
G2 now, can they make a run back on their previous Pearl showing? They won 9 rounds in a row after being down 7-2, and Josh called a timeout. Perhaps G2 fans are hoping that won't be required. It is an open B side, though. Nobody is home.
And G2 fans would have also been hoping that NRG went through mid into the 4-player stack that were ready to fight them, but that is not the case. Looks like G2 want to pivot into a fast little play into this B side, perhaps. No, just Valen kind of prodding, seeing if he couldn't get just one headshot, find an advantage.
Caught, though. Just a little bit too far out there and bogged down by the damage that came in.
NRG so aware that there could be flank pressure coming in. It's 2 players, matter of fact, from G2.
Virtually every angle's covered here. The G2 are going to be walking into a series of layered crossfires. Jaw hoping to try and break that, and some crosshair placement, but it's not to be. No, they are going to get rinsed here.
Yeah, G2 just waiting to get in position there so Trent could throw his haunt. That was really the one piece of util they had to try to get back in against these crossfires, but that is not going to be nearly enough. Down a player, and it's Sacy. And it was Valen.
He dropped the quarter.
That's a vintage play. That's a classic from Ethan, honestly.
You know, coming from games where you're the size
yeah, I was going to say that is
size actually changes when you look down in some other games.
A vintage TAC FPS kind of maneuver.
Not here, but I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Baby Bay has also played some of those other titles where your hitboxes change by looking down. So I believe that was simply an homage to the boy. Right. One round down, it was NRG walking into an open B side. Now, we'll see G2 buying absolutely nothing in particular.
Ethan makes a little bit of noise towards A main, and see ya. He just gets out of there right away and has the info that G2 just went for the haunt re-clear as well.
More than just a flesh wound there for Baby Bay. He is stunned up.
Yeah, he is completely fried. But, hey, going for a little bit more of a proactive play on the eco round. Risky position.
G2 just trying to chase some frags here. All of them basically, with the exception of Valen, heading over to the B side, hoping that that's the hit. But NRG want to try and keep this as clean a sheet as possible in this anti-eco round. So stealth drone will be accosted there towards A main now. And NRG probably a little confused as to what the arrangement of G2 is. They probably expected to have drawn players over towards the B side. They have. But they're not really sure what they're walking into here.
30 seconds left.
Also just want to add in that, by the way, this is just another moment where Kiko gets to add a new agent to the agents played in the last 60 days on VLR. Gets to pick up the Sentinel now, as well as the Duelist, and as well as the controller for this team in the playoff run.
Spike planted.
He is doing it all for this team and has really found his form in this stage.
All right, G2 are going to run it out here. They might not find anything at all. Ends up being a flawless anti-eco for NRG. Again, G2's defense sides have been under some immense scrutiny. Said they were able to spend 90 minutes, said Josh, looking at some of their issues. But it's a different team.
In that matchup yesterday on the defense side, things started getting good for them when they started to play for these flood retake situations, especially towards the A side, and then an aggressive round in mid as well. It was when you could tell there was a shift in the mentality where as soon as an opportunity presented itself, they were just jumping on the chance to fight together. That's how they ran that game back against Leviatán.
But that was a problem for G2 on Breeze against NRG. Their floods specifically were not really meeting the requirements. Marta surges forward here, aware of course of the standard shield wall location, and he's able to draw it out.
VALORANT maneuvering his way into back halls, which definitely indicates that these G2 anchors want to fight together. The rest of the team trying to rotate their down street in time. Mata kept at bay at least for a moment. Molly of his own teammate can't get into back halls, and it gives VALORANT the opening, the opportunity.
Important moment to come forward there. VALORANT down to 19, but he's bought some space now for G2. And look at the re-wrap here from Jaw. Clearly, sound not made. Kiko unaware and can't do a damn thing about it. He keeps his back turned as he's brought down.
Great hold from G2. They make the decision knowing that the hit is coming to get into anchoring positions. And then Molly is thrown down from Kiko to get a player out of that tucked left corner. But it kind of provided a window where VALORANT wasn't getting pressured at a high-octane pace from Mata, from Ethan being able to follow up. They're stalled for a second. You can feel him kind of like readying his aim, getting ready for that swing out, and it allows just a little bit of opportunity for the rest of the team to get there too. So, while that has a purpose, it also had a little bit of downside in that moment. And listen, we're talking about the floods. Look at that from G2. They get right in there to fight with the anchors. That's some lovely, lovely defensive play.
And here's Mata, very, very quick into art. We've seen this quite a few times before down through connector.
Every team throws in one of these a half. Yeah. You get your neon connector insert round.
Kiko's going to be stunned up here. Surely he's going to be checked. You'd think so anyway. Traded out ultimately by Jaw, who finds 2, but is bleeding.
And Mata, in the meantime, went down as well.
I feel like that's how the I feel like that's how the mid-connector neon insert often goes.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. But when it works, magic. When they forget that you exist and you're in the spawn and you're shooting someone in the back like Jaw did, and literally the game yesterday, that happened with him. He got like the free flank kill over towards the B side.
I also like when teams are trying to sneak and cheat players down into that part of the map as well, just, midway through the round. But NRG have this Killjoy util that can spot that kind of stuff out pretty well. Is still at 10 health, of course. Able to go 2 for 1 in that trade in art earlier. Brog knows. Spidey senses a tingling, yep. His opposite number lurks across the map with a Node of his own, but now Brog is solo. Jaw, 10 health!
Oh my god, I can't. How does he live? Now that's the moment that you never take the Jaw over. Brock should be getting that 99 times out of 100. The random Odin spam into the smoke, and it's Brock, and he's 10 HP.
Sorry, bro, he's Neo.
Oh, come on, man.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, just look at the spam come through.
Down
Bro, he had an outline of himself drawn behind him. Okay.
That's big from G2.
Nice moves, bro. Nice moves.
Again, I just like these decisions that they're making to go in for the art refight there.
Yep.
Still, just foot on the gas, dictating the pace of the game on defense.
Actually, there's a fair bit of resting util here in mid-connector. Kiko already down. Nova Pulse is definitely going to be enough to dissuade Mata away. And NRG can't really get in position to get good value out of these weapons. This is a bit brazen from Jaw, but he stopped short of actually committing to Plaza.
Scuba lurk attempt just gets caught on B, and round should be as good as done. You look at the map, no matter where these NRG players are going, they're going to be either caught by some level of util or players ready to meet them. All of the footsteps now heard, so G2 have the info.
We're going to see a double up here with Trent's Odin. And Mata is alone there.
One enemy remaining.
It'll be Baby Bay waiting for this in mid-connector. Arcro's there, of course. Play off that, and it's a run down. Okay, G2 get their flawless round here. After dropping that pistol early, The way they're refighting and being disruptive before these plants has been crucial.
Leg work on this round for G2.
Suppressing fire. Hot dog.
Crucial round. Crucial round coming up, though, as we've been waiting for some of these significant ultimates to get online, and that's the case for NRG. Both of their initiators have theirs, so that's going to be pivotal later into this round.
Pretty aggressive pop here for G2 on the B side. There's a lot of info to be gained here for the defenders.
How far do G2 want to test this? Now, they can just insert Jaw. If you spot someone out, a little bit of danger, that's okay. Fast lane, just jump right on out of there and get away.
And conversely, they're giving him plenty of ground on A because their Vice util is everywhere. They've also got the stall of the Astra setup.
And Ethan just got the info that the shear wall was there, so Mod is able to work his way over and bait it out, not without losing a hell of a lot of HP in the process.
Jaw might need to steel himself here. NRG splitting their forces. Now, they've got to expect that someone could have just lurked up deep here on the B side. Ethan can, with a guided salvo, clear some of these notorious spots.
And you can see with all this mid-pressure into Art, into Street. Oh my God, what? Jaw is caught before he can get out with the fast lane. The G2 are in, I was going to say, they're just in these very passive positions towards spawn. They have to give up a lot of space. And with Jaw going down there, getting caught, this B site fairly open. I mean, it's just Trent that they have to deal with, but oh man, VALORANT is trying to get in. Look at the util on the map, though. That's a Tejo moment for sure.
Never stood a chance. There was no sheer wall to slow NRG down whatsoever, but VALORANT's going to come back in. And now up onto the side, he's found two. No plant yet. And VALORANT a third through the box. That is absurd. 9 times out of 10, this round goes horribly awry for G2. And the captain has saved it.
Now, this is some vintage VALORANT Astra performance right now. Out of all the Astras in the world, he's got to be the one that is going to provide you with the most kills. He puts up numbers on this agent.
1 enemy. 20 seconds left.
He is meticulous.
Charlie, I face one.
Oh my God, let's go!
It's getting another round where the decision is being made from G2 to dig into the site. Trent, he goes and plays forward. He trusts that even facing down the barrel of an execute that's going to have the Tejo ultimate coming at him, tons of util density with the comp that NRG have. He plays forward in the smoke and trusts that his teammates are going to get there and they'll fight together and win it out. They play to that as the win con, and it works for them again. That has just been the story of this game, and that was the story of when they started to make that comeback happen against Lev yesterday. It really feels like the light bulb just went off on this map for them when we saw that game, and it's just carried over right into today.
And we said it at the time, it takes an immense amount of trust for Trent to play that way. So exposed out on the site, but he carved a niche for VALORANT to play into. And now NRG, to be fair, a round where they were in such good shape on. They first get the better of Jaw, who's pushed up deep as a B insert, then they overwhelm Trent, and then it all falls apart.
Checking the situation.
How do they recover out of this timeout? What is the move here from Bonkar? He's spoken a lot about how he feels like in VALORANT there's a bunch of different ways to play the game. There's different perspectives, and multiple different perspectives and approaches to the game can work. It's just about everyone buying in. And this is a choice that they have made this year. Back to kickoff into Santiago, still to now feeling like, hey, double initiator, that is what can work for us. Is that going to be the case here against G2?
Oh, Mata.
Oh,
the Razor Bites really messed him up.
I was afraid Brock was about to hit him with the Hunter's Fury for a second. VALORANT still on the anchoring, finding success.
They're just dying to util. Mata somehow, miraculously, was able to get a kill.
Don't have the weaponry, don't have the HP, and they don't have the space on the site either. It's effortless from G2. Effortless.
So much util. That was such a nice molly there from Leaf as well. Caught out Kiko. And before NRG really saw any of G2's players, they were down to 2.
That is a call out of the timeout to get in there with the ults from NRG on the lower buy.
Not ready yet.
And they just get fully denied.
Yeah, Kiko, nowhere to go there.
Enemy
and this is the beauty also of just playing with the Phoenix in your comp. You can just brawl so well. You're just dishing out the flashes when you're flooding back in. It feels like you are just flowing with the game playing that agent.
Look on Josh's face when he realizes his game plan he drafted up is actually working. A little bit bemused, a lot bit happy. It's an insert towards A main for Marta for now. No push-up, nothing super aggressive from G2 on this defense side. They're not trying to get a foothold in Plaza. They're not trying to play up on B either. Trusting this Astra and Vice util instead.
Drone is down. Good counter for the drone.
Got it. Absolutely got him.
NRG, much like we've seen on Lotus, for instance, you know, Breeze a little bit more straightforward in dealing with the Vice. Most of the time, BabyBay just has everything on one site because of the nature of the map's layout. But this feels more similar to Pearl, where you're dealing with the multiple lanes, and it's forcing NRG to take a patient approach to the game, where they have to figure out where the util pieces are at and try to bait them out.
Fairness, that seems closer to NRG's style anyway. Lockdown being considered here by Kiko.
30 seconds left.
Obviously, no Sova to contend with on G2's side, so this is safer. Marta again has to contend with that early util, but look at him deep here with an off. Okay. Backs up, still guarded now, going to be in play. Valen just blown to smithereens. Brock almost guaranteed for one rounds like this with the Oda, but time is ticking. BabyBay, can he disrupt the spam? He's good! Partner killed, there's gonna have to be a spike partner now, and Ethan has to stick it. The counter spray is good, but Trent might have an answer, and there will be no chance for NRG to get a plant here. What a blowout!
It's this brawly nature of the G2 comp and the willingness to just keep fighting with it that they're finding advantages. It's the same situation playing out over and over. NRG get the space into the site. Hell, they even get this first kill because the recon can't get broken in time to save Valen. But what happens after? G2, they hold back site. They're in there fighting. The spam is ridiculous.
Come on! Brook cleared Secret at the start of the round. Like, I'm scared of that guy. It feels like whenever someone's holding Secret, he knows how to dig them out there, but it's just picked up by Trent. Fast hit here though for NRG, already into Art, and this has caused G2 to split out towards main. This feels like the correct decision.
Yeah, they're fully retaining this A main control, so if NRG did commit to that site, they're going to be caught. They can't do it. They go right back to street, hoping that they've drawn enough attention, drawn some of the rotates, but they're going to be just working their way right into this Vice util setup.
Valen dangerous! Somehow to get off the line. BabyBay with an op as well. Doesn't have to worry about the B main push. But now this lockdown is in an awkward spot. He will simply need to leave the site.
Yeah, both him and Valen out of there.
You want to fight it?
Cosmic Divide also. Gotta be committed by Scuba.
Yep, and this is a situation where NRG have to fight really close. There could be a Cosmic Divide from Valen, and they need to fight in front of it. But because they do, they're susceptible to getting
Nightfall?
Yeah, Nightfall. Just so many players. It's 4 of them caught.
Yeah, perfect scenario here for G2. The Nightfall catch is good. The decay is going to work and pay dividends. As Valen simply burns 3 down in Marta with the wrong weapon for the job. Will have to slowly amble his way down into a situation he knows is, well, as the kids say, cooked.
That is G2 just putting NRG in an unwinnable situation. Which, hey, again, it's like, which do you choose? It's kind of like the Reckoning High Tide conundrum on Breeze. It's like, all right, well, if you play back, there's an Astral Wall, so you need to fight forward. If you fight forward, you're getting hit by a Nightfall. Also, in that situation, they're stingers, they don't have great weapons. They really only have one choice.
Nice kill, bro.
And it's, again, it's like in these close range fights, I'm going to favor the team that also has a Phoenix that's just going to be running in, pop flashing around all the corners, brawling you close.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have the ability to refight into that space with the Phoenix when they're all decayed down, deafened. It feels like it's all too easy for G2.
And then NRG feel pressure, they're trying to fight forward. It's awkward, the wall is still up. Valen is just collecting free kill after free kill.
Now, I'm not superstitious, but this is a reverse of G2's situation yesterday. They are now ahead 7-2, and their opponents are calling it time.
Opponents are calling it time. Wait, hold up.
I'm just saying. NRG, now we saw from G2 they were to pick themselves back up, win those 9 rounds in a row, and make it pretty dominant in the end. From NRG, it's kind of hard to see where their edges are supposed to originate from. Jaw has an op, Trent has been working that Odin like a charm. And NRG, their attempts to get in onto A, frankly, they've just been spammed down trying to plant Spike.
They're spam down trying to plant. They're not able to get into backside because G2 are right there fighting every single time. What is the adaptation out of the timeout? What is the idea here from Bonkar expending these timeouts just to keep the team in the game and then trusting them later when he has to go silent?
Oh, I like it. Look at this extreme plaza control taken. But is there enough for G2 to dissuade this A main push? NRG might accelerate if they see a chance here. That sheer wall is the only thing that could be an issue.
Baby Bay are ready for that full delay. Mata is caught in the corner.
I wonder
Molly,
what he
oh my god, just sidesteps him, but he'll run it back. Freeze kill of all time for Leaf.
He knew exactly where Mata was going to be. It was a process of elimination.
NRG, what would you like to do now? After using a ton of tools to get into that site, take A main, you've lost the player, no map control elsewhere, needs to be a full re-clear. Wow, that's one way to do it. Ethan just collapsed Jaw on that angle. And suddenly the B site is looking a little bit open, but it is Valen who has just been the best anchor in the server. 1-for-1, NRG will take it.
He doesn't opt to really anchor that, though. He just thought he might have had a timing, but in a 1v3, I mean, the best you can hope for is probably a trade. Okay, so in the post plant here, there is an Armageddon at play for NRG. And they're going to play to it. Look at them pull off this side. The late rewrap towards B long could be an issue, but you can already see that it's being looked towards by Brook.
Armageddon used a little bit early, but that is definitely going to delay.
Oh, that special delivery was pretty nice.
Where are you?
Yeah, Baby Bay is just fully isolated. And now it is Trent alone again. That's a ridiculous first kill, but Ethan is right there to clean it up. Around where we're seeing some good Taeho value. It's just NRG deciding to make this extremely quick pivot back street into B. Something that they go for a lot on this map. They do love to go for the really fast, heavy in numbers, like run down street towards B after the A pressure.
And G2 are especially reluctant, even if there's some noise made at the other side, to actually just pivot over there. They do not like to over-rotate.
It's an Ethan round for real, though. The kill onto Jaw was really sick.
Still 4 rounds in and only 2 left in the half. G2 rich enough, of course, that the Odin and Op are still going to be a fixture of their arsenal this round.
Again, using that Taeho utility to try to get Mata right into connector. This time, the difference is Ethan follows it up with the spike, with the Odin. And this drone all the way down street will reveal Baby Bay's position.
So this time, though, there's no timing taken in towards connector. Baby Bay wants to play back after being revealed.
Wall is out of play for the defenders. I like that Jaws made this decision to get all of the space up towards B main, though. An important moment in the round will be the interaction between him and Brock if NRG do decide to go for this full B split, which it definitely seems like they're going to do after the noise cut.
Baby Bay is going to be forced off the line. Oh, that's huge!
Round-winning kill from Jaw. Now NRG have to get into the site and worry about a bunch of different angles.
They've got to pivot. They've got to cancel here. The Razorfine duo from Baby Bay stopped them in their tracks.
Now back through connector. Trent is getting all of the audio cues playing in spawn.
Oh no, not the spam, surely not. Trent's in a bit of danger though. Mata wants to pressure him through the corner of the masonry. He's trying to find an edge. Staying alive, I think, is the most important part. When Trent might be able to walk away, the line's covered. Valen and Leaf. That is beautifully picked up by the captain. And that'll do it. It's all on Mata now. The 1 versus 3 at 20 health. And a blaze wall in his way, which gives him more than just a tickle. This is Cooks.
G2 are able to pivot their defender positions into the perfect spots throughout that entire round. Even at the end, when NRG are trying to get back into the A side, G2 are fighting them from main. They have the space there. Trent knows exactly where they are, playing in spawn, goes to Flowers, and then, yeah, Baby Bay lost that duel to Scuba, but he's able to watch Trent's back. They are just in all of the right spots at the right times.
The last moments there. Trent gets away with all this is pretty wild.
Yeah. Just that double up from Valen and Leaf to get into A main. Just a great little call from the two of them. Just seals up the round, no doubt. Last attempt for NRG, and the buy is not ideal.
Rather pop. Oh, jeez, so much to look at there for Leaf, and Martin's going to bring it down with a Bucky of all things. Baby Bay was pushed up into Art, and now can give that space up behind the Arc Rose after having taken a kill. There's also a re-clear just now with the Prowler.
Still early days in the round, and NRG will slow down for a moment. Drone covers so much ground.
Baby Bay has a slim opportunity here to take his pound of flash, but Scuba at 28 is able to complete that kill. This is going to be G2 forced to rotate into an unmanned site.
Smokes are going down, stunned towards Secret. No one there. Can anyone? Okay, Ethan's good for getting the plant. No one is able to really get in the position for spam. We're seeing if Val could maybe get towards Secret, but he cannot.
We are in full cringe mode. We've got 2 nano swarms up on the site.
This is where the comp from NRG can thrive, and it's a position they've never been allowed to be in. G2 always preempt the fight.
Ethan, imagine that Salvo might just rotate back up soon. Will he have a chance to use it though? Dangerous. Jaw just wants this fight. Ethan and Brock are the ones that still stand, and they both chime in at the right moments.
Finally a chance for NRG to get the spike down and play out a post plant, which is where their comp thrives. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that there's the mollies on the spike, there's grav wells, there's everything. Everybody can just spam, so that is when they're good to close out rounds, and G2 know that. And that is why they were happy to fight them and kill them as fast as possible every single time that NRG tried to get into a site.
Someone doesn't seem too bothered by the result of that round. G2, 8 rounds. 8 rounds to 4. That is exactly where they want to be after a disastrous defense side on Pearl yesterday that they had to recover from. We're going to see them go on the attack side right after this. It's tied in this best of 5 series, 1 apiece.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, folks, let's get this second half underway. And, of course, lock in with the #1 VPN, ExpressVPN. You got that QR code on your screen. Check it out. This time, G2, much smoother sailing through this defense side. They notch up 7 rounds in a row. And it really feels like they've got the read on NRG so far.
Yeah, it really felt like all the learnings that they took from the game against Lev yesterday, when they went down, the style they were playing then, and then when they brought it back, and they were playing faster paced, really proactive with the team fights, all the flooding. They just bring that in today, and it works like a charm. I think especially against NRG's comp, even more so you want to be doing that when you know if you're in a post-plant situation, you're dealing with the Tejo, util, mollies, all kinds of stuff, right? G2 playing this map to perfection so far. Dominant first half. Can they close it out, though?
Well, that post-plant util they had to be worried about in the first half becomes stall util here in the second. So getting ahead of that is also going to be important. Jaw is so early into halls, but Scuba's able to win the fight out and take no damage doing so. Good signs here for the defenders.
The attackers are divided there. It resulted in Jaw being isolated. Look at the speed on this flank from NRG. Yeah, they're going to think wiser of committing to that too hard, though, and it's just going to force G2 in this position where they need to go on a pretty big re-clear.
They have to re-clear everything.
They got to be scared of so many different angles if they go back.
But they still have to do it. They've got 50-odd seconds in this round to work with. They know what they're up against on that B side. They've dealt with the barrage of defensive util. You see, Ethan here is ready for this pivot. He could fall back behind that special delivery. Back to the site, maybe hold it alongside Marta. Yep, he's seen enough.
Yep, sends it out,
30
crosses
seconds
back
left.
to site, and now these two can play together. And it honestly looks like they want to try to hold, even though, yeah, they could play for a retake. Mata is entrenched in a main, and Valen is none the wiser. That is super free kill. With a nice little shot. And now, Ethan, he just needs to live. He's just got to wait for everyone else to show up, and then they go for the retake and trade things out.
Okay. Spike plant down here. Trent's able to clear that dart nice and quick, but he's going to be overwhelmed in a couple moments. Leaf is playing this tight angle with the frenzy. There's a decent amount of damage here being laid down by Trent. Might have created an opportunity now.
Leaf with the kill actually gets an additional flash, and he gets the dink.
Okay, some damage, but Trent, this is tough. He's got the ghost to work with now, and the swing is a little wide. Nice syncopation there from NRG. And they'll notch up another pistol. Crucial one in this Pearl map.
And there is that, be it limited defensive utility because it's a pistol round, but they were still able to stall part of the team off, and Jaw gets isolated on that slide in. Great first kill from Scuba, and from there NRG are able to work just a nice, simple man advantage round. Trade things out, fight together.
Again, imagine they've converted really nicely on their anti-ecos over the course of this series. A couple unfortunate thrifties in that first map, but generally converting off the pistol into that second round has been trivial.
Yeah, that hasn't been an issue yet since that second half of Lotus, where it was a big issue. They lost 2 of them. But they've definitely stabilized, at least in that regard, of the game. And to be fair, those weren't rounds against the 5 classics. Those were still like semi-buy, kind of light buy rounds they were losing to. Well, I mean, I say that, Baby Bay gets an opener.
Nicely done for Brook. Yeah. Every reason to exude confidence from that spot, but the trades have been here.
And Jaw recovers the Guardian. Did I curse this?
Say it ain't so. Oh, Trent tried to cross Mata. That is pretty insane timing. Body shots Trent out of the round. It's Valen. Mata's able to step up yet again. Low as he is, he's got plenty of help now, and the numbers are more than a little on NRG's side. Joy hoping for something, some kind of cue, some reason to spam at that spike plant location. Good speculation. Scuba's picked up. That's going to be another tap, but Jaw has to expose himself now. Oh! The slide is nuts. Mata is low. One shot to Jaw. Both of them, in fact, barely clinging on to life. Mata tries to outfox and finds the connection. And he'll have enough time to stick the defuse.
Insane from Jaw. The slide one tap. Hey man, you can still post the clip. You just got to cut it after that way. Just the clip ends there.
No,
just trust that he got the last one.
Freeze frame, record scratch. It's fine.
Smart move. I'm out of here.
Get a load of this guy.
Sheesh. That's 3.
Credit to Mata though. He gets the 3K with the Marshall to save the round.
We got it, boys. We got it. Hey, we got it.
I think last map in the same situation, they flawless on that round, and then the economy had a nice boost. Yeah, that's not really the case with this save, actually. They just have nobody. So Jaw gets hell of a lot done, even in the round loss.
And now for G2, it's a pretty slow start, and the expectation is that NRG would push up into Plaza. Could be because it's just giving bonus. As a unit, NRG are trending across the map, maybe thinking about that art fight. They've got no info about Plaza until now. So this stealth drone seeing absolutely nothing should inform their movements. And maybe, yeah, make them consider getting some presence established back on B.
G2 have no willingness to play fast into this round. They don't want to walk into any kind of trap, just ensure that they can take things at their own G2 pace.
Like 5 angles.
Send this fake into B with the run it back, and you can see across the minimap that has done the trick. It has drawn the attention of everyone from NRG. Ethan spanned down, caught behind pillar, and NRG will pretty soon learn when the spike gets planted that actually it's over on the A side, and this was all just a fake on B that also resulted in them getting kills because they had better guns. Oh, wow, Brock catches that timing. No one is watching art.
Unreal moment for Brock there to emerge. This is going to buy so much time. Time for the rotates to come in, but one of them is caught already. Scuba down, back inside the defense side spawn. And Brock trying to get out there onto the side. He cannot stop the plant this time, and suffice to say the plant location has changed.
Yeah, was able to slip the net, exploit the one little mistake from G2 in that round to get the 1 kill, but
G2 are really good at asking each other where their gaps are. They do it all the time. Perhaps not in this round.
Yeah, it definitely just felt like everyone was still occupied over on that B side. Someone wouldn't have been that close that soon. Kiko just playing for the exits, able to get his first. Get closer to a lockdown, maybe.
But it's G2 back to winning ways, and hey, taking 3 rifles out of this round, pretty reasonable. Kiko a kill and a Vandal for his trouble. Safe from the blast now, as that lead though for G2 is going to be re-established. And here's the fake for Leaf. But honestly, I don't blame them for thinking it was the genuine article.
Yeah, even on a round like that, you're going up against NRG with a ton of util to throw at you, potentially some cringe weapons on a round like that as well. So G2, they want to ensure that they can win that out. They play that like it's a straight-up gun round, you know, trying to go for an ult fake just to make sure that they lock things up.
3-round buffer established by G2. Winning that gun round, but they obviously have to go to Stingers for VALORANT and Trent here. Mid-connector. It's tentative, less tentative than the previous round, but they certainly are taking their time.
So going to be a full accelerate from G2. The fast lane is expended. Haunt goes over the top towards B and jaws in off the relay bolt.
And also the turret's dealt with now, so no crosshair breaking ability on this defense side setup. And Jaw, Subi doesn't realize it, but he's already into halls. No one saw him cross. That one-way smoke might have obscured Marta's vision.
Both players being forced into back halls is a nightmare for NRG trying to anchor that site. Walls collapse in on them, and they are just hurried into a save. Round is done like that. G2 get into street, standard alarm bot spot there. You know, they go in, they break it, and then, no, they just accelerate. They're not messing around at all. Complete pace change from the last round, right? They go from trying to work the map, selling a fake with the run it back. Very next round, Valen calls the complete pace shift to just barrel through street into the split site, execute.
Yeah, it's kind of insane, right? The difference between the approach to the first gun round and this one. There we have it. Oh, that's brutal. NRG having all their weapons stripped away. And we're getting to a critical point in the game. They can't really buy here.
Yeah, there could be one hero rifle from Ethan. That's about it. It's good play from the duelist. John and Leaf, they're able to just funnel everyone into back halls. They run them down at the same time. Don't know where to look.
So far, this Pearl has looked sublime. G2 on the attack side now. Going to have to contend with the hero rifle of Kiko. Maybe Marta thinks about overdrive here. We've seen NRG invest some ults in some of these half-bought rounds, hoping to tip the scales.
A selfless IGL buys the hero rifle and throws it to Kiko. So
that boy knows how to make it sing. Neither player there punished in the end. Jaw tries to slide in. The stopping power of Brock and a Sheriff should be studied. In fact, it should be well known at this point.
Well, they get out the ult from Mata, they know where he's at, and that is enough reason for G2 to pump the brakes and wait for the overdrive to expire.
This lurk from Baby Bay could really be a thorn in the side. There's really no early detection for NRG for this, and now they're basically re-clearing everything in the middle of the map. Look at how slowly they're moving up into Art as a unit.
Yeah, Baby Bay heard one go towards Art. That was the Neon. He's about to find out that nobody is on site, and in fact, that means there's probably a lot of players in Art, and he gets the first one for free. Might get the second one for free as well. We'll see. The flash is great.
Eventually going to be brought down. There is a backstab here, but Baby Bay never had to feel that because Scuba wasn't there on time. That's what I mentioned about those random walks down connector, right? They happen in some of these rounds. They get mixed in, and this is a tough map. There are so many lanes to cover. Sometimes someone just slips the net. That's a big round win for G2.
Let's clean up. Valen still just stat padding. But that's a nice little one-for-one trade towards A. They lose Jaw. Unfortunate, but they get that kill. Mata pops his ult. They just wait. At the same time, Baby Bay's working the map. They play into that, go back towards A and split the site. Just a lovely attack round from beginning to end. They make all the right decisions there.
Come on, baby.
Yeah, really clean stuff. This map in general has looked it. So NRG, pretty quiet after winning that pistol. And the anti-eco to follow it. Broken out with an Odin to hand at least, and a Hunter's Fury in the back pocket.
So Valen aware now that NRG could be pushing a player up towards A main to have some deeper control in that part of the map when it has to deal with Ethan's drone all the way back there close to spawn.
Look at how minimal the util is for NRG from mid to A on this map. So much of it concentrated towards B. They really want to funnel here. G2's sheer wall placement might indicate that they're happy to work this B side a little slower. Maybe draw this util out. But at some point they've been accelerating here. They're going to go for it. All of a sudden everything gets popped on them. Steel Garden here for G2. They want to get to the side nice and cleanly, but it's going to be tough. Hunter's Fury is threatening the position of Jaw. He's going to move out in the open. Leaf also taken quite low. Jaw with the overdrive, though, is able to deal with Scuba. That's the only foothold NRG had on the B side. Down.
Scuba got hit by that Prowler, and then Jaw cooked him. Baby Bay is right there for the trade, being forced out on account of those missiles, but it doesn't even matter. What can Ethan get accomplished? He's alone, just trying to swing from main.
30 seconds left.
Brock forces to hold a passive line and hope he gets served up something. His patience is rewarded. There's no long B presence right now for G2, though, and well, off screen.
Leaf was just waiting with the flash out, and then he just walked out and killed him. I mean, yeah, that'll definitely get it done. I mean, NRG playing like a kind of theoretically like standard setup. You have your Astra and you have your KJ over towards B. You get all your mollies towards main. The other three kind of play towards A main, then Art, etc. And even though all that util was there, it just doesn't matter. They just get run over by this double duelist brawl-heavy comp. And honestly, I think at this point, you are questioning, should NRG, at this point in Stage 1, still be coming into a Pearl game running this comp, when all of the evidence has shown to the contrary. And they have a Phoenix that is putting up the best Phoenix numbers in the league, both group stage and playoffs, no matter which way you slice it.
It's not bad on KJ either, to be fair. That's going to be Leaf going down early. NRG, the only team they've beaten in this stage on this map, we talked about it, is NRG. 13-9. EG, sorry.
Rather, but
EG,
yeah.
13-9.
They are headed towards being 1-3 on this map, and they first picked it 3 times. They don't pick it here, and I think that's because G2 understand that despite NRG's confidence on this map earlier in the stage, if they made no changes, they are vulnerable, and they have exposed those vulnerabilities by playing a high-tempo defensive game with a lot of flooding, and now on attack. I think we're just seeing some really excellent IGLing from Valen. In terms of pace shifts, hitting the right sites at the right time. Might be around where NRG can shut things down, though.
Yeah, and they attempted an A-split, but their spacing was just a little off.
Yeah, the Odin is there, and also helps when Kiko at the beginning of the round just gets the one-tap kill with the Guardian.
All right.
So they're not out of it just yet for as doomer as the the narration of that round was, but they still need 5 in a row, and if that's what it's going to take, tough roads ahead.
Yeah, exactly, especially with G2's resilience on this map, demonstrated yesterday and in general. Yeah, it happens. The push out of Art came a little earlier. Hard to pull those off when you have no information about the site that you are hitting. G2, though, still on the precipice of going up 2-1 in this series, with Haven and Ascent on the horizon for our next maps.
Slow towards mid R. G2 right now getting up close street, and then they pop that util out. They need to force that Odin off of the angle. They want to make any headway.
They KG, they know that NRG have pushed up again at these mid extremities. Sparta down. Okay, they're actually able to get themselves into Art now. Cosmic Divide slammed immediately. Kiko has to have the stopping power here. 1 by 1, he might be challenged, but the flash would have come through the wall and blinded him anyway. Trent wins it. And now they got that A site under lock.
Run it back on top of everything. Leaf gets that with the kills and with that plant. He's just going to use it right away. If he can get another kill, great. Also, just going to delay a bit. Cause some chaos for NRG.
Does an NRG side Cosmic Divide, though, to try and get them back in, play retake, and deny that A main position. Ethan fighting through the masonry. Thinks about the wall bang here, but VALORANT is going to get involved now. Ethan's got to act quickly. He does down Trent.
Go ahead.
Baby Bay rotating in late. Has the timing, and a backstab is good. And G2 look like night and day. With some of their uncertainty yesterday, especially early on that Pearl map, come up strong. It is a dominant showing.
It feels like they've really just exposed a vulnerability in this NRG map pool. Something needs to shift for them moving forward. But that's moving forward. Today, it's just resulting in G2 going up 2-1 in the series. Now on the cusp of making another stage final if they can steal Haven away from NRG.
That's what these best-of-5s are going to do. They're going to expose some of those weaknesses in pool. Another idea once again for NRG, like you said, got tested. Good signs here for G2. Many people still believing that they'd be able to make that bounce back, and Josh said they put the work in. The VOD review was gainful yesterday, and now they're all smiles for now. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, the desk is going to set the table for Haven.
Go ahead.
Attackers.
It's a true one-on-one, are you joking? He is out of his mind, Ethan!
Back at VCT Americas Block Party for some player versus player with the fans. I got Alex here. Valen or Ye?
Valen.
Valen or Neon?
Valen.
Valen or Asuna?
Valen 100%, bro.
Valen or FNS?
FNS.
FNS or Sadak?
FNS.
FNS or Ethan?
FNS.
FNS or Zekin?
Ooh, Zekin.
Zekin or Cryo?
I think Zekin.
Zekin or Tens?
Tens.
Tens or Sacy?
Tens.
Tens or Mata?
Tens.
Tens or Jogamo?
Tens.
Tens or Aspas?
Aspas.
Aspas finally dethrones 10s from the last, I don't know how many people picking 10s. That's all we got here from the block party, though. There's more action to go on for today. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I appreciate it. We got Killjoy out here. We got ISO. There's way more, but we got games to get to, so let's do that.
All right, well, that was certainly illuminating there. Fans
Yeah, when does
certainly...
10s play?
Yeah, when does 10s play? Does anyone here know, as a matter of fact? Hey, well, we'll figure it out later. In any case, though, folks, welcome back. As we look to break down everything that we just saw in our last map here, let's just jump straight into it, because one of the standouts of that map, first half was looking incredible, but then you were just seeing Valen really put it together for this squad.
Look, if Rivet asked me, I would have said Valen, because he was playing like a beast out there, especially there's so many of these late rounds. The calling from Ethan, there were a lot of rounds in the first half where they waited for the last second to come into a site, and Valen's anchoring was immaculate. Whether he was the sole anchor or he was getting called in to that side, every single time he was coming up with 2 or 3 kills.
Yeah, Valen was incredible here. And I think their approach to defense was excellent on this map. They were very often just full giving up mid control and letting NRG take that space, and instead choosing to very heavily bunker onto these sites around Valen, primarily as that anchor, with normally Jaw being the guy to push you on that other side, going for a lot of these flanks. And I think that's such a good approach. Let NRG use that double initiator util to clear into mid, to waste all their time there, and then just have great approaches to how you're spamming through the smokes, how you're hard anchoring, and just denying them from ever actually getting the plant down, where their comp thrives.
And it's been a staple of this series, I think, as well. Even you think back on Lotus to start it off, there were multiple rounds where NRG lose it out because of good anchoring or last-second heroics to stop the spike from getting planted down. This is something that NRG need to figure out in these late moments, actually cracking the code against G2's anchoring.
Yeah, it truly did feel like what we were seeing from G2 was a team that wasn't afraid to fight as well.
For sure.
You'd heard earlier as well the praise that was being heaped toward Jogamo and what this guy brings to the table. I think that game was a great illustration of why he's such a force, Mimi. The kid really, when he's got the dog, he's ready to go.
Yeah, you can't just sit back on sites unless you have a threat elsewhere that's forcing your opponent to use util. And Jaw was the threat the entire time. This guy looked absolutely excellent. And to me, it's just so insane how consistently you'll watch Jaw in a regular season, in a match it doesn't matter less, show up and be like, okay. And then the second the stakes are high, the second it's a lower final, elimination is on the line, he is always absolutely excellent. And this game, no exception on Pearl.
He completely turned it on, especially going into the second half. The actual execs into the sites out from Jogamo, always coming away with first kills. Just beautiful work from him.
Yeah, no, really well done. I mean, you look at the stats there. You're getting that crazy output from Valen, and then you're also getting that crazy output from Jogamo. Makes sense why the scoreline was what it was.
It certainly does. And I think that we really saw the value of just playing the double duelist and playing to the meta on this map, because the work not only Jaw was doing, but also having Leaf to back him up, the impact from those flashes, from being able to cycle the ults a lot on the attack side, felt really high to me from G2. So NRG, I think, getting a little exposed here with a map weaker in their pool, but luckily, EO5, still more for them to play as we head towards strengths.
That's right. There's strengths Haven. That's coming up next, right? So we got a situation here where NRG, they need this win or else that's it. They're done. Their run is going to be done here at playoffs. G2 would get that opportunity for the run back against Leviathan. That's what's at stake here. But for NRG, this is such a huge chance for them to really restabilize themselves, because remember, they've only been able to win one map in any series that they've played against these guys.
Yeah, and they've never beaten G2 in a best of 5, and they've never been able to win a trophy here on American soil. That's what's at stake here. Even having the shot to do that in tomorrow.
Yeah, big opportunity here, of course, for NRG to try and force that map 5. But of course, for G2 Esports, they get this win here. They lock in their spot. They're punching their ticket to fight for a trophy in the finals. But let's actually set up Haven a little bit more, shall we? We got Sideshow standing by in the back. He's going to break things down and really set the tone for what we should be expecting on Haven.
As Golden Boy has told you, NRG really desperately need this map victory on Haven. And if you think about the big strengths of NRG, who's a player that comes to mind? It's Brok with his Odin. Brok's Odin is an absolute nightmare to get past at the best of times. You think about what he's going to be going up with here. I think what's critical is this new spam line that he's found. on the attack side, he's going to be able to get this line all the way down A-long. So you see here, as NRG are taking A-long control, they've got this spam line that goes all the way down, and here's Brock doing it on the other side on defense. So this spam damage stops you as a defender from jiggle peeking at the same spot that Brock is playing. And then when he's on defense, you're putting damage into A lobby from a different angle. You can still wallbang from the B connector, by the way, through that door frame, but you can now apply even more pressure as NRG, for example, are working up and doing an A lobby crunch. Odin spam coming through, rattling through the door into A lobby. As they're attacking and taking space, Odin spam rattling through towards A long. Brock is a menace. He is an absolute menace. And this tweak that NRG have brought out here, because, you know, he could still be spamming the more common lines like garage, as I said, the B connector, it just adds more areas of the map where G2 have to be really cautious on their attack sides. He's everywhere, he's everything with the Odin in his hand. And Brock is going to be a really critical player for G2 to think about as they move forward. NRG have only had to show this map 2 times so far. They've looked absolutely clinical every single time. But as you can see, NRG need it desperately in order to push us to a map 5. So we'll see whether the rest of the desk and the crowd think that this is a likely outcome. Are we going to map 5?
Oh no, crowd, you think we're going to map 5? All right, but here's a better question. Who wants free stuff?
Somehow louder.
All right, just so you know, there's like metal on this, so be careful. Here you go. Ay, Dios mío, I threw that over there. Okay, aquí, there you go. I'm gonna do a gentle toss. Okay, there we go. The gentler toss. There we go. All right. I think we're getting good ones. I gotta
all the way in the back. All the way. Here we go.
All right.
You don't hit
He
these.
plays baseball. Home run. Let me try again. Noodle arm. Oh, never mind. Okay, I'm so sorry. I used to play football in high school, but my arm went away. He's going all the way downtown.
These things have no steam on them. It's not me. Trust me.
Hold on. And we're just going to let him rub my ball head, and then I'm going to give him the thing.
You're going to what?
That's what he asked earlier. He wanted to rub my ball head. Here you go, Papa. Go for it. Who's ready for some action? Casters, take it away.
You know, get like the...
Now, we just witnessed G2's second win on Pearl in as many days, but the manner in which they achieved it couldn't have been more different to what we saw yesterday. Yesterday against Leviatán, G2 were getting pummeled, hammered, dominated. They were down 2-7. A timely timeout, and then VALORANT getting involved, being that spiritual voice, gets them going, gets them the map win. Now, it's still an ill-fated series. It's one they lose, and so they fall to this lower final. Today, they look dominant on Pearl. Defense, smooth sailing. They were 7-2 up at one point. There was a timeout called. It didn't affect them. They just steamrolled through and ended up having a dominant showing. We're on the Haven now. A very reasonable map for both these teams. We just saw Josh kind of explain how Brock is a player to watch. He's dangerous on this particular map. But this is also where Baby Bay gets to pick up that chamber, gets to do some opping. It's a different look for G2 and one that, frankly, has been great for them this stage. They're 2-0 on the map.
For NRG, we're finally getting a map where we get to see Kiko playing Phoenix. Feels crazy that right now, it took all this time, map 4, to get this, because still, like I was saying, when we were talking about the possibility of it on Pearl, that for me, him picking up that agent and then leaning into it has been one of the most important parts of them going on the 6-match win streak that they're on. To have qualified to the playoffs in the first place after being down 0-2. They win 3 games, and then winning 3 in the lower bracket. Had to make a flawless run to qualify, and they do it. That is that championship pedigree that they have, and that is also a testament to the personnel that they have and their ability to be able to make the role swaps in the middle of the stage and succeed with new ideas, and in that case, kind of leaning more into the meta and what the data has shown, which is that Phoenix is just that good. We'll see in this matchup, Kiko versus Leaf, how it'll play out. But by the numbers right now, Kiko is the best Phoenix in the league, and it's not even close in the playoffs. Like, there's a massive gap. Like, I was looking at some of the numbers. You even compare him. Number 2 right now is Sato, who's just beat G2 yesterday. He's one of the best Phoenix in the league, easily. He's putting up an average 155 damage per round. That is incredible. That's over 1 player killed a round. And Kiko right now is at 183. That is obscene. That is disgusting. And this is the moment where he can take over, much like he did on Breeze. And not necessarily that in Breeze he left the game with 30 kills, but we were talking a lot about the first kills. It was him having 6 first kills and 0 first deaths. Like, that was the crazy part.
Definitive difference maker. Now, of course, last to lock in his hero is young Kiko. Maybe there's a mentality shift here as well, moving to a role which he knows is going to be quite central in this attack side, in this early round. And obviously the ability to keep refighting in with like a kit that is flush with a huge amount of util to slant every encounter in your favor.
And he's already accomplished the hard part with NRG of making it to London, being able to play in front of his home crowd. But now it's even the harder part, somehow, for NRG, beating G2. They'll make it to Globals. Hell, they'll win Champions, but their kryptonite is back home on the Americas stage. They cannot beat G2 Esports. This series is, or rather within this series, is only the 2nd map that they have taken off G2 in the last 5 outings. It is a crazy little microcosm matchup that just can't go their way, yet they lift the global trophies that have eluded G2 for years. It is a bizarre situation that these two teams find themselves
Almost
in.
a good omen if they lose domestically to G2 before going to a global. At this point, if you're going to be that level of superstitious, as a fan, perhaps you're not bothered what the result is. For G2, though, they get the better of NRG every time, and they see them leapfrog them at globals. That whether it's, cruising through these matchups, we see NRG like flipping these 10-2 halves against them. G2 fight, they're at every global, they grind, and they still haven't gotten that global title. After all these years.
Still haunts them that they got that 2nd place finish at Bangkok to start last year, losing in OT 14-16, and then later that year, NRG's roster rejuvenated with Challengers talent. Guys at the G2 roster were playing against the Challengers years ago, then they already made the league, had more opportunities, and yet NRG lift that trophy, but they haven't been able to best them.
Grandfathered into a championship.
Can they take this Haven map? Their own pick. Baby Bay is trying to stop them of that early with that opening kill. you mentioned it, but on the chamber here, this is just a map where he gets to shine. It's a map where he gets to op a lot.
One thing I enjoy in this map especially is what Leaf can do in a lot of these like post-plant scenarios as well. He's got some nerdy Blaze Wall lineups. He often tries to play aggressively out of Garage. Kiko trying to get himself set up on A long here. Trent, though, exchanges pleasantries with him at lane. But those ghost shots ring out and out. Here's the push on towards the side, but BabyBay still in a commanding position, lording over NRG as they try to make their way through the cyber cage. Jaw, lit by the recon, and BabyBay eventually will be thwarted, but there's more. There's always more with G2.
Brock is always deadly with the Sheriff on a pistol round, but Valen in form shuts him out of the round. Flash is great from Kiko.
Again, that's what he loves to do in these mid-rounds. Flash himself into these engagements, and now that he's finally run out of util. But he's got that health lead. Trent is in danger and has no idea where the Phoenix could be headed without making noise. Kiko's able to get onto the C side.
On HP, but he is the clutch player for G2.
Trent actually has some pretty helpful util for this.
Where are you? Still waiting.
Horn at least can let him get onto the side. He's thinking twice about it, though. Trent is the clutch gene of G2.
Just think about all of the positions that he needs to clear right now.
And you mentioned it earlier, Trent loves to watch other players in clutch scenarios to learn their tendencies. Has he been reading up on young Geo? Here's the tap. Kiko on the swing.
Come on, please.
Okay. Nerves of steel there. Eventually, Kiko boots him out the server.
Such a tough situation for Trent to just try to come out on top with, right? The amount of different angles he has to clear, playing against the clock. Kiko plants a spike in a position where he could be playing from a lot of different positions effectively as well, so.
He's everywhere, bro. He was in A main, like rattling the cage with Trent earlier, then he's in the B side, then he obviously went over to C. So active, so impactful.
NRG buying on this round to try to get a full on the next. They've got a couple rifles. One is in the hands of Kiko. He's already got 3 orbs, and they'd love to be able to get that run it back for the 3rd round. And obviously, as with G2, right? They're just playing for that Leaf Phoenix orb early.
Yep, Scuba has the util on the extremity, so NRG see this coming long before it happens. That means it's an easy accelerate onto the B site now, and they will hunker down. Also, little walk here through Spawn for Marta. Didn't find anything off that A side of the map, though. There'll be some arresting util. Molly here to make things a bit more complicated. Scuba does get the hot foot himself. Here comes G2. Fully ready to brawl. The slide is good for Jaw. Right click gets the job done. Kiko, though, here, trying to be careful, trying to slice the pie if he can. He goes low. Decayed down, and Jaw's able to clean him up. Marta dives in, though. He's got the stinger. Well apportioned for this task. And the paranoia makes it impossible for Trent to intervene.
And yeah, NRG lose a lot of players, but they didn't bring much into the round, and they leave with the 2 rifles, so it's not a big deal. They also leave the round with Kiko getting the run it back. That was one of the primary objectives that they have going into it, aside from winning it. So they kind of achieve on most of the intended fronts there.
Hey! We talked about these bonus round runner-backs being pretty helpful.
We have seen a really solid game so far from Jaw on the Neon. Last map, he was great. Already off to a hot start, despite the rounds going NRG's way.
He always rises to these games of consequence. Basically, or it lands.
Oh my God!
Yeah, even he can't believe
that. My, that is gross.
Joke's over. That's Marta down already. Jaw will try and hold a position here. Kiko going to be stunned up as he tries to get in. It's run it back, of course. This is all free real estate. It'll be sent packing pretty darn fast. It's Leaf, though, who has another early exit from the round.
Molly Force fell out into the open, but no one could capitalize. The spam line, oh my God, that was just inches away, but the gap in the wall exposes Scuba and gives Jaw the free kill, so he can get into this site, try to support Valen, who's playing from Plat. They can work together, but Jaw just like work forward. That's crazy.
Okay, goes for it, but it's even numbers. This is G2, obviously their first buy on in. Spike that was loose here over towards Garage, picked up by Kiko, flashed toward Trent away.
I can't believe they went for that aggro play. Can BabyBay save this round? He's just so sharp. I get him on the chamber, And he's going to make some magic happen.
No! Surely not.
Wow.
He was blinded. Trent barely gets away with that.
That is a scrappy as hell G2 round, but they're able to pull it barely across the finish line. Trent is in a 1v1 there. If he goes down, BabyBay was not ready to help. This first shot was actually gross. Even him, look at it. Bro. And then in this backside fight, Jaw decided to slide forward while Valen jumped up on Plat, trying to just
These guys are
keep
moving,
the aggro up. Crazy round.
Leaf does look a little bit befuddled out there. He randomly died in, like, connector outside B-side behind Garage. Kiko continuing to farm orbs. No one on the C side from G2 has anything to say about it.
Despite the round lost, there's still damage done to G2's Econ. Look at the state of it right now. They need to win this round to keep it online. Brock, oh my god. 11 HP, but he does get out. And in the midst of all this, BabyBay is just doing chamber stuff. Just walking down, taking space for free, and then you get a kill and you just teleport away.
It's been his bread and butter. These first kills have been crazy. It's Marta again that falls because of a line that he's holding. It's my dad too. No sewer presence here yet for NRG. That's being held tightly by Jaw. This Odin is going to be a nuisance. He won't need to slide and fire it to find success there, I suspect.
Okay, BabyBay is exposed on that B side. Kiko trying to get the spam kill. Knows someone was on the cross.
30 seconds left.
At some point, though, NRG have kind of got to make a decision. They're pretty deep into the A side, but that foray's been shut down, and now, what are they going to do? Try and just hit this again? Split from main?
They can try, but they have to get a kill right now, and they can. Get in, you have no smokes. Ethan went down, lurking in. Round is just over.
It's over.
10 seconds left.
And that's George just getting exploratory there, saying, I don't want to sit and wait for the game to come to me. If they are going to try and split, I can get ahead of this. It's an important round for G2. And again, after losing the pistol, they've certainly found themselves some footing, and he's going to get his frag. He's in the game.
That is free. The NRG are trying to work the map in multiple places. They get that nice pick onto B, eventually dealing with BabyBay, but they can't come to a conclusion as to where they're trying to end the round. Ethan thought he had a moment to get the free space in the site, but it was being watched, being accounted for by Jaw in an unexpected position, to be
boys,
fair.
Come on, keep the momentum going. Keep it.
We saw that yesterday. Once they can get something started up, it's really hard to slow them down. It would be very early to have a Bonkard timeout, but if this round goes, these next two go wrong for NRG, it might be in order.
Jaw just using the Brock Odin spam that Josh was showing on the desk earlier, just to try to stifle the players that are getting through A main.
Again, it's a new spot for BabyBay. This time, though, he's got to make a correction.
Wall has to be used just to get Mata out safely.
Still, NRG getting to enter the mid-round without having taken any damage or lost any players is... It's going to be a nice change after the last couple. Jordan was still a nuisance, still at large. His A side pretty heavily stacked, comparatively speaking. Can play off this flash here from Leaf, come straight away. Got to watch out for the relay bolt. He's going to molly things up, but the pressure's going to come from the other side of the site. Jaw's got to go busy, and all of NRG are waiting for him there. A lot of stun util affecting G2's ability to hold this site down, and the down to Leaf and Valen. The former is already pinged out.
And Leaf sends in the run it back, but it's a little bit too late. Valen gets one, not without the loss of a lot of HP to the Molly. The pressure is keeping NRG from planting, but eventually they're able to stabilize.
One enemy remaining.
Opportunity, but can't find that connection.
There was a chance there. No one was actually watching the connector push. Kiko had to cover both those angles at once. But he takes care of Alan in heaven.
The G2 were positioned pretty well for the exit to come in. They had 3 players here, but Trent loses that duel on the swing, and Leaf had a counter flash ready. He throws it out, but he got flashed himself, I believe. Something connected onto him. He wasn't able to swing out.
Flash first, then stun.
He just has to molly and wait, and at that point, Trent had to swing. He was alone and goes down. Jaw wasn't able to get his either, so despite being set up for that, NRG are able to come away with the kills on the exec anyhow.
If you want to play, let's play.
Shallow smoke from the attack side here. TP from info, perhaps onto the side. Kiko very, very low already, slowed up, and he's in run it back here. Here's a Hunter's Fury. Draw, I think, spotted him right out in the back of the site.
Yeah, Brock just sending that semi-speculatively, just based on the run it back, forcing the players out of the site into the spawn. Felt like he had a good chance for a connection, doesn't find it. Here comes the full-on retake, overdrive in the front.
Yeah, all nice Haunter, that's going to reveal some players up on this site. Ethan goes down first. And there's Jaw with the swing, they're not ready for it. He is low. Off the back of that timing, takes Marta out of the picture. Now there's no real close presence here. It's Brock who can try and play some kind of post-plant, but the Odin sprams down Jaw before he gets there. There's the defuse. Round done.
What a beautiful retake back into the site from G2. The pace to get out of spawn. They absorb that run it back, dodge out the Hunter's Fury, and then they're gathered up and they hit the go button. The Haunt gets the connection. Ethan is stuck alone. The fact that Jaw is able to get the kill on Ethan, huge entry. He is just in excellent form right now. Star performance from Jaw when they need him to get into this grand final. Another grand final for G2 in Americas, another opportunity for a trophy. Fourth one, if they can make it there, if they can get revenge on Lev, but they still need to get past NRG.
To get that same spam angle taken up, G2 have done their homework. Jaw can get across with that mobility. C's thrown in, no one caught in it by the looks of things, and Jaw wants to try and take that lineup yet again, spam through the corner. It looks like it worked.
Go, go, go.
NRG definitely draw out a decent amount of util and bring a lot of attention to that A side. Now they can feel like it might be time to work elsewhere on the map, leave some players inserted, work back to them later in the round. G2 love to go for mid-round reclears towards A. They push here a lot. It can be a dangerous play. It can be tough to fight back through these angles, but they are often willing, more than willing to do it.
Scuba doubles back here, just when he got out, virtually scot-free. But Leaf, we talk about the mid-round refights, and Leaf is thinking about it.
This could be a great moment. They make sound, press up, and then cut noise. If Leaf just kind of has the intuitive timing here, he'll get the catch on Scuba.
Flashed out. Ooh, that was the wrong direction.
Oh, yeah, just a little awkward. It just bounced off the door. So Scuba is able to get that kill.
And there it is. That's the acceleration from NRG. They were looking for Scuba to find something. He was in a compromising spot and still found success.
Mata presses forward into the smoke on account of just having the judge. Nightfall comes through. It's going to tag onto two. No, not onto Mata. Actually does, but he still just closes the gap.
Yeah, doesn't seem to care at all. But Jaw and Trent are still active.
But because of this wall, G2, they just want to
hear.
get on the spike. Yeah, they get it to half. Josh is sticking it all the way.
It's to half. Now it's Trent in that 1v2. The wall's about to come down, and Mata chimes in with the off. Very close, very scrappy round in keeping with what we saw on Pearl.
The ultimates from G2 do not get the value on that retake. NRG really thriving in the chaos there. It starts with this fight in sewer where Scuba got that pick. NRG accelerate into the hit, and Mata with the judge just knows he needs to do something kind of crazy, something active.
Honestly,
so
bro,
he gets into that smoke.
Land that flash, that guy is so dead.
And takes it even further. I mean, yes. I mean, yes, but he doesn't.
Curveball does behave interestingly sometimes. Baby, he was dominating the first kill category in these first few rounds. Now the rest of G2 really just so little to work with.
Just a flash and the swing to force these G2 players back and get that orb.
Now NRG will probably set up shop here, maybe even start a foray into mid and just sit there. Forcing G2 to make a mid-round re-clear, while they walk into a held angle.
Take flight.
And NRG, just kind of waiting for them to go back towards A, use this drone for the re-clear, forces Trent away because if he gets caught in the corner with the ping, he might just die to spam, or he's just going to get flashed and pushed by Kiko. He doesn't know, but there are a million different ways he could die, so he's got to get out of there. But I like the proactivity to try to get right back into the corner. That's the kind of play you need to make to win a round like this.
Yeah, try and invalidate this info as much as possible!
Oh my god!
Unreal stuff from Trent! And that's about as much as you can hope for. And it might well be enough. 33 seconds left of the round, and it's Bucky on the corner for Jaw. Now, perfect use of that fast lane. Knew there might be a pinch coming in from Sewer, and Scuba is disoriented. Forced to back on up here. Baby with a swing out there, and Jaw finds yet another. Scuba is 7 HP. And another classic G2 Thrifty is in the works. There's no time for Scuba to get out of this round with really anything. And a strong breeze to blow him over. And jaws full of more than hot air.
Man, those are just the little micro decisions you see that separate the world's best from everybody else. Trent, forced off by that drone, immediately takes the timing to get back up into that angle. That's the kind of play that you have to make if you want to win rounds like this. Playing it safe, just going back to site, holding and getting exec on, and you have the bandit, that's probably not going to cut it. He gets right back into that position, and he gets 2 because of it. Aw, guys.
Quick feet, quick trigger.
Getting that Thrifty here for G2 is going to be so vindicating. On this defense side, already getting to a very healthy 4-round total. Bay pushes out, spotted here though. Ballsy enough to back away without rendezvousing.
Yep, puts the fear of God in Scuba. Just hits him with some damage through the wall.
The fear of Dad, I mean.
Right here.
Look at this walk up, bro. He does not care. How do NRG bounce back? Let's listen in.
Oh, keep it out. Come back. Getting this gun. Come on, could be. We have any guns?
My flash. Could be
I'm far, guys. I'm far.
Fade has the A line. We're just gonna peek B and we're gonna end A. Walking up. We're gonna peek B and end A.
He's Odin just holding me, leaving.
I'm gonna peek A-Link. Smoking C-Link.
I fucking tapped out again, bro.
See again. Nothing close. I'm darting A-Link. Could be back on. I'm in boys.
A-Link.
Nothing close. Nothing close. Yeah,
Wait,
close right, I think.
Yeah,
No, not close right. Landing A-Link right now. Okay. I'm getting bombed down.
Wait, fight A-Link together.
Yeah. Front B, front B.
Last player standing. Spike down. Flawless.
Can we just rush you on the side? Yeah,
You heard the first thing they said. Oh, he's cheated out. They cheated him out of B. Bay just walks down to find that first kill.
G2 there as well. You can see when they get the picks on the other side of the map how fast Valen is to just wrap through as the spike's being planted. He's already there to flank while there's a distraction and pressure coming in from the link side.
Hey, Josh wants more than 6. Y'all heard him? Let's go.
I mean, yeah, he's requesting more than 6 on this defense side, right? Normally the tougher side, you're spread pretty thin. You're happy with sometimes 3. G2 are forced to time out there at 5 rounds, and NRG are going to come back with...
You're calling Baby Bay dad, but that's giving some dad vibes
you know,
from Josh RT, man. They respect that man a lot.
He has given up so many follicles.
Doing it for him.
He's given up so many follicles for this team. I would respect him too. Say the same for that guy. Baby Bay looking great on the chamber. Just crucial involvements. Playing aggressively, breaking conditioning by just being in some pretty audacious spots, but obviously having the ability to get off the line and back to safety with Rendezvous. NRG have struggled, I think, to play around that stuff in the early round.
And listen, if you're someone that wants to see the best of G2 late into the stage, going into Masters London, yeah, you like to see the jaws turning on at a time like this.
Just consistent over
Last
this whole
map
series.
into this one, yeah, he's frying on the neon. All right, out of the timeout. Enough cash to get a Guardian for Kiko. And with the pace that you get Phoenix ults up at, wouldn't be surprised if maybe the situation comes up in this round where he just decides to send it. If there's like a marginal situation where it can get an advantage on an eco round, yeah, sometimes you just want to take it.
NRG determined there's no spam weapons up on that A line. So they've just started to really extend their control deep into A main. I mean, I think Leaf might try and fight his way out of this smoke, but the Flash, he threatens to do so.
Yeah, just knows that he can't fully commit. Too many angles to be seen. That could have been the moment for NRG. Yeah, he's going to send it. Kiko just straight up into the 5-on-5, into the site. Exact overdrive dealt with immediately.
This is what G2, though, they're good at handling. They can absorb this pace up from NRG or any other team, really. And there's Trent. Nice little corner to 5, and he reveals himself by taking down the clone. It doesn't matter, he's found 2. G2, can they get Baby Bay properly into this site? Oh, that's awkward timing for the L drone. Baby Bay has to play retake now.
And pinged up. That gives Brock the opportunity to move forward. This
is there an Odin down?
Is a bold decision from him.
Spike's got to be recovered. He's watching this angle for VALORANT, and that's perfect. He knows. Now where Baby Bay is. What a round from NRG.
That's
very little
sick.
to work with coming into it. Important timeout called. And G2, well, they are going to be sent packing at this 5-round total.
A sick little play there from Brock, maneuvering into this position when Baby Bay was tagged by the drone and had to fully give the space. I will say, man, Bonker out of these timeouts on an eco round, if they've got ults, he loves to throw in an ult play on those rounds to catch the other team off. Tried to do that back on Pearl, didn't work out there, but here, run it back plus overdrive exec into the site, and it gets them the round win.
10 rounds in, we are even. VALORANT here forced back now. Can hear that burst of pace from the Neon. Most of G2 are going to be in position. Look already to the side. Yes, VALORANT finds the timing. That's dirty! Cold showers all around after that one. Scuba here, just as the smoke disappears, VALORANT etches up his fourth. Jaw denies him the ace, but I think the message has been delivered.
I don't think VALORANT is one to ever complain about getting an ace
Yeah, you know
stolen.
what? He should,
He's not
bro.
that kind of guy.
He should. You know what? Back yourself.
He deserves to have that attitude.
That's
Crazy on that three. The transfer onto the third is nuts.
But with the walk timing, the smoke is just...
That spray control, the adjustment down to the right. Perfect.
Going for it, boys.
You were saying?
That's the, I mean, listen, it's not like when Texture gets the 4K and or Bro's running around the stage molding. It's a different league.
So,
Now it's
yeah.
like, oh, that's okay.
Yeah, there was no conniption. That is fair.
But it's okay.
All right, flash out, and we are going to go for it. Okay, 1-for-1 is going to be Hunter's Fury in play, though. Jaw, got to be careful. Fortunately, he has the lateral mobility to avoid those shots.
Scuba all the while is just hoping to catch someone peeking towards B, maybe someone rotating.
So NRG here, they've taken this mid-slope area, right? Scuba has control, and they're just
This is a good little setup, though, for G2. They have the info. If someone gets in towards B, they have the players stacked up towards A. If the hit gets there, and they can rotate to B quickly. And they've got garage control, having VALORANT posted up there.
What's Jaw doing that? What is he doing, bro?
We're getting a little too crazy. We are getting a little too crazy. Baby Bear's trying to get on the angle. Close, close.
He's vibing, man. So that round is just pure vibes from G2.
They had a good setup, and then they sent it on them. That was a situation where it's like, all right, well, no matter where NRG go, G2 are kind of set up, prepped for it, right? But Trent goes down on that peak. Jaw is just in there trying to fight because VALORANT called after getting the kill on Ethan towards garage. They just wanted to swing out. And listen, I like that they're keeping the aggressive mentality there. It ends up looking a little funny with Jaw swinging, but I still like the idea overall.
Josh RT asked for more than 6 rounds. He's going to have to settle for an even half, but coming off defense, G2 have got to be feeling good. We'll be back after this with more Haven. London calls to both G2 and NRG, but there is still the issue of seeding to be decided. Also, the issue of who is the best team in Americas that we need to adjudicate. This game, of course, gets either NRG or G2 in a face-off with Leviatán, but G2 a rematch against them for the Americas Stage 1 title.
And the question of who the best team in Americas is, honestly, never felt more up in the air than it has throughout this stage, and yet we've gotten to a place where still in the top 3, despite both being down 0-2 NRG and G2, they are here. The curveball is that Leviatán are waiting right now in the grand finals, trying to lift the second trophy, and that organization's history here in Americas. We'll see which of these two teams can make it there. If we can go to a map 5 here from NRG, Kiko wants that. He's fighting out straight away and gets the first.
Joe, those able to trade that one out. And it's a consideration for Ethan if he wants to emerge through Garage as well, but he's tempered that aggression. He walks up into a headhunter line and takes a chunk of damage.
Dre just knew he had a timing to get into sight, but goes right into the waiting arms of Brock with that Sheriff. Demon with the weapon on these pistol rounds, and now it's all in Trent. 1v3.
Man, Scuba should be able to finish this off easily. There it is, another pistol picked up here for NRG. An interesting first half there. G2 obviously find a crucial 50. You know, and looked to be a bit of a problem here for NRG, but they've scraped together some key rounds. And Brock is looking sick with the Sheriff as usual.
Cool little trap play from NRG on a pistol round where you're going to be light on util. It's just paranoia plus your one Phoenix flash. Is there an audio cue of someone going towards garage early? If yes, both of us press the mouse 1 button on these abilities and then just send it out in a fight. It's pretty cool from NRG.
I wonder if G2 are planning a push through garage here. The pings might have indicated that. Early into garage, this is going to force Kiko off of it. Doesn't really want to tangle with large numbers of G2 players in there, and he'll get Jaw and be able to fall off the line. Duck back for more, that's fine. Baby Bay, yep, always a rat. Up inside that B site now. And that Spike might end up joining him via main. Can Baby Bay prevent this cross from being covered?
He was finding some insane lurk timings on Pearl. Has been doing a lot of backstabbing on these attack rounds throughout this stage. Being the primary Sentinel, has had a knack for the timings for sure. And already we're 2 rounds in, and he took a big timing on both of them, walking into C on the pistol and now getting that space on B and cutting off a rotator. He's got his team in a position to maybe win this upset round.
This early garage reclear means there's a potential rewrap. No, he's going to walk out. Well, the timing, he has a knack for it, but this time it fails him.
Yeah, I mean, feels like there's no reason to expect you're going to be walking into 3 players staring at you there. Body block just so they can stick the spike. Yeah, that's nice. And Brock with the Odin cleans things up. So Dre gave them an opening, but ultimately that's not enough with the low buy, the save round, and NRG come away damn near flawless.
This is important, NRG fighting to force us to a 5th and final map. It'll be the Ascent map that from NRG, we haven't seen anything yet, and from G2, we saw quite a baffling performance against Leviatán. There's definitely opportunities. We talked about how weak G2 looked coming into this series. While they've bounced back, I still don't know if they want to go to that 5th map.
So Mata's going to go ahead and pick up this Outlaw, and there's a couple one-shottable targets on G2. It's Ethan with the Bucky. It is an assortment of various weapons from NRG on defense.
So A main control is traded in favor of some sewers presence for NRG. Just now, Mata is pulling back off that contact line with the Outlaw.
NRG just have Ethan jiggling towards that back B side. It's a patient G2. These are the moments where you listen in on their comms, and every little inch of the map that they will be trying to canvas, it's like 3-2-1, 3-2-1. They're always just peeking these things together. They're so regimented in these mid-round moments.
Because of how deep on the site Scuba is there, that Blaze Wall doesn't do anything for G2. They were trying to imply a split on C, but the Cypher is just going to see everything. You'll note that Leaf is waiting for a chance to hop into B. Still a flash to his name.
Yeah, he wants to make noise, be a distraction, draw some attention there. Jaw has been inserted in A-long for a long while, and G2 have just been waiting to go back to him to get into this execute, but NRG are here. They have 3 players in the site ready to anchor.
Jaw gets caught on the elbow by the looks of things. It's a one-shot there from Mata. Now we can reposition behind his fast lane.
21 seconds, and they are trying to rotate out right now, G2.
All right, well, Valon's found another one, though. Is it worth pushing the issue? They're selling a fake on a fake!
What a ridiculous call. They felt like the only win con in this situation was to have half their team abandoned in the site to die, while 2 of them go to B to get the spike down.
There were like 4 fakes sold this round, I'm certain of it. Baby Bay has to go large here. He needs this position to cover the defuser. Mata walks into the line, and again, he finds success. This will allow him to fall back, but I mean, might have been happier in mid-window, honestly.
This would be an unbelievable round win. I don't think I've ever seen a call like that on such low time or that late of a rotation. It's a 2-on-2.
There's a double face set up here for G2. They're waiting for Scuba to show. Trent picks it up, and now it's on Ethan. One is good. Ethan, though, down to 15. Low, very spammable. Fake TP, and Trent now again has to clutch against the King. And he comes out with the trump card. What a nuts round from G2.
Insane call in that ultra late round, executing into the site. In this situation, I don't know how many times you need to play it, but 99% of the time, it feels like the attackers are just going to be running into a brick wall on that site. They're going to send it and just try to win the fight, get the spike down, do what they can. But G2 decide to abandon half their team on that site with like 15 seconds remaining or so to run back to B and plant in a man disadvantaged situation, but they think that'll be more winnable. That is crazy, and it works. I'm stunned. That's an insane call from them. And for Trent and BabyBay to then close it out on top of that in the 2v3 is just ridiculous.
Prowler into a garage here. Scuba takes his time, eventually finds the kill, but Kiko, can he pick this line up? Dangerous stuff! Kiko doesn't expect the third player, and now Leaf is so deep here on their C site. He's practically part of the masonry.
On too low HP to actually get anything done, though. Nightfall avoided by Ethan. Valen just trying to wait for a moment up in mid-window. Dre has to fight close with that Stinger, but Ethan gets the best of him.
Trent on the Phantom. He hears that Ethan's crossed. That's important information to pass. They can pull off this site.
Yeah, Trent has to give that space, and at this point is happy to get somewhere else on the map that's a little bit safer. Valen upgrades the gun, has the Vandal now. Gonna just try to meet up with his teammate.
So we're gonna see it again. In a man disadvantaged situation, G2 are crossing the map to an alternate bomb site.
These are the two longest standing members of the team. Well, like 4 years, 5 years these guys have been playing together. From the days pre-partnership to playing in challengers to qualifying. Teammates for ages. Can G2 take down another 2 versus 3?
I don't think Ethan saw the second player in hell. Don't know how important that is. Valen's able to cross and he's still healthy enough now. A crossfire put together. No, Valen solo on this angle. Doesn't seem to matter. Trent again gets to be the second bite of the apple. And the later mouse gets the cheese, baby. It's a tied game yet again as G2 even it up.
Back-to-back 2 versus 3s. They close them both out. It's ridiculous. They've got the star power and the right decision-making going for them. And man, I know it's been a while now, but it is just good to see Valen playing his traditional smoke rolls because IGLing and fragging, that is what he does when he's on the Omen, when he's on the Astra. He's just at his best.
G2 again, these rounds that they've strung together, reminiscent of the thrifties they managed to pull off on the previous maps. And there's an opener for BabyBay, just what the doctor ordered. Let's listen into some comms here to see how G2 advance out of this position.
Go. Yeah. Get orb, Alex. Full greed. He's going to be here. Give Alex the plant, Trent.
Heard. Could be there. I don't know. He could be close right.
I don't give a fuck. Alex, you want to take this? I'll give you that too.
He just
hit
pushed
ship.
Yo, this guy's a brick.
You gotta ban Diddle as well, alright? Okay. Don't kill him. Let Alex kill him. That ult is fucking huge for this next gun round.
He's shooting, bro. Fight him window.
Let Alex kill him. Or
window. I'm just running, bro. Just running.
Yeah, they need that overdrive for Jorgemont.
They've given us the narrative. We have the storyline to follow. Wait.
Jor hunting for all the frag. Brook trying to make himself scarce here with the Bucky up on the corner. Oh, Jor, Spidey senses tingling. Bueller!
Ouch. All good. Got the orb.
Scanning ahead.
All right, there's Valen will finish off the job at G2. Again, slower start to this half. Lose the pistol. Fine. But there's been some sublime VALORANT these last 3 rounds.
Yeah, they dismantled that aggro C-long push from NRG. The peek from BabyBay, instant kill with the Outlaw, teleports away, and G2 just refight it, brawling with the Phoenix, where the Agent excels. Light work for them to clean up that entire effort.
And NRG, what's this answer supposed to be here? They feel like they've been caught short-handed in so many parts of this map. They are going to be spread thin by design. Kiko.
Oh, it's brutal. Is they're finding the advantages, but they're not closing some of these rounds out. Mata's ultra aggro, deals with the run it back, and as that Hunter's Fury to supplement that, beautiful.
That is wild. NRG fight out all those openings.
God.
They push up on every extremity. And there's no way G2 are ready for that.
A destructive play in A main. The all-out push from Mata that gets supported by the Hunter's Fury from Brock. Breaks the run it back. And then there can't be the instant trade.
Jeez, Ethan is so early up mid.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's just Ethan with like the fast TPs getting in there. Crazy little set piece called, and it absolutely fries G2.
Tour de force has to be lent on by Baby Bay here. Outside of that, his weaponry is pretty bad.
All right, well, the pace is still crazy. Again, fight to A main. Mata's all the way through. What is this peak? What is going on?
And everyone's spamming. Leafs able to get away. Healing up now. Brock trying to get around behind his own Al drone, and Baby Bay is so low. He's got to respect the shock dart. Ethan pushed up close, and Baby Bay is not ready for this. This is the up-tempo pace from NRG.
This is TDM. We might as well be casting a game on Drift. This is just chaos, bro.
And Josh is saying, we can absorb these up-tempo plays. We can absorb these pace increases. Can you?
I don't even know where did Joe come from? where was he at? Did he go through peak? I mean, there's too much going on.
I think he went up
I'm
sewer.
overstimulated.
Here is Scuba now.
Production, replay the round at 0.5 speed.
We're going to have time for that by the looks of things, because young Scoob is unsure about what G2's game plan is now. Having to retake into the A site, one of the toughest sites in the game to retake, against both duelists. Long odds. Certainly a deck that's stacked against Scuba, and yeah, we hear the overdrive now in play. Relay Bolt gives an inkling as to where the Cypher might be, and that'll be checked by Jaw.
And they just know. They just know. The duels work into the double swing. No chance for Scuba there. No chance. I'm going to try to parse out what happened in that round via the replays. And I'll let you know if... Oh my god! What was that kill?
Hey, remember, you're trying to make sense of this.
I don't know. I'm just going to react. I'm just going to give you reactions. That's it. YouTuber thumbnail face type activity, bro. I got nothing.
And then ripping the overdrive in the 1v2.
Chaos the last two rounds. Just back-to-back NRG all out with the push through A main. It's crazy. Oh, guys. Who didn't charge their mouse?
Yep. Always seems to be the mouse. We'll wait on a confirmation here, folks. We'll let you know what the delay is. But yeah, pretty back and forth second half here.
I need more Red Bull. Talk about something, bro.
All right, just down. I mean, we can go back at least coming into this round. NRG still in a position to buy, still have Brock in possession of the Odin. It's that run it back. While we heard G2 on comms talking about how important it is to try and feed those ultimates over to Leaf, Kiko has one of himself to work. And remember, NRG's game plan, they're playing double duelists on this map, so they do want to make some pops on defense, but they are hitting all three extremities at once in some of these rounds. Kiko's flashing himself out of garage, Scuba deep in C, something ridiculous from Mata sliding up in the A-long. There's always going to be something that NRG have in the back pocket, and it's going to give G2 pause in a lot of these early rounds. That's now something they're conditioned to have to be concerned about. How's that? Was that good?
Yeah, no,
good. Right.
Great job. I needed some more Red Bull. It's a long game.
Don't reach for it again. just done it for you. You've asked me.
Can you say something else? I'm trying to take another sip, bro.
Paycheck stealing. Insane behavior. Still no update on the reason here, but looks like perhaps it was young Kiko's monitor. I am impressed at
the way he plays with that.
Yeah. Feels like you're staring into a pool.
Gotta love the cat mouse, bro.
It's all their cats individually. I think they've actually... Oh, well, I know Trent has one as well. Does Leaf might not have a cat? That's fair. Is Baby Bay still using Demon 1's mouse pad?
Demon 1 mouse pad, yeah, I think so. He was yesterday. He still had it.
Okay, so just investigating.
But like, how do you see anything?
Because again, like the contrast of the monitor changes, right? When you look at it in that angle. I've actually genuinely seen players in other games. One player I used to commentate would turn his monitor like horizontally, and he basically would it'd be the sharpest angle. So he'd almost have it perpendicular to his face.
Man, I don't know where he's at, but at times like these, shout out to Redgar, man. He was the goat of having the crazy monitor set up.
What was his setup?
In early VALORANT. His was the above him, kind of 1 inch away. That's a classic.
Like he's one of those
OG.
reclining gamer chairs, you know, where the screen is hanging down over the top. I respect it.
All right, so we are investigating a potential bug in the game. So that is what our officials have communicated to us. So here's Trent for now and his take on Kiko's ever-evolving and pretty diverse agent pool.
Kiko, he's been on a different agents, I would say. He's widened his agent pool, and we haven't really played against that type of play style from them specifically. So we're gonna have to kind of feel out, you know, his plays, his play style, and you know, try and counter it or just be ready for it, really.
It's a true one-on-one, are you joking? He is out of his mind, Ethan!
Hey everybody, this is VCT Americas Tips and Tricks, and today I'm going to show you how to use the concept of a falling one-way smoke. Now this can be done with any agent who has one of those orb smokes you can place from outer space, kind of like a Harbor or an Omen. I'm using a Harbor here on Breeze, and the idea is pretty simple. Essentially all you're going to do is throw a one-way that it blooms above the ground, and as it falls you could see that little gap underneath the smoke where someone's feet would be visible. And you can use this on pretty much any smoke, but John QT of Sentinels uses this on Harbor on Attack to get space and deny the early angle in B main. Once the smoke fades away, you're gonna see that what he'll do is he'll throw it right here at the start of a round. And what it does is it allows his teammates, as they move up here, to see the feet of a player right there and get a kill if they were being challenged on the early angle. It also gives them orb control and allows them to pop out from the smoke when they want to go for a hit. Really, you can use this at any time, but especially if you know someone's holding an angle, you can use it to get the upper hand and get a kill. That's it for me.
Yeah, many of those tricks we saw showcased pretty extensively on Breeze earlier on in this series. If you're just joining us, we are in map number 4, and it is a close affair on Haven. Now, we've been investigating a bug in the game, so it's required some footage to be reviewed, and we are going to be rolling back the round, is what I've been told. So, yeah, not too sure about the specifics on what it was, but either way, that's something we're going to be dealing with now. And of course, these two teams coming to stage 1,
they're 0-2. Everyone's freaking out. The amount of Americas is cooked, I'm seeing, is crazy. Like, you know, I'm out of the country. I'm at another event. I'm seeing this. I come back and I'm like, okay, right. I've got to cover these games. All of a sudden, first game of G2 I cast, I'm like, this seems fine. They seem like as good as they were before.
What are you talking about?
They are back to their old tricks. They have, you know, changed their style. They've dropped the harbor. They've been playing that on a bunch of different maps. And NRG, same story. Their adoption of the Phoenix, it feels like what really drove this team, began this run, put them in a position where now they can fight for the top spot in Americas.
Yeah, I think both getting the Phoenix and taking their map pool in a different direction helped a lot too. Like, we're not seeing Fracture today, but I think they really locked in on that map. It's up near the top of their pool, and it's good of G2 to get it the hell out of here, frankly. But moving away from something like Pearl, where they, had success in the past, but haven't recently, I think benefited them a lot to be able to go on the 6-match win streak that they're on, winning 3 at the end of the group stage, winning 3 in the lower bracket to qualify for London. See if it's going to be enough, though, to finally beat their demons in G2, the team that they just cannot overcome.
And honestly, so far, we were split down the middle when we came into this series in terms of our ton of predictions.
It felt like the conditions were right this time. You know, like the last time these guys were in a BO5, it was the Stage 2 finals of last year, and that's where NRG were making a name for themselves. That's when they were able to beat Sen, who were always in the number 2 spot. They're up against G2 in the finals, and they lose 3 out. And 2 of the maps weren't really close at all. Then they obviously go on to win Champions, and that kind of shifts the status quo a little bit. But you move on from there, and this year, even on Haven actually was one of the maps in kickoff. G2 obliterated NRG 2-0 when G2 debuted some of their new double duelist looks. First time they were really playing this fast game style. We're getting back into it now.
I'm told we had a bug with Kiko's Phoenix ult. That's what was being looked at. So round rolled back, G2 go back to 9 here.
And Jogamo has been instantly inserted over towards A short. So G2 will have a later option in this round to pivot back, go for an A execute if he
doesn't get re-cleared.
Yeah, it doesn't get re-cleared if he keeps this space. And there's a re-clear towards long from NRG, but that is not his position at the moment. This G2 team are happy to prod both extremities of the map. Dre with this op over towards C, leaving Job in sewer over on A, and deciding what the best option is later in the round.
It's a mid-round walk-up. Okay, he sees it now. This is going to get Leaf. It's going to get his attention.
NRG feeling really starved for info, knowing that Baby Bakery pushed up C, knowing they have no A control. The read from the team right now is that there was just going to be an A exec, but it's only Jaw alone. Getting caught by Brock.
Scuba now revealed. This is going to provoke a rotation in.
Yeah, there's that rotation in right in time, but Leaf just deals with Mata immediately.
Big frag for Leaf and there's Baby Bay clearing Scuba out from the back of the side. Kiko, can he flash into this? Runner back active, of course. Gets a second chance, may not even need it. It's on Valen now. Oh my goodness! Kiko will return. Post-ult. Valen has to go for this plant though. Time is so short that Molly would have stalled him out. Blaze wall. That hurts, man. That really stings.
That change to the wall. I mean, yeah, it does so much damage going through the box.
Valen now knows where Kiko is. What a swing! What a win! What a Red Bull clutch from the captain. Again and again. Valen delivers.
These are the kind of series late in Americas where Valen just decides to be that guy. Like in the qualifying game for kickoff to make it to Santiago, he went with like 64 for 30. It was something like that, playing Astra across 3 maps.
That's messed up. That is messed up.
Just late in these Americas tournaments, the highest stakes matches, BO5s especially. There's no sense of exhaustion with him at all. No, he just thrives in this environment.
Oh
my
what?
God,
Bro,
man,
come on.
He has gotten the most disgusting kills on this map. They're all the first bloods as well. It's ridiculous.
It's just giving a feeling that G2 can't lose this. They can't lose these rounds. They just don't. Scuba's pulled over towards that garage direction here, leaving C site open with the exception of that util.
And now where do you go from here as NRG? You want to play for a retake later and you have no smokes for any of the choke points? That's going to be tough. No paranoia to get back in. That's going to be tough.
I must wait.
Okay. No, they want to anchor this site. That's a win con they can play to. Mata, great first shot.
He got in so quick. Can he get out though? That's the problem. He might not want to. Yep, he sticks around, doubles back here with his overdrive. And all of a sudden, that ridiculous early advantage G2 eked out has gone. I don't know where Valorant was going there. He is caught.
Some great play from NRG. They make the right decision there to get aggressive fight together. Now 4-on-2. These are the kind of situations they haven't been able to win. G2 winning in the late round with less players, winning out clutches. NRG need this bad.
Leafs have been allowed to cross. He's so alone. He is so isolated. Trent is for some reason fixated on this garage push that's never going to come.
Leaf plants for himself long, might get caught. Oh my god, just barely around the corner.
Is Trent going to find a timing because it's so ridiculous that he's here right now?
Surely there's just no way, right? Surely there is just no way.
No, here we go. All right.
Oh my god. He gets the flash.
Had the flash, but didn't have the health. Scuba's going to be able to get this game evened up again.
The kills get him the reflash. Oh my god, he had me sweating. They always make it close. They always keep it dangerous, no matter what. Round opens because Bang Bang gets this ridiculous shot. But then NRG make a good team fight decision here to just surge into that C site as soon as the pressure was coming through the choke. Mata gets the kill with the op, switches to the overdrive for a second. That's beautiful from him.
Frustrating after just a bizarre opener gained by Baby Bay. For NRG, these rounds have been few and far between in this end of the match. But that's crucial. It's going to mess with the economy of G2 in a big way.
There's just some incredible play from both teams, and why would you expect anything else but that? One of the most consistent teams globally in the world in G2 and the reigning champions winners. And yet somehow this is in the lower bracket final. Maybe we'll talk about that later. But it's, again, execute into C. Scuba, perfect timing with the trip.
Happy to play off that Cyber Cage trip combo, now going to be seized towards the back of the side, spotted by Leaf. He has a rifle, but there's going to be a trade easily enough. Valen somehow gets away. Hopping, skipping, jumping. He's out. Stunned up low, tries to swing it. Mata's there with the op. The long barrel of the law prevails.
Felt like we haven't seen as much opping from Mata in this stage as we have at different points in his VCT career, but one of the best in the league whenever he picks it up. This NRG team, again, doing a great job just fighting towards this C-side. The backside trips that are playing for giving your ability to team, giving your team the ability, to flood, just like that, right? They get back in. No one is able to break the one trip, so even with even with the delayed ping, Scuba still just gets a free one, right?
We were promised a scrappy game, and we are getting it.
Looks like NRG are going right back to this A fight. Flash with the stun over the wall. That is sick. It forces Baby Bay away. Do they know it's possible that someone slipped the net? Yeah, it's Ethan with the op, huh? But he gets the kill.
It's crazy that he's so aware of that. Leaf tries to get through that garage spot with the run it back now. He might come back with some backup. At least George taking up that position. It's a pretty shallow owl drawing out towards C site.
Oh, good. We got my opping IGL on the case.
Oh, okay. Scuba just 1 for 1 there, but that's going to be enough, surely. It's B-site now looking open for G2. Wait a minute, George getting active out of garage.
And that was Ethan out in the open on the angle as well, so he can't even kind of glide back, stay alive. Brock getting flashed. Oh, back on the reswing, he gets it.
Fall blind doesn't seem to matter. Hold in one for the boys is the game plan. Brock trying to get involved in the rest of this round because Trent is the last one standing. Planted at the back of the C site. This is actually awkward for Trent to try and hold from.
Surely not, right? Up against the Neon that's just going to jump around and then the Odin spraying you.
It's a terrible post-plant position for Trent. It just can't feel comfortable. Mata can easily jump peek and confirm.
Oh my god.
I know.
Oh my god. I mean, my heart dropped for a second. That is crazy.
I thought it too. Now, though, NRG get up to 12.
That is just like an uncrackable 1v2, though, against the Odin, Sova, and a Neon that's just going to be jumping around while you have low HP. We talk about Baby Bay being really willing right now as this Sentinel main lurking on attack to try to push for timings. And it was working out early in this half, but we're seeing in a crucial round like this, it's just not paying off anymore. Scuba has the awareness. He understands that that gap is there, and he closes it. He ends Baby Bay's life on that round.
Now the last dregs of credits left. G2 have to make a play for overtime. NRG firing on all cylinders now with the Hunter's Fury at their disposal.
Yeah, this is elite gameplay from NRG on defense right now. This is that world-class, world championship pedigree level of play that we're getting to take this to map 5. But crazy enough, if they win this game of Haven right now, they would have more map wins in this series against G2 than in the last 5 times they've had matches. And that includes another BO5. That's crazy, man. That is ridiculous.
And G2 have their backs against the wall. Obviously got to be pleased to have taken that result away on Pearl. And honestly, felt like a couple of rounds ago they were poised to run away with this. Just frankly leave NRG in their dust. We had a break in play, a chance for NRG to recuperate, and now they're looking sharp. They're looking ready.
We've seen Josh RT give the team a lot of set pieces out of timeouts over the last couple days. Is that going to be the case here for G2?
Okay, not a full committed push here from Kiko, but trying to condition that there could be a push-up out of B. Hunter's Fury off the rip.
Wow, I
Pretty
love
big.
this from Brock. Yeah, just kind of a disruption ult to whatever the plans might have been out of the timeout results in a ton of damage.
And now you've got to recalibrate a little bit and ask yourself whether the game plan you walked into the round with works now when VALORANT and Trent are both at 45.
Just look at how susceptible they'll be to Odin spam at some point later in the round too, how frustrating that could get.
Importantly though, it's not the duelists that get knocked down in terms of health. So those frontliners at least will be healthy enough, but that is a very tightly held B site by NRG. 4 players converge there.
Yeah, they are just ready for off some amount of contact from Ethan, throw out that Kiko flash play.
I mean, they covered almost all their lanes. The only gap is either sewer or A main.
There's been enough noise cut that, yeah, they want to get some information. They want to take a flight to G2.
Relay bolt slide is good. 1 for 1 though. Brock steps up with the Odin. This could be it, folks. Map 5 well and truly on the cards in this lower final. Brock here gets a ping and some spam to follow it up. It wouldn't be Brock if it wasn't dirty stuff.
Those are the players he lit up with a Hunter's Fury earlier.
And our Baby Bay, the last hope for G2 to get this series ended early. He's very unlikely. He'll step up, be knocked down. We are getting maximum VALORANT today. We're going to Ascent to decide our last finalist.
Both teams winning on the maps that they've picked. NRG coming out with some really world-class play on that Haven defense. The last string of rounds were genuinely fantastic. Some unbelievable gameplay to watch. We're headed to Ascent next. Yesterday, we saw G2 falter. It was the cause of frustrations for Josh RT. And in the case of NRG, we don't know what we're going to see. This is going to be their debut on the map.
Is a 90-minute VOD review going to be enough for G2 to show us a little bit more on Ascent? Classic, quintessential map. And NRG, I'm sure, are going to be coming in with a plan, and they've got some footage to review. They've seen G2 on it yesterday. There's a lot on the line here. A shot at the Americas Stage 1 title hangs in the balance for these two teams. We'll be right back after our desk gets set for our final map.
Last player standing. Spike down. C.
KO! Oh my goodness! It's a true one-on-one, are you joking? He is out of his mind, Ethan!
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas as we get ready for our 5th map in this BO5. We think we look a little different, though.
No.
A little plumper, you know, maybe a little fluffier. Actually, Josh, what's wrong with your ears?
I've always been plump and fluffy. Nothing to be said about it.
I'm getting up. Oh, God. Oh, hello, everyone. Welcome back.
Was that hard?
The show. It was a little difficult, you know, hurt my knees when I was but a child. In any case, though, let's go ahead and talk about someone who's breaking knees out there. It's Kiko on the entry. This guy's been absolutely successful, and that was one hell of a transition.
Dude, I really love the way that NRG were able to scrap together and find some rounds. I mean, most of this is because they won double pistol, right? But they still have to win some rifle rounds somewhere. And on their attack side, it was coming with these AXX. And Kiko was actually massively instrumental on their defense side too, with his Phoenix ults flooding in. So the combo, the value that they get from this guy, he was the spearhead that made something work on Haven.
And it was the exact same in the last series they played as well, where he was the guy stepping up and bringing energy back into it. And that's looking at a BO5 today, where he's played the Omen, he's played the Killjoy, now he's played the Phoenix. They're asking him to do so many different roles, so many different tasks, and he's just been so incredibly consistent for NRG in all of it.
But every time you ask him, he always says, I like this. I like to be able to have the flexibility to play what I want to play. And as a result, I think, you know, you see it right then and there. And I gotta tell you, there's something in the water with NRG when it comes to getting these young players going, and like Mata, Scuba,
For
right?
sure.
How they were able to incorporate them into the team so well. And now with Kiko, it really is impressive.
Yeah, it's really incredible for me. I think that NRG's turnaround this stage after losing those first 2 games, a lot of it has been off of the role changes they've had for Kiko in my mind. Having him on the Jet on Breeze, on the Phoenix, giving him these opportunities to be in the roles where he really shines individually. I think that's been like the extra % for NRG that's made the difference.
He might get his wish today of being able to get the first victory against G2. This is already the best performance that NRG have ever had.
Yeah, they doubled up, baby. They doubled up.
Before, they had only ever beaten them on one map across 5 games.
So we doubled up. Look at that. 100% success rate. Of course, so for more on what is going on with our IGLs, because there's been an incredible battle happening there as well, we have Ender to break things down. What you got for us, buddy?
Yeah, truthfully, I thought Valen's calling was absolutely excellent. Nah, come on, man. Get this guy. Get him out of here. Get him gone. Look, I want to talk about the brains of the operation here. All right, Valen called a beautiful round. This is the cope for G2. He's still calling a fantastic game, and I just want you to watch how expertly he shows presence around the map and sells a critical fake at the very end. The start of this round is very simple. It's just a little bit of A main control. That's going to be the first place that G2 head right at the start of the round, and it's all to put their Neon and their Chamber back into the line. But you can't just exec into the site after this. Number 2 means you got to head into Garage and pull some attention over towards this C side if you actually want to sell that you're going onto that way, and then you can pivot back into A. But still, there's even a little bit more. There's going to be a Prowler that goes down long, because right now, with this smoke, G2 could have any number of players behind it ready to pop on out and hit into the site. That's the idea that Valen's trying to go for. Now, Ethan on the other side, he's not going to bite on any of this, because G2 hasn't really shown anything. They've shown utility, but they haven't put bodies on the line. And the same thing is going to be true here over on front B as G2 try and shift back onto A. You've got the Phoenix there. That's going to throw a flash out, but still, there's nothing that's actually fooling NRG at all, because they've got a player on the site that sees nothing. And here's where things get difficult for G2, because on this site, NRG still have 3 players stacked over here, and immediately at the start, they get the opening pick. And all that time that was spent means we're now down under 30 seconds. So Valen needs to come up with an answer quickly. And that answer is going to come through in the blink of an eye. With now 20 seconds left on the clock, Valen realizes, hey, if we're trying to sell a fake onto this A site. We can't just throw utility. We got to put some bodies on the line, and Valen says he is the guy to do it. Look at it. His Phoenix is miles behind him. His other players are rotating onto the B site, but unless Valen gets onto the site and get kills and convinces NRG that there's a hit coming down, there is nothing that's going to stop NRG from fully reading this play. He goes in, gets the kill, buys all this time, pulls those players off the B site to set up for G2 to plant the spike, and eventually for Trent to clutch out and win the round. You don't got to watch that again. Just trust me. Trent's got you in good hands, and G2, solid hands heading into this fifth map.
Yeah, and that sets us up now for a clash to square. Yeah, at the very least, apologize to Dan the Penguin. Good, my. It's like we're animals over here. But of course, though, it is going to be a bit of a savage game as we get ready for map 5. It's going to be Ascent as we dive into this. Let's talk about what we should be expecting here. We cannot stress enough how big of an opportunity this is for NRG to finally be able to fell the one team that has been a thorn on their side. But for G2, it could be just a repeat of usual. But Sideshow, we're going to Ascent. What should we be expecting here?
Well, we don't know what to expect on NRG's
Fair.
side, right? This is the composition that G2 have been running recently. Really weird one. You get the Yoru with the Phoenix. Nobody's doing that. Even PaperX, who are running the Yoru, run it with double Senti because the Yoru, at the moment, is only good on the attack side. Yeah. Defensively, those TPs are trash on this map. So I think it's on NRG as well to have come up with some kind of composition that works superbly on defense. If you reframe what Ender's Telestrator was about, also think about how much pressure Valen was under with how good the defensive floods were, right? He had to pivot in like 10 different times around that map just to be able to find an exit for the attackers to be able to go to a site. This is the defense map being played by the defense teams right now. So it should be really difficult for the attackers to crack.
Yeah. And I think it'll even be different than yesterday with this attack side for G2. I think they really looked bad in terms of the micro, how they were playing off each other. A lot of that got exposed. But Josh, he was mad after that. He said they weren't playing to the game plan. They have more to show. And NRG, it's all questions here as we head into map 5.
Yeah, it's going to be one wild matchup. That much is for certain here as we get down to the wire, Mimi. I got to tell you, like, this feels like a game for the sickos, right? The people who love the nerdy defensive holds, the setups, the unique strategies. I'm hoping that's what we're going to be treated to here, map 5.
It will be, but it's also for the people that love the stories and love seeing it come full circle. Both these squads have the thing that their opponent was never able to get. For G2, they've always gotten domestic trophies. NRG's never had that. NRG, they got the trophy at their first global with the new team. G2's never had that. But for NRG to have the opportunity to do it both, to go into a final and actually get an opportunity to fight for that is so big for them. Sure, both these teams are going to London, but that Americas trophy means something for them both.
Yeah, it definitely does. NRG have run the entire lower bracket all the way through here. To be able to overcome your demon, the bugbear of G2, and have an opportunity to face in the grand finals would be electric.
Great insight from our analysts here. But folks, this is it. One more map to decide which team is going to take on Leviathan for the trophy tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. We're down to the wire, folks. And as always, we'll catch you on the other side.
And you'd be forgiven for thinking that these two teams were heated rivals, right? Both strong competitors in their region, both showing great results globally. But between the two of them, G2 have dominated this head-to-head for the longest time now. This would be, generally, like for NRG, historic. To take a series win against G2 in this series, they've already won as many maps against G2 as they have
more.
Ever.
More by one. It was one map that NRG got against them. In all 5 matches, they had 2 BO5 since, I'll say, like the Mata era of NRG that began last year. Speaking of, he's playing the Sage on this map, Kiko on the Jet, and if Breeze is any indicator, it is no issue to have Mata off-roll so Kiko can play a little bit of Jet.
G2 again are going to be running back with this comp that we sort of questioned. We wondered what the game plan is. Yoru, especially on their defense side, kind of hard to see how this gate crash is supposed to really give you that flexibility to cross the map the way it used to always stack aside favorably. On offense, Jaw's been using it to get past some of these chokes, try, combine them maybe with just these fast pushes from Leaf, and that's looked okay. But in general, we weren't impressed by G2's 7-round showing against Leviatán on this map.
No, and just in the sort of duelist head-to-head comparison here, Jaw is in form. We've seen that on the Neon across the last couple maps. He's playing great today. So do I trust that he can have a better Yoru game now than he did against Lev when they came out the gate just cold? Yes, I think that's very possible. But traditionally, Ascent is just the Jet map. And in the form that Kiko is in across the board, and then on the Jet specifically, from what we've seen with him on Breeze, I'm expecting nothing short of greatness from this guy.
Good opener. Broke with the Sheriff again.
Look at the damage as well. Oh my god, I mean, Valen feels like a non-factor at 23, and yeah, he's trying to get out of there. He can't.
Sheepishly, G2 are backing away from tiles now, realizing that their options just became severely limited on this map. A contact walk up onto the B site. Kiko just picks up the angle at about the right time. And the Brit takes the Yoru out of the round instantly.
BabyBay continues the trend of just trying to take these timings and expose holes in the defense. Trent getting the spike down, unable to move. And the player backside, though, has no desire to swing into him. They want to figure out where BabyBay is first, and they can just shut the door in his face. That's just disrespectful.
I really think that Brock shut the door in their face at the start of the round, frankly.
Yeah, multiple different doors shut. The round was pretty much done. I mean, from this moment, that's so sick.
Lined up, insane damage.
Valen just trying to get out on the cross.
Really?
Oh my god. A lot of disrespect in that round, really.
Yeah, not sure how necessary that was. Trent may agree. But those two, Trent and Ethan, have been trying to clutch up against each other all series long. So another pistol lost, further skewing G2's pistol record matchup against NRG, might I add.
Trent versus Ethan, that is a hell of an initiator matchup. Yep. Two of the GOATs, for real. And G2 on a lot of classics, saved for BabyBay. Fast into B main, get Leaf the orb. Of course, just more of your standard Phoenix things.
Kiko tried to re-swing back onto that line when he heard the orb tap. Obviously, free kills to the Outlaw are pretty huge here, but no, G2 might just get to go around the world here and play for as many orbs as possible.
Yeah, and this is the kind of setup where if they go back into Ethan, if there's a lot of noise in a rush, well, Mod is there to just throw the slow orb from Tree. If he needs help in Tree, there's the thorns there that can be popped by Scuba.
Well, it's going to be basically a guaranteed bonus round run it back for Leaf now. Scooping up all those orbs. That's the main objective in this round for G2. And maybe like a walk up. Cat playing into cover. The Sage Wall is a big issue, though. The timing of it means that G2 are going to have to break it.
Yeah, that's going to take a little bit of time as well.
I mean, it's again,
now, guys.
Yeah, run diagonal, so you've got to break every section of it really to get through.
Back to my Minecraft days.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Extremely troll. Okay, well, there's the shear wall as well, also stopping G2. Again, this is just, a hint of what could be to come from NRG's defense side setups on this map. Goober up at logs. And G2 almost pass one when they see him coming.
The fourth is crazy. All right, dominant from NRG. And just a side note, since we're on, Brock's cam for that last kill there. Ascent back in the pool. Brock on your team playing Sova. That's kind of nice. Now, they did remove some of the spam walls like towards B main in one of the patches last year, but this is still a Sova map as well, through and through.
Absolutely.
Hey, what agents are you thinking about being great on Ascent? Sova, Jet, like.
Just your go-tos, your old hands. Obviously, the sort of Vice adopted on this map last year pretty extensively. Sheer wall, that diagonal sheer wall inside the B side is extremely troll.
Kiko's no problem posting up a little bit further here. Won't be able to one-shot Baby Bay, though, so it's possible he gets the one-shot off and then he'll, I mean, fully expecting his presence there, force him back.
Obviously, sheer wall triggered.
Cue, yeah.
Okay, so this re-clear now. DL drone, but spot Leaf. Unclear if it managed to spot out Baby Bay either. Slow going here, but, you know, G2 pushed up on that B-side extremity. They start to get some progress in mid. This is Jordan now testing the smoke, but NRG wisely know that, yeah, this is probably another of the levers that G2 are looking to pull with this very slow B presence that's being scaled up just now.
These B players from NRG are pretty active on the map. Trying to prod towards mid a little bit, then going back into the B site to anchor, and Scuba wants to get there to help from spawn.
The really good molly there. The angle. Denies the push upstairs on that far side of the switch house.
30 seconds.
Sheer wall though, yeah, there it is.
This is like a cross map slow orb as well. I mean, Ethan caught on the cross. Jaw is just exploiting holes in the map at this point.
And Kiko here waiting. Better weapons though for G2 is starting to chime in now. Looks like Jaw's trying to pull people over towards the A side there, but now we'll have a chance to set up. CT spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Scuba loves it there. Add logs for sure.
Yep. Leaf here's the reload, and that's a free kill.
Here comes the mage.
Any amount of damage would have been nice for NRG, but that's good for G2. They come out of that pretty much unscathed, just losing the one.
I would like to know where the slow orb came from. You might have been right.
That has to be a lineup from opposite side of the map. Maybe we'll see some more stuff like that in the future.
Nice, Alex. Come on, baby. Hot dog, boys. Hey, good.
Yeah, a lot of that round obviously is Jaw slowly getting up mid with 3 players for G2, just kind of sitting B main, waiting. Probably were hoping to punish Kiko for that aggressive line he took early. That didn't work out, but they still had a nice B split.
Now on this full buy round, you've got the operator, you have the Odin, you have every tool for NRG that they want to just create a brick wall on defense that G2 cannot run through. Going up against the Vice, Obnoxious, the Odin as well, and then whatever part of the map you're not dealing with a Vice, dealing with an Odin, you're walking into an op crosshair.
Yeah. There's not a lot of good options for the attackers at the moment. They are prepared, though, to cover off mid. They need to make some moves.
You know, so G2 will have moments where it's like, all right, well, we want to take some space on this side of the map. We'd love to create a little bit of pressure, maybe get some of this Vice util out, but you can just get caught by Odin Span doing that. You could get caught by an op doing that. There's just danger looming at all times.
Marta with a slow orb here, able to stall this. And they follow up the wall, so this is buying a lot of time. He actually tries to boost up on it, but again, G2 are looking for this. Very aggressive there from Marta, hoping that he can get the drop on them.
And they want to capitalize. Leafs run it back, is at least dealt with by Brock. Can't spam on that angle, that's nice with the molly and the shock.
Brock trying to come forward now. G2 actually really slowed things down now. Again, just tentatively scaling
30 seconds left.
in towards the B side.
Oh, NRG go for the team fight there with the players that they've got, but there's no real utility of substance to supplement that play. And with Jogmo teleporting forward towards Boathouse, getting on that line, one of the benefits of still having the Yoru, that gate crash is nice on the attack side for getting into the sites on this map still. They are just able to create crossfires and destroy NRG when they try to push out of the smoke.
I feel like G2 with their control util is happy just to smoke market, smoke CT spawn, and wait the sheer wall out. They know it's going to be there.
And so this first full buy for NRG just up in smoke, right? Mata goes for that aggressive play on the Sage wall. Little greedy trying to get a kill.
And honestly, I think G2's like operator or outlaw protocols have been pretty good so far. Kiko has been looking for some action here. Didn't get any in B main last round. Frankly, they just avoid him in this one. Until now, that could have been ugly.
Stick to your roles and we'll crush.
So there's Marta, makes that play right, walls up, and then jumps up on it.
Yeah, look at that. It's just swings out from Scuba off the arc rose, but it does nothing to Jaw because he gets that gate crash into Boathouse, and that was the only piece of util. Really just not substance there from the team to get in on that fight. It's just numbers, but mostly just from the same angle too. It's tough. It's tough. I mean, I get why they want to go for the flood there, but you like compare that, and obviously it's early days, to those late rounds in the Haven match when they're flooding into the C site, and you're like, oh my god, this is devastating what they're doing to G2 on the entry there. But compared to this, night and day.
And we're starting to see some of the idea with the Yoru here, right? Being able to bypass those chokes, get into, you know, switch house, and then have the rest of the team sort of play through that sheer wall. Get everybody in that B side, and then NRG are forced to just swing smokes. No other choice, really. Like you mentioned, there wasn't enough util to back that up. It was a team fight, yes, but it wasn't particularly orchestrated.
And now we're only but 4 rounds in, and timeout is being called by Bonkar, working there with Mitch as well. New addition to the coaching staff for this stage. Bonkar's talked about how much Mitch has been helping with Ethan, actually, just continuing to try to develop him as a better and better IGL, being a former IGL himself, and that Mitch has really contributed a lot to the team environment, bringing a lot of just like positivity and keeping spirits up for everyone too.
Okay, here's all the dimensional drift. He gets to check wine for free, gets to ping out all of the Vice util. This is still a very powerful ultimate. That's going to win the fight though. Flower, like the timing, Valen was behind him every step of the way though.
Now Kiko is on the flank with the AWP. Has to go into the shear wall to pick up this angle.
Like, Kiko's just, frankly, unfortunate. Missing out on these opportunities.
Trying to meet up with him. Obviously, though, these are just players with classics.
There's a player in Wine. Baby Bay's also sat right here.
For NRG,
there's a gate crash as well in A main.
You just want to get out of this round with the AWP again. I like the paranoia setup. That's nice, though.
That was the tailwind that had to be used. Now you tuck your player in towards Wine. I think Trent knows he's going to get pushed. He's just trying to dodge any potential spam, and he gets rid of Kiko. Now, if you're Marty, you know you've got no choice but to try and keep your eyes over towards main, and eventually Leaf claps him. From hell, 2 G2 players poised to spring forth here. Ethan and Brock just don't have the health between them to outlast this. No time for Brock. Trying to fight his way out. Tooth and claw. There should be a double face here from G2 that will send him packing. And end the round.
I like what NRG tried to put together there with the limited tools that they had in the situation. Ethan getting onto Cat for the paranoia into main and the double swing. That was nice. It gets him a kill. But after that, there's just not a ton to work with. Having to try to get out of main when G2 are entrenched in this site in hell, holding that cross. And it's just classics pushing closer onto site. That's tough.
It's not the first time, though, you pointed out that NRG at these stages of the rounds are not having a lot to work with, right? That B retake attempt was the same issue.
Placing wall trap.
Raw contacting smoke seems to have been their only option these last couple of rounds.
So Kiko is able to get into another AWP, just lower on armor, and everyone on energy lower on armor this round.
We've seen this already from Kiko. There's a protocol for this on the G2 side.
It's another nice bonus of having the Yoru. When back in the day, you would run a Vice, but every team had a Yoru and you would just be sending clones at the walls. Oh.
He's forcing the issue. He's really trying to get something going, Wyatt, and it's not working.
Different player, but can't help but feel it's reminiscent of Mata on the Sage wall. And it's just a similar enough scenario where they're going for this solo effort into B main to try to get the opener, but G2 are just prepared in those moments. They have multiple players facing those same angles.
I really wonder what's next for Kiko. I mean, the next round, like, we're not going to be talking about the opping Jet for a couple of rounds now because of where the money might be if NRG aren't successful here.
Unless.
It's
Brock and Scuba on this B site.
30 seconds left.
They play with a lot of class in the anchoring situations. They have the right agents to do it here as well. Mata on the way to try and assist from spawn.
Brook has done this so many times before. Look at the spam over towards lane. Trent's having to catch Scuba out. That's one of those B-side anchors dealt with, but still, this is stalled out for G2. They're barely going to get to the B side at all. And Brook now is ready to wrap around and take the B main player out. Trent has to have his wits about him, but Baby Bay sticks the plan at least.
Trent is going to play this smart. He's just going to live, just bide his time. But that means NRG need to go for it, try to get a kill on the site. Baby Bay wins that out against the Odin. Oh my god, and just deletes Mata as well.
There's a backbreaking round for NRG.
Full investment with the Odin, with the AWP, with everything. In those mid-round moments, you just don't catch G2 slipping.
They've had this protocol set up ever since the start of this game.
Gun here. One enemy remaining.
And really, when I see Brook active around that B side, I really think there's nothing he can't do.
It just feels,
We've been watching it for years, 4 years.
You're playing against G2. It's just like how often in a mid-round do you go for a situation any kind of fight where you're not running into multiple players. It just never happens. That's where G2 just excel, where their fundamentals are just world class.
Kiko knocked down to a rifle now. Hasn't actually spent much of this game in mid at all, for fear of being driven off by an Aldrome while he's holding an op angle, but this time it's going to be crossfire between he and Scuba. This leaves the B main presence nil and limited anchoring presence on B for NRG as well.
Yeah, at this point, they're getting that loss bonus up too. They're getting enough to just keep throwing together these buys. Mata's going to be left with bad guns in these situations, though, because the utility for Sage is so expensive.
Yeah, nice moves there from Trent.
Yeah, just eats the one ping. That's not going to be enough. That Hunter's Fury is just sent off the back of the wall going up and hearing the spam. All this pressure on A, just a ruse. The G2 team want to work through B main.
They've got some info about where Brook is, where the Odin is. Oh, Trent picks up that angle late in mid. That's huge.
Yeah, that's the util on B, just irrelevant now. Ethan is back, sight on his lonesome, has to tuck.
Gonna get to keep his primary for the time being. Sharpshooting from Kiko though, picks it up with the Guardian. And wait, how does he have his primary out? Little gap played in there by Ethan. Now Kiko steps up. Doesn't matter what gun this guy has, he's going to do work. And now he's got himself an upgrade.
Trent just slowly making his way through the site, but there is such little time to play with spots out Mata. Leaf gets one. The pressure is being applied.
7 seconds
on the clock. There's no way, man.
Mata can't do anything about this. He can't intervene. He's going to run into Trent if he's not careful.
Player standing.
Leaf gets it down. He's so low. This Stinger will blow him over.
He's playing it safe to get the res in mid, though. They can go back together. They know Leaf is low HP. He doesn't have any util to heal himself back up.
That's one of the best applications of the res I've seen.
Will NRG be aware, though, that all of this time spent is giving Leaf the moment to switch up his positioning?
Surely they know this.
I mean, Mata knows it's possible. He's looking at this angle.
Timing. He saw both of them. Insane. Sees him dancing on the side, but Scuba whips around.
There could have been a moment, but enough time elapsed. Scuba could have been concerned about a wrap from lane over there. There's so many possibilities at that point that these NRG players just have their heads on a swivel.
That is such an important Red Bull clutch for NRG to have found here. As off Mata, who is in a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, so Ethan is able to just tuck in the corner, avoid that steel guard, and gets his. The anchoring is looking good. But then the last two players on site exposed. What a clutch from Mata, though. Really smart. Close range, Stinger gets the one, has the ult, gets the safe res on Scuba in mid.
Also, Kiko finally finds a way to get involved in the game, and it's with a Guardian just walking around. 2 big kills from him set the stage for NRG to clutch up.
Very fast take of B main from NRG, and now they know if they want to go any further, they have to deal with the Odin. They're just going to go ahead and leave that shear wall in B main so they're aware if there's ever going to be a re-clear coming, or if they can just work back to that space for free.
Take flight.
Kiko still trying to work towards another op. The bulk of the spend this round was to get Brook another Odin. I can understand the priority. Ethan might get some early warning on a player in this smoke.
I like this from NRG, fighting towards mid, leaving the Sage and that util on the extremities. The spam is just ridiculous, okay?
Well, and Leaf was led, I think, by the Aldrone. Easy kill. So
and now
easy.
what, right? If you avoid mid where NRG were putting the player emphasis, now you're going into the util dense region of the map. This is where the Sage is at, where the wall is at. There's a Thorns in main as well.
All right, and Mata just dispenses all the stall utility needs to. Lose out the raw gunfight against VALORANT, though. Uncharacteristic, I feel.
Right,
and G2 moving on to the side.
Good for that trade.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, we know
Making a
Kiko's
bit of
fine.
noise. Yeah, no committal, just waiting for his teammates. Doesn't matter, they can get the plant. That's all good. They're going to have a player coming from main as well. That's Ethan, so this retake coming from far too many angles you would imagine for G2 to be able to manage. Surely there's just no way, right? Look at where they're at in the site.
I mean, it's such an awkward position to be stacked up by. Brook's going to have his recon cycle back through soon, I'm sure. There's also a paranoia to send at the site. Oh, wow, Kiko dinked though early. That could be big. A rotation here. Look at Baby tucking.
Player standing.
But I think they're going to be ready for this. There's enough spam as well to deal with this player. Baby has to fight his way out, and oh, man. Got to believe in magic. But NRG have gotten themselves to parity.
Some lightning fast shots, but the Odin in that situation is always going to be a little bit better when you're tucked around that corner. So that's Brock going up. Yeah, gets the ping with the drone, and Leaf tries to tuck behind the little, like, whatever, the square on the right. I don't know what you call that little jump up, but...
Yeah, the Brock Odin. It's a problem. It's always going to be a problem.
Just a cool setup adjustment from NRG there. How they use the Sage and Vice util across B main and A main, and then really fight heavily in mid together to get the kills.
I think G2 understand they've got to play more to these extremities. They can't mill around in mid till they get pinged by an Owl drone or picked by Kiko.
And now, NRG switching it up again. Util density over on the A side with the Sage and the Vice both there, and it's pressure towards B main from NRG. Kiko with the knives on this round. Wants to at least get that sheer wall out. So if G2 go back towards this B side, they have to be apprehensive about just walking their way into B main, contacting. There might need to be some util expenditure, like Trent still has that drone, for instance. Get something like that out of the equation.
I'm sure they're also worried the Odin player could just activate off someone else's contact inside B main.
So cross map, Jaw activated the clone over towards A main to get the wall out. B main execute is coming through off the Astral Wall. Brock can't spam anything on account of it.
Yeah, trying to swing. Ethan, nice little pocket there though. Also knocks Leaf inside, run it back. Leaf though got a double back here. We kind of like this idea, but Kiko is ready, poised.
Man, there is a hole in that game plan from G2, and it's exposed by NRG, who are now retaking from every angle. B main, not a concern. That is so crucial when you're trying to get back in towards this B site.
There is a ping though. Kiko looks like he was hit by the recon bot while he was sailing through the air. Oh yeah, the spam, it's pretty good.
You just got to imagine there's going to be someone playing in that smoke in this situation. Where can G2 even go? You know exactly where they are. They're collapsed on by NRG. An inevitability in that situation that they lose the round. It's a great retake. But this is just a gap in the game plan from G2. The way they drew that up, if they're going to push past that wall, there needs to be something obscuring that angle from Market.
I don't know what's happening. How
So
are we winning rounds and I'm halfway done practice?
Okay. But yeah, it's just like some level of miscommunication in that situation, misunderstanding of where the wall was going to be placed, or misunderstanding of the fact that they wanted to push through it to try to kill Brock versus just kind of circumventing the, or not circumventing, but rather just having no desire to push through the wall, getting to the site, playing from B main. The game plan is just scrambled there from G2, and that gives NRG the opening.
I'm thinking there had to be another piece to the plan there. And this is early days for teams that are moving back and adopting Ascent once more, especially with this kind of composition.
Yeah.
Yoru, who we thought was a relic of the past, being dredged up, exhumed, brought onto this map alongside the Phoenix, which has been prolific.
Yeah, and not enough time yet to figure out or really see what is the dominant comp on this map going to be in this world where Phoenix is super relevant, Neon is about to get nerfed, Jet has always been historically excellent here, Sage has always had some viability as like a side pick. There's just a lot of possibilities. Yeah, that's a vintage look. Back to, I mean, from like challengers into Fnatic into it becoming a global comp. There's so many different options on this map. Feels pretty wide open at the moment. Making it fun to watch.
Timeout there for G2 had to be called as they were starting to run out of steam. Bit of a weird round to walk into though. Couple stingers. It's a funky little buy. Now Kiko affected by the recon here. Trent does not opt to pull the Hunter's Fury though. A lot of spam. Heavy smokes here in mid. Ethan might have found a pocket here. It's just not checked adequately by Jaw at all. He TP's away, low as he is. Can he do anything about this one? No, Leaf catches him.
No, that blind hit Kiko as well, so he had no support. Brock with an Odin kill elsewhere. Kiko is just getting flash after flash, trying to escape, but tapped down by Trent.
Preempt is still guarded. I don't think anyone's... Okay, Trent is affected by that. There's no appetite for G2 to push the issue at B, and NRG are kind of ahead of this.
Yeah, Mata had those audio cues as well. Loud footsteps on Cat, so he gets to the slowdown division between these G2 players, but it kind of has them setting up a crossfire temporarily. I mean, no one on NRG is going to be nuts enough to try to push through that smoke, though. That's not going to happen.
Constant Odin pressure, though, on Valon. He's down to 64. So this is an uncomfortable spot to be in. Look how low G2 are. ADS mode. Mata is dinked, but there's just not
damage there with the Bulldog. And it's on Trent.
The Odin pressure never eases up.
Nope. Door in the way. Have to contend with that. Optimistic wallbang angle. You see the Odin's a little better than the Guardian at doing that.
Scanning ahead.
Trent wishing he had a more appropriate weapon as he steps into the hail of bullets from Brock.
Just never turns, never flinches, does not even acknowledge the existence of the recon dart. Just stares forward with the Odin and holds down mouse 1. Our champion's MVP. That's how he did it. That is just what he does, man.
That's the boy. Knew there'd be a walk-up, did Brock. So, G2 so far held to only 4 rounds on this attack side. And I've got no doubt, especially with this Yori, this double duelist on Ascent, they've got to be hoping for a little bit more out of this first half. What is Yori going to do in defense?
We've really been seeing NRG thrive over towards this A side. I think Modest Sage so far has been, great. Outside of maybe the one round he got 2 aggro on the wall and died, the actual util just generally has been effective and well-timed from him. And Kiko on this round taking some mild liberties with the walk down mid. As G2 are not pressuring that side of the map. Drone is going to confirm what they already know. Someone is in A main as Jaw takes that orb, has the dimensional drift for the exec.
There is 0 map control for G2 right now.
The problem is, going into this A site, you're just always going to get divided by Mata. That dimensional drift can go in, okay, great. Your Yoru's running around in the site, and then there's a wall up, there's a slow up. Yeah. How are they actually going to get through? As soon as that dimensional drift audio cue hits, wall right away.
All right, Hunter's Fury, Mata in trouble.
Oh, great ult.
Caught out by Leaf in the end, and also Ethan just gunned down there on the site. Brock with the shorty. All right, he and Scuba at least having to deal with Jaw, but Kiko's wide flank is caught, sniffed out by Trent, then snuffed out.
There's some solid entering there from Leaf getting into the site. Now, save for Brock, finding an opening with some Odin spam. I don't really know what the opening is for NRG into this round. Leaf a little bit exposed, actually.
It's going to be Vandal spam in the end. Brock trying to clear hell.
I mean, that's kind of that's like a, chalk that up as an assist for Brock, honestly. Just forcing Leaf into the open there.
Dominion Hunter's Fury here. And a 2v3.
Oh, that's nice from G2 though. Again, those fundamentals getting out to fight together.
Look at him.
How could they deal with this, man? It's ridiculous.
He's playing the double bass in a marching band right now. He's just jumping around a corner, setting up. Jumping around a corner, setting up.
Listen,
and by God, it has worked.
Oh, Valen, finally, someone does it. The amount of damage, though, is absurd. They all die.
It just keeps jumping in the same corner. Nuts. I mean, sure. Some serious weight of kills. This also keeps a cap on the economy of G2, who are still trying to fight back into this first half.
Yeah, they do a great job with the exec out main. No one has their eyes on it, so Mata is exposed, and Leaf gets a great little 2-piece entry in the midst of that exec chaos.
Let's go. We're about to get 6, actually.
He didn't push the glasses up the nose. Come on, bro. Pretty deep smoke here. Oh, that's just the one way on the A side of the map. It's more G2 concentrated around this B main tiles area.
Me and ranked type dart, bro. That's why I don't play solo.
That was rough. So not a lot of early info here. Tentatively, Jaw is starting to make his way. Look at him, he's got a Spectre, for God's sake. Yeah, awkward round with like Brock just blowing up G2.
Yeah, they have to deal with his Odin again.
So Leaf has run it back. So he can heroically absorb some of these bullets. Maybe by checking the monitor, see if it's time to go in. G-Wall up! Okay! Still deals with public enemy number 1 on the way through. And now, here comes that second wave. Leaf with run it back, taken down straight away. Kiko walks into the grab well. That's such a nice posting for Scuba. I love that. Arc Rose is huge for Kiko. Plays off it perfectly.
Now Scuba is just trying to live backside play around the smoke, play safely.
30 seconds left.
Teammates not going to be here to help. Fully flashed up. It's a free kill for Leaf.
Yeah. And that's the bonus of having all these extra flashes to work with. Leaf might even have another if things go his way. Cosmic Divide, really? Yep. That's going to be deployed here. Of course, last round of the half, and we're going to let it go. I like this from Mata, though. He's going to emerge at a weird angle. You're never ready for that one. Very inventive.
And he even gets the res after. That's so sick. Oh my god, the timing.
That's devastating. Oh, man. Back against the wall, to be fair. Sick res.
That is crazy.
You know, because I'm sure Mata has drilled so many retake scenarios where there's a Cosmic Divide in play. That was just great intuition.
So I'm saying his util on this stage has been nice. It's been hilarious to see Mata picking up the Harbor and now picking up the Sage in this stage, but he has been good on both of them. Better than good. He really just has a knack for the util on all of these different agents.
That was a silly round, I'm not going to lie. But as the dust settles over this first half, it's another genuinely close affair. G2 were hoping for more than 5 rounds if you, take Leaf seriously. But they lost the pistol, were still able to fight back in. A good showing here means that we are set for a compelling end to this series. We're 2-2, we are tied, and we are headed to the halftime break with a 2-round differential. We have almost exhausted every possibility to put NRG and G2 through their paces to decide which one of them advances into our finals match here in Stage 1. It's map 5. It's halftime, and it's a 7-5 scoreline as G2 get a respectable 5 on the attack side.
Listen, you go back weeks ago, the community did not think that either of these teams may even be in this spot right now, with both of them starting this stage at 0-2 and then both of them rallying back, showing the resiliency and displaying exactly why they are our consistent America's representatives. One of them is going to have a spot in the grand finals against Leviatán tomorrow. Try and capture another trophy if you're G2 and get a first if you're NRG.
And this game started with Brock with some nasty sheriff work. Jaw's hoping to do the same, but comes up with nothing here.
Brock's year heading into 2026, it was slow. He wasn't playing poorly, but he wasn't lighting the world on fire like he did in the run to Champions, where he won the MVP bracelet, made a name for himself. Felt like he was about to define the meta the way he was using the Odin, but in this playoff run, he has been playing the best VALORANT he has all year. I think it's reflective by the eye test, just what you're seeing in front of you, but also by the numbers. You're right now in playoffs being pretty much across the board, second place in every stat, and first place is Kiko, which really sums up how NRG have been able to make this run happen.
Oh, this is such a troll wall. Leaf is legitimately stuck there. And he's got to reassess the situation, recalibrate quickly, but his presence here from Logs. Leaf still exits with a kill. That's not too shabby. That keeps the numbers even now. Spike is headed towards the side. Trench! Bores a steaming hole straight through Ethan's head. A very important pistol to get G2 off to a leisurely start in the second half.
They're fast into that B site to assist the players who were trapped in walls, for instance. That was a little bit ridiculous with Leaf. I thought he was more cooked than he actually was. We have the dash over to switch from Kiko, but Trent salvages with some perfect crosshair placement and reactions as fast as they get. Those taps were really lovely.
Might be early play up here in the B main. See, they're going to have to contend with the Outlaw or NRG, so they keep the investment very light.
Shock is good for some damage off the audio from the orb being taken.
Aldrone re-clear of B main. Tells G2 that they might be able to distribute some of their resources a bit more towards mid and A side of the map. There's a couple pings though. NRG are aware that B main just got re-cleared, so they might hope to pressure this position again. It's pretty heads up. The Astra util is going to slow them down though. The sheer wall is not on the B side, so NRG don't have to be concerned about that.
Trenches on that narrow angle, but can afford it since the Sheriff will get that high bullet penetration and spam damage through the wall.
Okay, Scuba might be pinged as he moves out. Yes, multiple players actually caught by that recon. That is sick from Trent. Brock straight up just caught inside the molly, and it's Leaf who'll cut a bloody swath through NRG as they try and find something. There is some momentum. Nice little tidy two-piece there from Jaw, and it's an even game in our decided map.
We'll once again be saying that one of the Phoenixes has a run it back in the bonus round. Yep. But that is the case. That is just always such a crucial factor in the game right now. When your Phoenix gets rolling early on the pistol, on the round 2, if you're getting orbs, if you're getting diffuse, etc. Jaw looking good, but listen, already he's putting up better numbers than he did in the full match against Leviatán yesterday that they lost. There was questions about his impact, how much of it can he have on this defensive side, and it's got to be a lot more than what we saw yesterday. And as a team, G2 need to play in a more sound fashion in these mid rounds. They were getting exposed by Lev, just slowing the pace of the game down, being too eager to try to re-clear information and then being caught by the patient attackers.
NRG are way more active in the early rounds than Leviatán were, though, to be fair.
A lot of noise towards B main. Attempt to draw out some util, specifically get the sheer wall out of the map. And hey, they do succeed in that. Minute left on the clock, now into the mid re-clear with the drone. They leave someone in B main after making all that noise so they can work back into a B hit later if necessary.
The shield wall gets triggered, that's going to be annoying for NRG.
Trent always wants to take some calculated risks at the right moments in rounds.
That door is shut, there's no market presence here. G2 hunkering down. And that kind of tells NRG that they've given mid control. In we go, straight into the cloud burst. Here comes that Vice util that'll slow things up, but Kiko's still gotten quite deep here. Pinged out though, that could be a problem. Runner back, active, Jaw sees a wall. That's not great, he ain't gonna get past that anytime soon. Trent's gotta be careful, keep his head down. Kiko fighting for it there as Leaf's runner back is gonna be denied, but Trent is, he's everywhere right now. The Spectre is popping off inside Boathouse and Brock is on his own. Needs to try and find a way to plant within these last 14 seconds. And G2 will be salivating to finish him.
There's just no way he can get away with this round win. It's impossible. G2 just displaying so much aggro in that flood situation. With the wall in their face, doesn't matter. They gather up, they're fast to break it. They just try to get right back in to help everyone. Leaf pops the run it back immediately to get in through market. That catch was so nice onto Ethan. And when all of that is going on, when those G2 players behind the wall, coming out of market, are making it feel like for NRG that they're about to get backstabbed and they need to look behind them, those players all the way back in Boathouse, they're just jiggling out with the Spectres, just dealing damage, shooting them in the back. That's a great hold from G2. This has got NRG reeling, sent onto the eco.
And G2 looked pretty restrained in that first map. They weren't getting too excited or anything like that. Now that they're starting to feel themselves, they know that the end of the road is close. Leaf sees Ethan, attempts a TP forward. It's cute, but he's cut down inside tree.
Now wall up, just trying to get this plant in. Okay, all right. Mata is able to get away with one, but he can't recover the rifle.
Valen just made a movement, I think, to give away that position. They tried to double swing it. Brock also got pinged immediately. In goes Jaw. I think he was a clone running straight forward like that, but no. That gets G2 yet another round. This is pretty big bounce back. G2, perfect start on the side that historically has been a bit more straightforward. But G2 do have a couple of issues. Like, they've got to find ways to really get that Yoru value. Like, try and be present around the map. Yoru can't just sit a gate crash for 30 seconds now and turn up where he's needed.
Jaw so far is, like I said, he's having a better game than he did against Lev. That is for a certainty. Leaning into these scoped weapons on defense, this is an Opera's paradise kind of map. You have so many great lanes to pick up, and your primary Opera Baby Bay is playing the Vice, which makes sense for this map. So, yeah, you want your Yoru to be opping, and Jaw has opped a lot for G2 in the past. I think he's a little more streaky, a little more hit or miss than someone like Dre, but...
Definitely more dyed-in-the-wool rifler is Jaw.
Even still, he can take over the game playing the Yoru. You're like, in a situation like this, though, yeah, you're looking at the gate crash, it's back in heaven. He doesn't have a whole lot of time to actually be tucked in wine, but maybe just enough time to get a shot and get away because NRG are applying the pressure.
Another gate crash being deployed here. Jaw should have a way to get on out. Okay, he's got a TP back to it now. VALORANT and Leaf getting it done. This is devastating for NRG. They can't get anything started. It's an attempt at an A split that is, frankly, just shut down in tree.
One enemy remaining.
Swing out from VALORANT is perfect, and that's 4 on the round for him. Anchoring is sublime from G2. All of the angles accounted for. The swing timings with each other are perfect. This is VALORANT fighting through tree. Jaw is not able to get a kill, but is drawing the crosshairs his way. You can see VALORANT and Leaf just shooting players, guns aimed elsewhere. G2 have extended the lead, 5-round run. They are dominating on this second half, and it is a necessary timeout call from Bonkar for NRG to try to get back in the game.
Already locked for London. NRG and G2 were 3rd and 4th, respectively, in Santiago. Really strong showing, I think, for the Americas region. But G2 are still chasing that elusive global tournament win. NRG, we know if they've had it. They had the biggest one last year. And G2 pulled up tantalizingly short in Bangkok against that T1 team, and then in Toronto fell a little further short at 4th. They're always there. They're always in these playoff matches in Americas. They're always at these globals. And they're competitive. They're respected, but never feared.
And just thinking way back to considering like the history of these G2 players, where they came from, having to go to challengers, fight through, make it to the league, consistent podium finishes, winning America's trophies, all that, and then guys they were playing against in challengers way back in the inaugural season of it, like Brock on an MXS, for instance, joins the league much later than they did and is able to win champs on the first attempt. There's so much history in this server too, just Jaw, Ethan, winning with EG years ago in 2023, and since then Ethan able to get a second. Best Jaw in that moment. He can't teleport away just fast enough.
That's what happens when 2 world champions collide. That's pretty punishing for Jaw. Really expecting at least a 1 frag off that scenario. Now Leaf is forced back a little bit by the slow orbit. Ethan lingers out in the open. Spike, by the way, was in his hands. What is going on lane right now? They're just trying to pressure into the site and then wrap back around.
Yeah, just deal with one thing at a time. Let's get the site players out of the picture, and then we'll reset and work back towards spawn. Now, unfortunate situation with trying to get the spike is that they have no smokes. They don't even have a cloud burst. They've got nothing right now. Maybe, I don't know, a Hunter's Fury or something crazy could be used in this situation. But they're just going to go for the multi-swing, and it's all good. They've got the numbers. They feel confident to just lock it up as a team, playing it out for the trades.
Pretty important timeout we saw there for NRG. 5 rounds in a row they've lost in this half. Finally signs of life here.
Yeah, I like that decision in main. Rather than using a util piece to try to clear someone off the angle, they play that for, let's get a kill. They slowly walk up, make no sound, jump swing, human drone, and that's how they get the opener. It's just a slight variation that Jogma wasn't expecting, and Yoru can't get out of there fast enough compared to something like a chamber.
Trent does have that Odin. He's still going to be a nuisance. Jaw's picked up this mid spot here as Scuba tries to go for the orb. He'll get it. For a price. Oh my goodness, Kiko is ready. Jump scare central. But Leaf is the one that comes off second best. We might need to see this market door closed in a moment as mid control is being handed over to NRG once more.
Still so much time left on the clock as well. They're doing a great job just sequencing working parts of the map. and then getting into that exec. It's just the execs themselves that have not been coming together. The anchoring has been too good from G2.
Oh man, Jaw is just getting served these last couple of rounds.
Exposed by Kiko. Opener, back to back. Now dashing in, creating space in the site even.
Good intuition there from Kiko, who's about right. Scuba's going to be brought back into the fight. That makes it a 5v2. Long odds indeed. Trent trying to work it in with the Odin. That's pretty dirty stuff now around the corner of Scuba. 3 is all he's going to get.
HP as low as it gets for NRG. What a sick round from Kiko. Just fitting into this NRG team perfectly. It was great with them, I think, in kickoff in Santiago, but now in stage 1, they've got him in a position to be better than just, yeah, he's a great piece of this team. He's replacing a key component in Psalm. He's doing a good job. Now they have him in a spot where he's thriving with this team.
I feel like you've got to be watching Jaw in these early round moments. Double doorless comp on defense. Jaw clearly is trying to play up for an early kill, and he's been punished 2 consecutive rounds. G2 knocked down to an eco, or a bit of an awkward buy at the very best. Okay.
Oh my god, shot a little
They're going to keep going.
wide.
It's Scuba. He's done. Now this has got to have to provoke an acceleration towards the A side of the map, but that's what the Vice util is.
That's a devastating miss from Kiko. It results in the death of 2 players. 5 versus 3. NRG need to claw this back. Everyone entrenched in the A site. Retake coming from multiple angles, and the classic ult combo, the Drift of the Hunter's Fury. Oh my god, and it works out.
It's about as good as it gets. Spike drop, no plant. Ethan has to improvise now. Use 2 sticks to make it in nature, but he gets knocked off it briefly by the Blaze Wall. Does get the spike down at the very least. Marta here is going to set up on Gen. It's Cosmic Divide here for G2. Sets Valen up noiselessly. He's in position. Nova Pulse dodged. Marta with the footwork. Ethan will be biding his time. This round is crucial here. And it's on Ethan in a 1 versus 3 to hold on. Baby Bay swings out into it. That's the flash. And Baby Bay chimes on in. G2 now nose out once more by 2 rounds.
Listen, those are the kind of plays that were all G2's like last year, going back thinking about the whole Yoru meta, the amount of games Jaw has on this agent, just syncing things up constantly with Trent, dimensional drifts with all. It's just too easy for them. That is some vintage G2, some real 2025 G2 gameplay in that round.
There are just too many of these thrifty rounds that G2 are being able to manufacture.
That was the catalyst of G2 winning on defense back in the first map on Lotus.
And it might be here too. This time NRG just leaving 2 players over towards that B main area. No mid presence. Jorgamo's got the orb again, so he still wants to be playing in that similar style with Gate Crash back up, play an aggressive line.
For all of that noise and effort that NRG put into getting into B main early, some util pieces like the Recon as well, they don't actually manage to get the shear wall out on that side of the map. Working back towards A, where Leaf is playing in a position that that Phoenix flash can get a lot of value.
No check of why, not enough time to do so. So Leaf undetected for the time being. There is a moment to chime in here. Still Garland about to be active. George has to get that first pick though. Broke with the Hunter's Fury. Kiko deep on the side.
Shot goes wide for Jaws. Kiko is just fully entrenched in hell. Ethan gets the door shut, and that might be a moment of respite for the team to actually get the spike down.
I don't know. Kiko in the open! Sprayed down by Valen. That's devastating. Brock and Ethan have to put their heads together. There's still no spike plant.
Paranoia needs to be used early to get it down. They can't use that Paranoia now when the retake is actually coming in. It's going to come down to the gunplay.
1 for 1. That's going to be good enough for G2 now, as it is all on Brock. Champions MVP has to fight for his life. And G2 take 1 more stride towards that Stage 1 final.
This might just be a story of it was the closest NRG have ever come to beating G2 in a series. We're tied 2-2. That's more maps than they've gotten against them in their last 5 matches, including 2 BO5s, but they might still come up short. G2 might just still be their kryptonite. This NRG team can do it all. You believe in them to win any global they attend, but yet they just cannot beat this team domestically.
It still feels like a snake biting its own tail, though. The two teams that we expected to look the best coming into this stage, that didn't, that made their run back, now giving us an incredible 5-map series. One can only hope that NRG can extend it further. This could be it.
Straight through B main. This is how they opened the previous round. And Mata gets that opener on Trent. They just can't accelerate right now. They're being stalled out by Util in the choke, and that Steel Garden makes things a little bit awkward. But Babybay feeling maybe more pressure than was actually there convinced him to use that, as no one was able to get into the site and try to close the distance on him whatsoever.
Jaw position for contact, actually pretty far up on this A side. NRG have no knowledge about this side of the map. There could easily be a player pushing off of A, so they've got to be even slower about scaling towards this eventual A side hit.
Yeah, for G2, these guys could be anywhere. They're just playing passively towards B, mid, if they're up on A. That's really all they can afford to do right now.
But Jaw can't play the way he used to on this map, on this agent. He doesn't have a gate crash active right now. He has to post manually up on the line and whiffs the shot. Yeah, he gets some information, but it's going to be full retake with a 4-man squad for G2.
It feels like that would have been the moment in the round for G2 to get back into it. Now they obviously have enough money to go for this retake. But do they have the numbers? Do they have the ability to actually win this out with only 4?
Brook setting up the nerdy dart. That's disruptive stuff from Ethan with the paranoia connecting the most of the players on tree. They're going to have to try and flood their way here, but NRG are ready. Guns akimbo. G2 are haggard. They're going to back away here. No point. Money's okay, but they know they might need a Ratchener over the next couple of rounds to try and land this plane, so they are getting out of dodge.
Yep, much better to just save at this point, and there's no reason for NRG to chase. Their money is bad, and they just want to get out of here with all of the rifles that they can. Not done with the game just yet. They come up with a big opening kill, the classic wall over top, and Trent is caught. So close for Jaw, round-defining moment.
Yeah.
And with the numbers, NRG are just a little bit more willing to be able to fight into that smoke in the 5-on-4.
Time to fuel up. Time to fuel up.
I feel him.
I'm going above.
2 more NRG rounds required here to send us to overtime.
It's a grueling series, and NRG are just tantalizingly close to finally being able to achieve this win. Just something that has eluded them for this team's lifespan over the last year and some, 6 months or so, year and a half since Mata joined the team. This iteration that has found so much success, just one mental block that they're trying to cross right now.
Yeah, one monkey to shake off the back. One curse to dispel. 2 rounds to win for overtime. NRG parking the bus here over towards Cubby.
And this is a situation for Jaw that he can't get out of. This is a real gate crash nerf kind of moment. You're looking at him in wine, and there's nothing he can do but stay steadfast on this angle.
Tree is going to get busy over there. Jaw sees a little bit of leg. Ethan does get hit down low.
Look at this wrap. They're going through heaven and trying to flank into the site, walling it off.
Okay, this is going to be 3 players for G2 that can defend this. That is it. Ethan could be a problem now as well. He'll be licking at the heels, but Jaw strikes with the op. Now on the site. 3 players up for NRG. The last gasp for this team to dispel the curse. Valor looks imperious there from upper. And Brook and Mata, alongside Scuba, have to put this together. 3 cardinal points around the site. They hunker down and gotta hold on. But Leaf steps in, steps out in an instant. Finds his kill. Scuba's able to double down, but that is the end of him. So close came NRG to finally besting their regional rivals, but G2 show us a true bounce back from yesterday's play. Hard fought, grueling, extended series. They booked their ticket into our Stage 1 final.
They always have the resiliency on display, and G2 It's just no surprise to see them in another stage final. Feels like that's their home. That's just where they belong. And they'll have an opportunity for revenge against Leviatán tomorrow. Heading into that game, we referenced something Baby Bay had said where, yeah, we lost to Lev earlier in this stage. We were experimenting, but today we have no excuses. Well, no excuses, they lost, but tomorrow it's an opportunity for revenge, an opportunity to get a 4th stage trophy, an opportunity for Dre to lift one as a player with the team. Grueling series today, but G2 come out on top. They just know how to win. It's a simple statement, but could it be more applicable to any team when it comes to playing in the VCT Americas?
They know how to win here. They know how to win here. Still chasing that first global title. This is a big step forward. First seed heading into London would be a massive boon to a G2 who have come so close to the global title and still pulled up short. And if you're NRG, you're still world champions. You're still headed to London. You've still got time to retool things and be ready to take on the world's best.
Absolutely. I mean, this NRG team has displayed some amazing gameplay over the last, 5 or so weeks. They go down 0-2, bounce back, 6-match win streak, almost beat G2 for the first time. That close. And on the maps that they won here, like referencing back to Haven, for instance, oh my God, I mean, the play we were seeing from them was phenomenal. I was blown away. So I think you're watching them, despite this loss, heading into London with high hopes that they can make a deep run again. They have that grit and determination. When the lights are the brightest, they show out. Those are the situations that a guy like Ethan thrives in every single time.
And of course, G2 want to take this opportunity to be pleased with themselves, but they are going to be straight into relaxation, straight into preparation mode for tomorrow, because they are going up against a Leviatán team who look the best they ever have. Sato is having the time of his life, one of the top Phoenix performers. Neon has panned out as a true, potentially region-defining talent. That team are firing on all cylinders, and frankly, G2 pulled up well short yesterday. They've got time, though, to fix that. They've got time to rewrite history. We're going to head down the river stage where Verizon post-match interview with Giorgamo and Trent.
That's right, I am down here with G2, who are victorious over NRG. I got Giorgamo and Trent for a little bit. I just kind of want to run through that last play. That was insane, the way you guys kind of organized and understood what NRG was doing. What were the comms?
I mean, Trent was controlling it all. I just said I had A main. That's all I said. But Trent was controlling it all. You guys ready? 3, 2, 1. Everybody's just running out.
I hear that anchor just dropping solid on the ground. You're just a statue in sight. What are the comms there from you? Like, what do you know to be saying? What do you know what your team needs to hear?
I mean, Leaf and Valen made the play to like flash through the cat smoke or whatever to retake some space. So they made that play. They got their kills, and I'm just making sure that everyone's together at that point. No more extra fights. We just get to do our thing, and it was like a 5v3. So now we just got to settle it down and make sure that we're playing together, and it's pretty easy from there.
And we were just talking about here that it's a banger. Trent, did you expect a different scoreline today, or is this actually a game, the full thing you expected?
Honestly, I did expect a different scoreline, but I will say that was a very fun match, and I think all of us will say the same. That was honestly very fun to play.
It was very fun to watch.
Hey, I'm glad.
Hell yeah. Same? Anything?
Yeah, I expected 3-1.
Hell yeah. Awesome.
Unlucky.
Revitalized. It's something you said recently. The energy from Baby Bay helping, just finding a new jog, but also things are going to be changing. Where are you finding that power from to make sure you're still delivering? And like you said, you want the game in your hands.
I mean, when I'm just running it down, I don't really, that's what I feel the power. I can't really lie. When I'm satcheling in, I mean, when these guys are behind me, that's like that's what I feel,
Awesome. I actually want to touch on your Neon on Odin. Is that coming from anywhere? Are you flexing with this? How's that feeling?
Go.
Oh yeah, because I'm also asking you about the Odin too, because you were on Pearl. Yeah. Neon Odin first.
I mean, the Haven Odin is, we saw Brock do it. I was like, okay, let me try it. Why not? Okay. Let me try it.
No.
Now, who is it?
He's been doing the Odin Haven for a long time. He's been asking us to just like let him use the Odin on the Neon
so
maps.
you are off the leash now.
Yeah.
He's off the leash for sure.
I asked when I was on Phoenix.
Yeah, and you were wrecking on Pearl just to stop
Pearl,
the plan.
Ascent, yeah. I mean, it's, if you know how to use it, it's really good. Yeah. So, I mean, you gotta abuse it.
Amazing. Well, you guys are in great form. Is this now rest for tomorrow? I'm like, final question here. Is it rest? Is the coaches doing work? Are you guys chilling? What is it about?
Definitely rest.
Gotta rest.
I mean, we watched our Lev games back, so like we kind of took in what the mistakes that we had from that game into this game as well. and we played a lot better. We still had some mistakes this game that we'll probably talk about tonight.
Right on.
But yeah, tonight it's just rest for the players. Shout out Shaq. He's in Spain, so he's got the different time zones going around. So he's working through when we're sleeping, and it's gonna be good. So we'll have a good game plan going tomorrow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for G2 Esports heading to the grand finals tomorrow versus Leviathan. Thank you so much for watching today. Tomorrow, after that best of 5 grand finals, we will be doing the trophy. After the trophy, we're gonna be having the Masters London Draw show, so do not miss it. Here's your Samsung OLED fast replay. We're out for the day. Peace.
A best of 5 showdown between G2 and NRG. And the winner of that is going to be facing off against Leviathan in tomorrow's grand finale matchup.
There's a lot of util here to help Scuba and G2. Wow, oh my god, he just goes down anyway.
Brock's still with the Odin on the line. Baby Bay, magnetic crosses.
Let's go, Drake.
There are 8 seconds so they have to plant this spike.
Mana getting hit by the molly. Able to get clear of it though as he goes for the plant. And okay.
Doesn't matter, they couldn't get the spike down. It was just enough delay from Lee.
Well played, Adam, well played.
G2 lock it up. Too slow to stop Jaw from getting into the site. Marta taken down, but Brock gets 2 kills off his Hunter's Fury.
There has to be a clutch from Ethan.
Valorant will look to wait. Oh my goodness! What a moment from Ethan. NRG, can they play around? It's tight. Ethan's just, he's just shredding them. Not a care in the world.
Boys.
NRG a cut above on Breeze. Look at the util on the map though. That's a Tejo moment for sure.
No sheer wall to slow NRG down whatsoever, but Valorant's going to come back in. And Valorant a third through the box. That is absurd. And the captain has saved it.
Let's go.
Thinks about the wall bang here, but Valorant is going to get involved now. Ethan's got to act quickly. Baby Bay rotating in late. Has the timing. And the backstab is good. G2 come up strong. Trent reveals himself by taking down the clone. It doesn't matter. He's found 2. Can they get Baby Bay properly into this site? Oh, that's awkward timing for the Ultron. Spike's got to be recovered. He's watching this angle for Valorant, and that's perfect. He knows now where Baby Bay is. What a round from NRG. Runner back active, of course. Gets a second chance. May not even need it. It's on Valorant now. Plays wall.
Does so much damage.
Valorant now knows where Kiko is. What a win! Relay bolt slide is good. 1 for 1 though. Brock steps up with the Odin. Brock here gets a ping and some spam to follow it up. It wouldn't be Brock if it wasn't dirty stuff. We're going to Ascent to decide our last finalist. I like this from Marta though. He's going to emerge at a weird angle. You're never ready for that one.
Oh my god, the timing.
That's devastating. Leave. Oh man. Gonna TP back to it now, Valen and Leave. Getting it done. This is devastating for NRG.
Swing out from Valen is perfect, and that's 4 on the round for him.
Still guarded about to be active. George has to get that first pick though. Kiko in the open, sprayed down by Valen. That's devastating. That is all on Brock. Champions MVP has to fight for his life. G2 show us a true bounce back from yesterday's play. Hard fought, grueling, extended series. They booked their ticket into our Stage 1 final.